told him about it, and I was like, is it possible you can get some more third-party stuff in here? And he's like, yeah. And I came in there on Saturday or yesterday, and their bookshelves where all their gaming books was packed from end to end, like tight with.
Is that something Evo doesn't carry as much of as I'd like? So I may have to look around.
That whole situation amused me. There was, after Wizards came out and made their follow-up announcement.
That PR not
right,
not
where they were like,
apology.
oh, we never meant for this to be actually permanent. We were looking for your voice all along. And then, the kicker was, I don't know how many of you heard this, but there was, after Wizards came and said that was never permanent, that was never actually supposed to be specifically enforced, there was a group of about 20 third-party people who had been invited by Wizards to this meeting where Wizards said, if you adopt early, we'll give you 15% instead of 25%.
The crazy thing is they're trying to say it was a draft, but
but if it was a draft, that couldn't happen.
People had contracts to sign.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't send drafts with contracts.
Exactly. That was the point. They had these 20 people, 20 different companies who had, they invited them to sign a contract for early, is it you would get 15% instead of 25%.
Sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
I kind of
you don't sign drafts
for
like
PR
that,
people and Wizards going, why is no one talking to us? Because they can't possibly have PR people who have any clue.
It's their job.
I know, but the problem is like somebody come talk to me because I can tell you you're killing yourself.
Yeah.
They already destroyed themselves.
I know. It's going to be hard.
They wrecked themselves back.
People are upset by Mercer's and Critical Role's response, and I'm like, that's the only thing that they can do. Like, they did the perfect response.
I didn't think they had responded. I didn't realize.
They basically said, we support third party, and we're staying out of it. If you read between the lines, not completely, but basically, at this point, we don't know enough, and we're not making an official statement, because we're not going to piss off our major sponsor till we're sure that that's the path we want to take.
I think that their response, if you read between the lines, shows that they're clearly on the side of open D&D. And they're against Wizards. I think they're
very much on that side, but they're not
but they're
stating
trying
it
to be
dramatic.
PR and careful.
Right, which I feel is rightfully so because they have a lot riding on it.
And he has said several times out loud and with force that there is nothing that would separate them from their IP. Like, it's theirs, it's gonna stay theirs. Like,
Who's that?
Matthew Mercer.
Mercer,
I heard that they started out playing Pathfinder.
Before they streamed, they played Pathfinder. When they switched the stream, they switched to 5th edition.
I swear, you know what I really want to see? I would love to see Critical Role episode that opens up, everybody thinks they're just in for a normal show, and Matt Mercer says something along the lines of, today is a new day. Today is the next evolution of Pathfinder. I'm sorry, the next evolution of Critical Role.
Right.
Today, we begin playing Pathfinder 2nd edition. Welcome to the next evolution. Just like playing on the whole, like, one D&D, next evolution of D&D thing. Just totally announce it. That they're, and the thing is as far as the audience is concerned, they wouldn't even see a difference.
I'm not gonna
They would see no difference, almost no difference.
They don't tune in to see which die you're dropping.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's not what they
They want the story.
Right.
Yeah, they're there for the story, the acting, the voices, and all the storytelling, all that cool stuff.
Correct.
D7.
7.
The D7.
Yeah,
I got a bunch of crazy dice because I had a gift card from Amazon with some money left on it.
I think they did the right thing with their response. I'm not upset with. There's nothing that they could say at this point that would benefit them until there is
something's locked in.
Until there is a new game license that is locked in and that is in concrete, in stone as to what it's going to be. They're not going to say anything.
Why would you?
Not to mention, when Critical Role switches over to Pathfinder, it's going to make it so much better for people like me who spend their entire time just screaming at the thing. You're like, that's not how the rule goes!
Dude,
right.
If they sometimes flub rules in 5th edition, they're going to...
I know.
But no one will know, because no one knows the rules.
And I'll just be screaming at it the entire time.
Once it gets to like somebody trying to stay hidden, and they're trying to figure out obscured or concealed and all that stuff, it's pretty complicated in Pathfinder 2nd edition. Like, I was reading the rules on that, I'm just like, oh my gosh, okay, I'm gonna have to come back to this later.
I like the way they're designed.
I got a little bit
I think they'll
overwhelmed.
take a little getting used to.
Just
it.
trying to figure out how to make
the idea that certain
people flat-footed.
senses can move you from I don't know you're there to I know you're there but not where, and some can move you to I know where but not exactly where. The idea, I like that idea because it gives you, well, like the gnome. one of the gnome branches has you can use smell like most people use hearing. I don't remember the exact, an imprecise sense. So I can use smell to say they're in that hex. You know, is one of the, and that power is kind of a cool, without being majorly overpowerful, is kind of a cool ability.
Yeah, Paizo is smart because with the orc, they're setting themselves up to be the go-to company for third-party content creators.
Except that they're smart enough not to do it on their own, too.
No,
They got a half a dozen companies that are openly saying,
Right.
none of us own this.
Right,
Yeah,
they're all
We're
like,
putting it together as a
yeah,
group
putting it
so
in a
none of us
trust.
can screw it up
right,
later.
it's in a trust, nobody owns it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
no,
let me tell you. So my legal representative in this whole thing is the exact same company that Paizo's using.
Yeah.
That all of
the
those,
Azorius,
the Azora law, right? So
Azora,
I have
yeah.
the exact same representation.
Oh, yeah.
And I was copied in on an email from
Yeah.
the principal lawyer, Brian Lewis, of Azora Law,
Mhm.
and he was just sending out. I'm not going to say what was in there because we're
Yeah, yeah.
recording.
Yeah.
But he sent out an email basically, to people, right?
Yep.
And like on this email, right, he was asking for them for help in this whole situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I crap you not, dude. This was like the who's who of companies and people on
Sure.
this email list, and there were people responding back from like all of these big, huge publishing companies, big conventions, people that run like the biggest convention in the U.S. responding back saying, "We're in, we're going,
Yep.
we're going, we agree, let's go, let's go."
That's
It was
everything
like,
I gathered, too.
It was like the who's who of publishers,
And they're all just like-
and they're all
Yep.
on board with this.
My
It's
weird
like
days.
Wizard somehow managed to like get all of the disparate like publishers and like YouTubers and stuff who sometimes don't like agree with each other, and they somehow managed to like unite them all into
Yep.
like one
It's
solid front.
that video that Double Crit Fail made of the
I remember
Avengers.
seeing that when I was
Have
younger.
you
The
seen
golf
that?
ball, the D100.
The
This
Double
one
Crit
doesn't even
Fail on
have the
YouTube.
weight
He
in it
made a
that usually
video of the
Oh, this thing will never stop.
Oh yeah, I did watch that.
of the Avengers
I did
scene
watch that,
where
yeah.
it's Hasbro is.
I was in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were Meek.
I don't even know who that is, but yeah, I was.
It's the guy with the bug guy with
Yeah,
two
the
eyes.
bug guy with
He's
the
from Thor Ragnarok.
I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
The
But-
sword hands or whatever.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but it's basically that. Why would you piss off the world's the world's rules lawyers?
And the,
Well,
cra-
and
the crazy
money.
thing is they
That's
they
true.
pissed off all of like people like me who have like audiences and stuff.
Right.
You have D&D Shorts,
Right.
who's
Right.
one of the biggest YouTubers
Right.
in the D&D niche,
Right.
one of them.
Yeah.
And he is fired up,
Or mad as
pissed
hell.
off, making videos. You know.
What's funny
So
is
it's
when
awesome.
this whole thing happened, my wife's a contracts attorney.
Uh-huh.
So this whole thing happened. She's like, "Wait, they think they're gonna replace OGL?" I'm like, yeah. She goes, "They don't understand anything about IP apparently because you can't have an open gaming license for 20 years and then just be like, nope, like you can't do that. You set a 20-year precedent. You have to, and by when you make something for that company, you have a tacit agreement with them. So you made it something under OGL 1.0. That means you and Wizards have a tacit agreement. They can't then change that agreement without your agreement. Like
Which is
you've
why they
made
wanted
something
to get
for
more
them, you didn't
signatures
agree
on
to
it.
the change. They can't just make that change.
That's
Right.
why they
Also
were
in contract
sign
law,
it.
it's this or that.
Right,
Right.
right.
So they can't just take it away.
Correct.
I hope
Without actually
nobody
giving you
signed that
Correct.
thing.
Like I said, they have to. It has to be
Oh my
an
gosh.
agreement. Once you've made something for them, you and Wizards have an agreement, and therefore that agreement can't be changed without both of you agreeing
So-
to that change.
I was talking to one of my friends who was involved with the entire OGL thing at the very, very beginning.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and he was telling me that Wizards of the Coast, the way that you revoke like a license like that is you issue a blanket revocation of it, right? What you don't do is you don't create another license and slip the revocation or the unauthorization inside of that and ask people to sign. So what he was telling me is he was explaining and saying, Luke, they know they can't revoke it in court. They're going to lose. They
Correct.
can't do it. So
Correct.
what they're trying to do is they're trying to get people to sign the new license, which has wording in it
Yeah.
where you voluntarily revoke
Like I
your
said,
license.
That's that.
you know?
That's that two-way because you're agreeing to
Right.
it. You're
Exactly.
agreeing
Hoping
to
to
the
get people
change.
just to agree to the
Yep.
change.
So everybody that's like
Agreed, yeah.
worried that the 1.10A 1.0A is going to be like revoked and stuff. Like, you know, Wizards might try to fight it in court and stuff, but what they really want to do is they want us to voluntarily give it up.
Yep.
Because if they
I
go
have
to
a D2
court,
somewhere, but
it could be very bad for them.
It could be very bad.
They could lose, but further than that, the judge might define other things that they currently
Correct.
try to copyright and say
Right.
IP, and he might say, no, you can't even copyright that stuff.
Yep, exactly.
And it could
It
get
could go-
worse.
it could
It
go
could get
worse.
worse for
Yep,
them.
absolutely.
And the other thing too
Not
is
wrong.
that there's a thing called law called what is it called? not fair claim or a fair basis, but it's like a, oh, dang, I have it written down. There's a term in
use.
law, not fair use, but it's a term in law where like good faith.
Oh, good
So, like,
faith, yeah.
So Wizards of the Coast right now, what they're doing is not in good faith, which means that it's completely out there. It's not legal at all, and they're doing something that's wrong to basically squash other people's rights. And so if they go to court and the judge rules that what they're trying to do is not in good faith, they could have to pay all the legal fees of everybody else involved because you know it's like you're trying to do something that's completely wrong and you have no legal basis, but you're still dragging people to court and creating all this headache.
Well, the thing that blows my mind the most is Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast were the ones who originally created the open gaming
minis,
license.
No.
Because Hasbro bought Wizards of the Coast in 1999, and they were owned by Wizards of the Coast. D&D was owned by Wizards since '97.
My wife is going to be here in 3 minutes. One of the key elements of Savage Worlds is something called bennies.
Called what?
Bennies. So bennies are
Like benefits.
usually represented by some kind of token. And
Usually $100 bills.
you,
That's what I understand.
you will that token is usually then given back to the GM in exchange for doing something. We'll talk about what those things are. Basically, they're re-rolls, right? So you could, if you roll badly, or if you want to soak a wound, that costs a penny. Or if you want to become unshaken, shaken's a status that happens basically where you can't act, but you're not wounded. You get wounded, but not enough to hurt you, but enough to make you not be able to act. So you spend a penny to be not wounded. So everybody starts with 3s. Some of you may start with more, but I brought these to represent the bennies. When you spend a penny, you can choose to eat it. If it's not your thing, you can turn it into the DM. I'll happily eat it. But you may eat it yourself if you like. I brought some almonds in case anybody was not a gluten person or whatever. Please take 3 pennies each. I'll be right back.
So what, are you allowed to tell us what like era we're kind of set
Yes,
in?
I'm going to do that momentarily.
Okay.
I'm grabbing the stuff for it.
Okay, cool.
That's what I'm bringing in.
Where'd you get those candles?
One of my patrons. So check this out. I have a patron. I forget her name. Hold on.
Don't say that on stream. Jeez, man.
Yeah, she's gonna watch this video now and be like, that
Okay,
asshole
so-
does not know my name.
So, dude, I have like
I know,
4,000 patrons.
I'm gonna go support
you
How would you
Roll.
not say candles?
So, no, check this out. Her company is called Firelight Fables Candle Company. Firelight Fables Candle Company. And you can find her on Etsy. And she makes these homemade candles, right? And they have wooden wicks in them. And they're made from, this is Dungeon Delve, and then she has Dark Forest and Noble Manor. And
Cedar
wicks? I'm not sure what kind of wicks they are, but they smell amazing. And like, they're just really cool.
Benny's. There you go.
So see, I
does
gave
look
her, there you go.
Would you like some
But you don't
chocolate
remember
bennies?
her name, so you know. I'm not gonna eat mine anyways. It doesn't matter.
Go. Did she send those or did you
I
buy
bet
them?
Dungeon Dudes would remember her name.
We are the Dungeon
Dudes. You got it.
We know. All I gotta say is Luke
Well, you
wasn't
got your
editing
tagline.
these.
They've got theirs.
Yeah, that whole part's gonna be cut out of the video. The first time he ever edits a gameplay.
Every time like somebody says their name, it just goes.
We are the beep.
We'll voice over her name in.
Totally
I'm gonna go
unsynced.
find your name now, you jerk.
Luke's voice totally unsynced comes into the video.
You know,
Her name
I
is.
feel like WotC got away with it relatively easy the first time because the internet was still kind of new and
Well, there wasn't nearly as many people who were relying on the OGL the first time.
yeah.
I mean, there were people, but it wasn't like
Yeah.
it is now.
yeah. When they tried to do it with 4th edition, the YouTube and the internet, I don't even think YouTube was a thing quite yet at that point.
It wasn't to me,
1997.
but that doesn't mean much.
Yeah, but
I'm sure it existed or something similar.
You know,
but-
there are still people in the community, in the Lansing area, in the gaming world who still don't know anything about it. I'm like, do you live under a rock? How do you work in the industry and you don't know anything about it? No, I mean, I'm like, how do you work kind of in the industry and know zero about what's going on?
All right.
It's
I don't
it's
work in the
baffling
industry,
to
so
me.
I don't have to. What's funny for me is that when the OGL came out, I was not a fan of it. I don't. So I'm glad people make money off of it. I hated the fact that every time I bought a book, I had to look to see if it was just a D20 book or if it had a new cool system I could learn. And it drove me batty because I loved buying the new book system. I finally got all of my role-playing games and board games at home organized. I actually have them all on now Google Sheets because I had how many do you own? I had to find out. So now I know how many I own.
How many?
I own 626 board games, 27 I bought.
Wow! Holy
and
crap, dude!
209 role-playing games spread over 743 books.
The impressive thing to me is never the amount that you own; it's the amount that you know about them. It's not,
and I can't play any of them with a little review.
That's what I'm saying. That's the bananas part to me.
A few minutes, but
the bananas part to me isn't that you own 600; it's that you could play all of them.
Yeah,
that's what's crazy.
A few of them I would have to reread.
Yeah, yeah.
Create a mashup game.
I play enough that my gaming table doesn't fit in my gaming room anymore, so I had to move out to the main basement so I can fit more bookshelves in my game room.
Dude, I have a guy that I go play board games with like about once a month or so. I don't know if you're busy and crap, but
It would depend on the once a month. But.
yeah, well we're doing it on Monday, but I'd have to talk to him first and stuff. But he has tons of board games too, and a lot of times it's just like the two of us. So anyway.
So, did everybody? Well, you can take some betting. Make sure you do it before we start the games.
I already ate one of them.
Figured that was gonna happen.
I ate all my.
I thought there might be.
Can I go
some
again?
Benny eating.
Can I be lucky and very lucky so I can have 5 of them?
So, right. So,
I'd prefer if we use $100 bills.
in the year 2001, the Catharan first invaded the Earth.
I remember that.
The Catharan were an alien race that combined the nasty looks and demeanor of sort of sharks and alligators. The big nasty teeth and big fins, and in fact, that's what most people call them, were fins. The Earthlings dubbed them that because that's kind of what they looked like. Now, we live in a world where that right now to us might seem scary, but in the world that we are now going to play in, we live in a world of superheroes. And those superheroes intervened. They came to our aid and they fought back against the Finns. During this invasion, they didn't expect such superhumans to come from the works, but they did, and they fought them off and they fled back into space. 10 years later, they returned for another invasion. During this invasion, they brought a monster with them called the Overmind.
Overmind?
The Overmind. But we were able to keep them from bringing the Overmind online. And so once again, Earth prevailed. And then in 2021, they returned again, and this time, they were ready. The Overmind was active before they arrived. They were able to remotely get it going. And so, even our greatest heroes on Earth were almost brought to their knees. But from space came another group of ships. These were called the Visori.
How do you spell that?
That's V''S-O-R-I.
Ooh, a fantasy apostrophe.
I do love those fantasy apostrophes. Catharan also has one if you'd like to know where that one is.
Oh, where?
So K''T-H-A-R-E-N.
Oh, I had an A in there.
Oh, yeah.
I actually have an apostrophe in my name, Trevor. It's
K
apostrophe.
T apostrophe.
Yeah.
H.
I thought it'd be TR apostrophe VOR.
You just replace
Trevor.
a vowel with an apostrophe.
Yeah, anyways.
And you have a fantasy name.
It's a fantasy name.
Joe is
sorry, you
spelled
said-
J-O apostrophe.
You said it's
So-
K apostrophe.
It's yo.
The Visori from space contacted us and said, hey, these barbarians are wandering the galaxy trying to conquer, and we will help humanity overcome them because we don't like that they're doing this. And so, along with Earth's greatest superhero team, which was called Alpha Force went into space and joined with the Visori, and they were together finally able to push back the Finns and the Overmind. Earth cheered.
What was the team? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Force.
Oh, Alpha
Alpha
Force.
Force,
Yes,
Canadian.
Alpha Force.
So not Delta Force with Chuck Norris.
That's
Totally
correct.
different.
Alpha Force
Totally
are
different.
Canadian.
Earth cheered as cameras around the world showed the Champion, the leader of the Alpha Force. That's his name was Champion. So Champion shaking hands with the general of the Visori following the defeat. They were, showing that we united races can come together. So dancing in the streets erupted. There were big galas being held all around the world. The Vasori ships were coming in. People were cheering, waiting for them. And that's when the Vasori opened fire.
I was waiting.
Yeah.
We all knew that was.
The Vasori, having gathered all of the world's greatest politicians, the world's greatest heroes into one gathering in many cities, were able to take out almost all of them in one large attack.
So they did us a favor.
They what?
They did Earth a favor. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, the heroes weren't as great. The politicians
Politicians are
maybe.
gone. We're good.
Politicians.
Heroes are insufferable.
We can make new heroes.
Well, you know.
Look at my abs. I've got 9 of them.
And heroes never die. They just
Abs
die.
on abs.
As the screaming and fires were all around the streets and people were running, the Finns began to beam back down as it became evident that the Vasori had enslaved these barbarians, and they in fact now worked and served them. Earth's governments were subdued. Its streets were flooded with Finns to keep people in line. The Vasori aren't often seen on the streets. After all, they are the overlords. But in this chaos, almost all of Earth's superheroes were destroyed. But there was one group of people that were overlooked. And that was Earth's supervillain.
That was us.
Yay! Rob the banks! Rob.
Suicide Squad.
Heck with that. I don't want to.
They never comprehended the idea of supervillains. And so they didn't understand that these people were still there. They never comprehended that such a thing could exist. Thus the villains of Earth have started to try to figure out their place in this. Some have said that they don't care, that they've cast them aside. And some have said that if world domination were going to occur, it wasn't going to occur by some fly-by-night Earth usurpers.
We got some Gramesian square action going.
And thus the Earth's only hope
Anti-hero, villain, anti-villain.
is its darkest villains. Taking back the Earth may be usually a hero's job, but today it is a necessary evil.
But can I have light powers be the darkest?
Alright.
So you can look at these characters. I'm going to pass these around. These are all characters. These are all super villains.
That's sweet.
That's awesome, dude.
Oh, each one of them is.
Each one of
I'm
them's
gonna
different.
murder hobo my way through the fins.
So
I'm gonna be any different.
there is a sixth one as well, so that you guys can choose from. I have answers to a lot of questions that we're going to have to go through before we obviously start. So they all have backstories. Page 1 is what I just read you. Page 2 is the character backstory. And I can talk about them in short order
Is
if
this-
you prefer that.
This is a skill-based system, right?
Yes.
Not class.
It's all skill
So
based.
how?
Correct.
So if I look at my thing and I see skills,
So
If
skills
I-
aren't going to matter as much as for this guy as like your second page.
my
So to
second
page 2, those are your superpowers.
superpowers.
Right, and that's what you're kind
So
of
wait, Savage Worlds is like a superhero game.
It's not. It's a base system.
It's universal. So our
That-
superpowers.
there's all kinds of games built off of it.
Oh.
They even have a Pathfinder Savage Worlds. So
Okay.
Savage Worlds Pathfinder, Savage Worlds Rift, Savage Worlds.
Okay.
This is Necessary Evil. That we're
Okay.
So,
Wait, is Savage Worlds Necessary Evil a superhero game then?
yes, that is.
It is.
Savage Worlds Necessary Evil is, yes.
Oh, dude, I love superhero games.
Yes. So Necessary Evil is a
I didn't know it was like a superhero game.
Thought about buying mutants and masterminds.
Palladium had
Yeah.
The Palladium Might.
had
Lady
super
has
villains.
Heroes Unlimited.
Heroes Unlimited, and then they had
I think they
the
had a supervillain supplement for it.
yeah.
So in this,
Not
you
that
will
one,
find.
Palladiums.
I can go through and tell you that way in case you guys want to horse trade or whatever, decide who's playing what. There is. I originally named her Miss Mind Machete, but Mind Machete. She is a. Or she. It doesn't have to be a she. Obviously, you can change whatever you prefer. But I just made her a she. She is a mentalist. She has a very powerful brain. And you can see she has a backstory that explains why. But she is not. She's a little bit squishy. But you got to think of this like you think of any superhero genre, right? Like if so, you have Doctor Strange, who's a super smart, very but if the Hulk put one hand on him, he would be squished. Yeah. He just can't because he avoids it. That's kind of the idea. So you have people who are mentalists who are squishy. There's also a speedster in here, and that speedster is
Motoman?
no Leadhead.
Sam Shank.
Yeah, Sam Shank, who's Leadhead. Yeah. So Leadhead's a little bit cheesy. Leadhead has a quirk that he likes to insert his name into things. Like I put that under his quirk there that he likes to. One of his catchphrases is "Let's get the lead out and head out." something like that.
Is there a reason I don't have a fighting skill if I've got teeth? How do I bite teeth?
Who are,
I got dark water.
Darkwater should have fighting.
Unless it's listed somewhere other than skills. Climbing, healing, intimidation, lockpicking, notice, shooting, stealth, survival, swimming, and tracking.
You should definitely have
No
fighting.
fighting ability.
If it's not on there, it should be at a D4. I remember him. I built him.
Four?
So,
How am I
yeah,
going to fight with a D4?
because he doesn't primarily fight. He uses it to eat.
Oh, I primarily do.
You primarily know things. You primarily can slip into places. You're
Alright.
quiet. You're thiefy.
I got.
And again, it doesn't have to be you, but
Meh.
Mong. I got
Mong.
Mong. Mong is a Chinese national, and with that, he is all things communists. And if you speak out against Mong, you will be censored. But that's a superpower.
You have to talk with a really offensive accent.
I.
let's not.
Oh no.
Oh Lord.
Are you speaking against Mong? Wait.
I just know you would be the
So
one.
you should have a
that
D4,
should
I
do it.
remember, because it was only for feeding primarily. He doesn't usually.
I may have.
He's a thief. Like that's his whole bit. Is he's sneaky and quiet, even though he's like vampire. He's not strong. He's
So can you talk archetypes real quick? So speedster.
Yep. So there's a speedster. There's a brute. That's what he's playing.
Well, that's what.
That's what Mong is anyway. There is a mentalist, which is what you had to look at. You have Sol Invictus. Sol Invictus is a shooter. He's a blaster. I don't know how else to word that. Like he has a ranged.
Stay at range and shoot crap.
Yeah, exactly. So he's a blaster.
What is he, like Deadeye?
No, Sol Invictus. These guys have backstories that kind of explain them, but he's a former god.
Yeah.
So,
Motoman here.
Motoman is a like a cyborg.
Professor.
His idea is he's very like hacking. I'm trying to think of how to word like he does a lot of his like engineering, a huge engineering skill and a huge repair skill. So his thing's all about like fixing things and inventing things too. He has the invent skill, I believe, right? Motoman does.
I mean,
Or not invent skill, the invent power, superpower.
Are those what special abilities?
Yeah, there should be a list of special abilities. There should be invent in there under Motoman's, right?
Did you
Yes.
hand these to us
level
randomly?
3
Or?
mimic the other.
No, I
powers
just
by
handed them out.
invention.
Okay.
I just randomly handed them. You guys can look at them, decide I like this one, I don't like this one.
So if anyone plays Motoman, it should be him because
Yeah,
he would have an understanding of the other powers.
true enough.
Though
I did. Oh yeah. By the way, I did
I am
include their
seriously
powers on a sheet. All the powers that matter. Not all the powers, but all the powers that matter in general. Not everybody, for instance, has included. There's a super ability. Some of you have. I didn't include it on all of you. I only included it if you had. There's a special. It's called Not Today. And if you have Not Today, you have it included because Not Today allows you to spend once per session. Use your super ability to mimic a different ability. Basically, because you're so strong, you're able to withstand a big blow. Or you're able to like push yourself into like a speed that you couldn't normally do. Or
I punch
so.
the air, which creates a fireball.
Right. So this system is also specifically a little generic. And that's on purpose. It's a storytelling system. So that means that if you think you want to try and do something and it's not written on your sheet, let's talk about it. Like there's probably a way to do it. And in fact, part of, let me get out the other books now. Part of what's listed in here in the Superpowers Companion is something called tricks. And tricks are, things like, one example that they gave, which I really liked, is if you're super strong, so you don't necessarily have a ranged attack, something that the Hulk does all the time is the clap, right? Like, boom, right? So that's something that you could do with a trick. Now, a trick's at a -2, usually. That's how that works. You have a -2 because you're not usually a shooter. You're using your strength for it. So you'd make the roll at a -2. It's not something you're used to doing, but it could be amazing, right? Could do a lot of damage. So, one thing you also need to know about supers is, as a super, you only take damage from heavy weapons because you're a super. That's your you can just withstand bullets. Just ping, ping, ping. Everybody's able to withstand that because you're a super. That's your life. You take a bullet. A regular bullet doesn't hurt you. Now, mind you, regular bullets that was found out a long time ago. So regular bullets have since changed. A lot of people carry, what are they called? They're basically super bullets, right? They do 40 times the damage. They also cost 100 times the cost, but so not a lot of gangers have them. But.
Cool.
So this necessary evil book, you don't necessarily need this one. I'm going to keep this one with me, but this is the one that if you have any questions about. Now I did attach your powers, but this is where a lot of these questions might be. For Mong, for instance, I attached the strength sheet because Mong doesn't usually do heavy damage with what he does unless he uses a lamppost or bigger. So I know it says actually 1,000 pounds, but I decided that I think a lamppost is big enough to do heavy weapon damage. So
Classically.
yeah. So I figured as long as he uses a lamppost or bigger, he does heavy weapon damage. So. Otherwise, his punch just, you hit them and they might go flying across the room, but it doesn't necessarily damage a super. You can hit them with a tank. They may not take that damage. But if you use a lamppost, you got just enough, and it'll actually hurt.
I have a question.
Yes.
It says here, my weakness. Is that on contact or a proximity?
It is contact.
That is contact.
So specifically,
okay.
like it hurting you.
Okay.
That's really, yeah.
So touching necessarily, because
touching is still like gives you the heebies. You don't want to.
Okay, that's why I wear the gloves.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so it's more like if they with something made of glass,
or even if something like shatters and it gets into you. Like that's enough.
Okay.
So you want to avoid that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Psychotic.
So
sense of justice.
the monologuer, is that anyone else?
Sol Invictus.
How does that work with the monologuer?
Mom. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, the hindrances.
Right, but what was the you said?
So how is that?
Monologuer.
Is that everyone else suffers a -2?
Oh no.
If the action card is a club, or
No, just you.
just me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're busy talking.
You're busy talking. You monologue. That's your hindrance.
talking.
If you get a club as and we'll talk about how that works. That's how initiative works.
Yeah, I forgot to bring a deck of cards.
So I brought a
with me.
deck of cards with me.
Okay.
We only need one.
Okay.
But how initiative works is I'm going to deal you a card. And that card will go from ace to 2, and there are 2 jokers in the deck as well. Now, and the way it goes is reverse alphabetical order. So spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs. So that's the order. So spades is the best. Ace of spades is the top card, except for jokers. Jokers are the best cards in the game. And what jokers allow you to do is go whenever you want. You can go first. You can interrupt an action. You can wait, see what's going on in combat, decide now I want to go right now. And you get a +2 to whatever action you do. So jokers are the best cards in the game. And whenever anybody's dealt a joker, we reshuffle the deck.
So pocket a few jokers when nobody's
Yeah.
So, anybody want Motoman?
Yeah, Motoman is pretty good. He's like I said, he's a
Robot?
engineer.
Build stuff on the fly?
Yeah, he builds stuff on the fly. He invents stuff on the fly. Yeah,
So he
I
gets
like
it.
this guy, but I'm not like Motoman too.
yeah.
I think I'm going to stick with Mong, because then it allows me to use my baritone.
Can I take a look at that if you don't end up using?
I'm not picky.
I like the speed guy, but I'm also not picky, so I'm fine just keeping this one. But if anyone wants to be a speedy guy,
Oh,
I like that he's clueless, so bad at common knowledge, but
Yeah, yeah.
curious about everything.
He's curious, but he doesn't learn anything. What is that
and
about?
has so many questions and not understanding
Not
answers.
understanding any of it. Yeah, exactly.
Oh. So in other words, don't expose him to the internet. Clickbait would be his downfall.
He would be lost in Facebook land.
Yes, he would.
Watching a 43rd video that makes no sense. Practicing his pause game or whatever the current trends are. Mind Machete. She has better fighting than the Darkwater does.
She does.
Oops, I lost Mong's backstory.
Darkwater is supposed to be the investigator, the quiet, sneaky This is Darkwater, by the way, if anybody ends up playing it.
Do these all come like that with those bases on there?
They do. These are actually for a particular game.
Is it HeroClix?
HeroClix.
I wondered, I'm like, those HeroClix?
They are.
So we're not going to use the special things in the bases then?
No,
No, it would be very different.
it would be very different.
It's a good game, but that would
It
make
is,
it very
yeah.
different. I haven't played. I've got dozens of minis because I used to play it a lot, but I haven't walked on. Oh, I've got command and natural leader. Cool.
Yeah, that's
Mind Machete.
yeah, Mind Machete. She's basically the de facto group leader.
With a lot of notice.
Yeah.
Pretty good persuasion. And a stun gun.
Oh, this is her. I made one of the lanterns because she's red-faced and has gloves. That's Mind Machete.
I don't think so.
I can't find. I'm gonna have to replace the mini because the one for Motoman, if anybody plays him, I'm missing his mini, so I'll have to replace it. That's fine. Got that one. That one.
Penalty for
I
unskill.
can't find all the either. I must have lost it. I had the coolest mini. I'll have to bring it next time. It has like a bullet.
So what did you call him? Bullet?
Ooh, Leadhead?
Yeah, Leadhead.
Oh yeah, Leadhead. Is
So-
that it should be on the sheet, right?
It's on this one. I have
On
one.
the Leadhead sheet?
Oh, you have Leadhead. Okay.
Oh, that's Motoman. Motoman is, yeah, he's a cyborg. He does engineering, on-the-fly inventions.
Kind of. So basically,
That'll actually be
Cyborg
for
from DC.
Leadhead.
Sounds like,
Oh.
sounds like at least.
He's a little bit of a cross between Cyborg and Batman. He's also rich. So
Okay.
that's the other thing he has.
What is
is-
super?
And he has a mental illness too.
and he has mental illness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that.
So a lot of you will notice something like you are vengeful, or you are. These are things that made the villain that you were. You just kind of like.
They've missed it so far. She seems not too evil.
Right, and some of you were pushed into evil and didn't want to be evil. And,
Team transport.
Sorry, she has mind. Not
yes.
Repulsor left.
like a illusion.
Yeah, so that's the other thing Motoman is he owns the team's repulsor lift.
What's a repulsor lift?
It lifts repulsors, obviously.
Obviously.
That's repulsive.
Only in certain
So
forms.
I will let you know
Sometimes
that
it's propulsor.
we are scripting the beginning of the game, and so you may not have your repulsor lift right away, but you will get it. It is yours.
This is cool.
I'm assuming I don't have So I haven't done much with supers. If it's activation, I assume that means you have to make a roll.
Right, so let's talk about those. So I'm going to go through, yeah. Some of you are going to have, when you have superpowers, some of you will have little traits next to them. These are important. It may say contingent. Yours says device. The reason why that is because you notice you're a normal man. Most of the
I
time.
don't know what you're talking about though. What superpowers?
So on page 2.
Special abilities.
So you have like super, strength, agility, radiation, flight.
What says device? Where does it say device?
So yours says, it should be under body, yeah, right here. It says,
Oh, right there it says
yeah,
it.
device.
Okay.
Right. And the reason why that is because, I don't know if you read the backstory, but you have to have that jewel. And you have to say the word before
okay.
you become Sol Invictus.
Oh, okay. I got
You're a body, you're a normal human until you do that.
Oh, okay.
So you become Sol Invictus. You like, it's kind of like Shazam.
Shazam, yeah.
What Shazam embodies.
If you don't mind, I think I am going to play Motoman.
Okay.
Who'd you have?
I had Mind Machete.
Which
I
you now
think he's
have?
looking at
I
it.
don't have to keep it. I'm still just reading because she has a lot of cool powers.
She is cool.
But if someone else is like, I want to be a psychic, I'm great with that. I'd be happy with Darkwater.
I don't know, not knowing this game, if I want to be the de facto leader of the group. Just saying.
Right.
Feature my little minions.
This is pretty close. I had a metal one, but that's sort of inhuman.
If anybody
looking.
wants to check out Mong, he's like the beef.
Are you rinsing the psychic?
He is. Mong is
I'll
in
read
fact
the
the
second.
beef.
Give me a ball.
We have the beef.
So I noticed that
D12 plus
8s
4.
and 10s are crossed out.
That's just because it's supposed to look like the die that it is.
Okay.
That's all. It's just to make it look more like the D8 or D10 die.
Now, there's some fighting skill.
Yeah, Mong has some fighting skill.
Why is this parry only a 7?
Because, actually, I don't know why his parry's only a 7, but it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Should be a 12.
Make it a 20.
No, it's fighting plus 2. At least that's what it usually is. Jam
Parry, I didn't do it. No. I had an auto calculator, so it could be wrong. It could be wrong. For real.
Unless I'm misremembering, I thought it was your
I
fighting
don't think
plus
it is
2.
fighting plus 2.
It
But
used to be, but again, I know they changed it just enough that
right.
it might be off the system.
So this says, I'm looking at one of my things, and it says
Yes.
page 20, but I go to page 20, and it's just talking about the racing.
What is
oh,
a
that's
superhero?
because that's probably talking about not Explorer's Edition. So sorry about the reference. Because that's the full book it's probably referencing.
Oh, okay.
But we can talk about where that's at. Give me just a moment here.
I might be able to find it.
Yeah.
So Supers 2014.
2 plus half
grade
your
5.
fighting.
Half fighting, that's what I did. So that's perfect. It's only I'm gonna raise my fighting to a D12. It's the first thing I did. More fighting is more funny.
Yeah.
Is there a Supers book?
Yes. Oh wait.
It's funny
This
though,
one.
with super strength, it still isn't strong enough without that post. It makes sense. It's just funny.
He's
Can't
strong.
quite hurt you by hitting you, but I can lamppost you and then you're.
It's true. And that was me bumping it down. They said it had to be 1,000 pounds. A lamppost doesn't weigh that. So
Hit you with the building.
I bumped it down. I'm like, that's dumb. Like, come on, a lamppost should be enough. Like-
Well, if when you rip it out, the concrete, some concrete comes
right,
with
comes
it,
with it, or
and
yeah,
then you're like
exactly.
That's a
swinging it.
functional one, yeah.
Because they're like they said it takes a massive tree is what like the minimum for a heavy weapon. I'm like, come on, no, I think a lamppost is good enough. personally.
Did you keep Mong's background or is it somewhere?
Do I have it?
I don't know. I don't seem to have
Are
it.
you
Oh,
using
yeah,
for
I
your
think it's
game
like on the
the,
character sheet.
Pathfinder
Oh, it might be.
Pantheon,
Some
or
of them were
the
short
Ebron
enough that they
Pantheon?
didn't need a background because it
Okay.
could fit on the character sheet.
Ah,
Yeah, Mong is a
Then I'm
hybrid.
gonna have to figure out what is.
That's why his race is half orc, even though that's not.
I
legit.
figured it was.
Yeah.
It
If
was
you,
a version.
yeah,
of
if
it.
you go, I mean, all of the Ebron stuff is on a wiki on the internet. You can just look it up and find all of the different deities and stuff.
Okay.
Does anybody have
I need.
any
I
other
need.
characters?
I need the like.
I've got
the
Dark
dwarf
Runner.
What's Dark Runner?
Dark
Runner
Craft
is the
Digger
sneaky-
creation.
He is.
Undead.
Yep.
Atlantean.
If you
He's
look it up,
Atlantean
you'll find him.
vampire.
The Pantheon's a little different than like Forgotten Realms type stuff.
Okay.
You'll probably find something that works.
For Everon? So we're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a good fighting. He should have a D4. Unfortunately, it didn't mark it, but all he has is a D4 because his fighting's really just used to feed. Mostly, what he does is sneak around. He has a mist form. He's sneaky.
Do you still want me to run a 2 week? Okay.
Absolutely. Yep. That way, we'll get used to a little bit.
Right.
For when we get to mine.
How many weeks do you think we'll go?
This should be just 2. That's what everybody else been doing. So we're gonna just do
This guy comes
just
with
do this
extra
week and the
cookies.
following week.
Yes, he does.
2 games.
That was one of the pluses. He
I
has
figured
extra
this
men.
game would be a little settling in, a little learning the rules,
Yeah.
and the next game we'll pick up and do the kick the adventure into gear.
I can just pick up 2 tons.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I included the strength sheet with him because it was important that you see how
So-
much he can actually lift.
So how rich is rich? Are we talking like Bruce
So you're
Wayne
not,
rich,
nope, you're not
or are
filthy
we
rich. You're
Tony
just rich.
Stark?
I would like to
rich?
play
So
Mong,
Bruce
if I
Wayne
could.
is filthy rich.
Okay.
I'd like to play Mong.
Tony Stark is also
Did you want to
filthy.
look at this one?
Okay.
So you're rich, which
I don't
means
know if
that
I
you're
know.
like
This is one. Speedy.
Oh.
Lead
you're like Lex Luthor rich, where you could own a corporation, but you're not like Batman rich, right? Like Lex
Okay.
Luthor was pretty rich, and he could do a lot of stuff. But you notice he didn't like own everything, or wasn't able to do everything like Batman.
Yeah.
Owned all the cool tech, like so. It kind of the
You're
yeah.
probably more comic book
Oliver
Tony
Queen.
Stark. Oliver Queen might be good.
Yeah.
Oliver Queen, yeah,
Yeah.
Oliver Queen rich is a good one. Yes, that's
Okay.
a good. That's a good analogy.
Okay, cool. So rich enough to where I don't have to worry about like buying things.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, just general
Okay.
stuff. Now, there are exceptions to that. Remember the world you live in. It is hard to acquire some things no matter how rich you are.
No.
Because the Visori are constantly patrolling and they try to keep you down and they try to, you as in humanity, they obviously, again, they recognize now that there have been villains crawling out of the woodwork, but they don't think your view is a problem. So
I'm assuming my stun gun would work on a super,
Yeah, stun guns work on anybody.
because I don't have any heavy damage.
No.
It's not
Stun-
that I'm built to damage things, but
What are you playing?
if I'm Mind Machete.
Oh yeah, Mind Machete, correct. You're not built to damage things at all, correct. But it would, yes. You can stun. The problem usually is getting through their
I'm built
toughness.
to
But,
let Mong damage things.
yeah, Mong damages
Mong?
things.
Punch it!
Is this something I punched before?
It wouldn't matter. I have mind control. You have a D4 smarts. Punch it!
You think you control my mind, but I
All right,
tore it out
so-
before it came.
Let's hand me a character who nobody's playing, and I'm gonna walk through the characters with you so you can get. All right, so as I mentioned, page 1 is the story already. Page 2 is the background of the character. Page 3 should be the first page of your character sheet.
He looks like a bullet. A red bullet.
With actual lead there, so he's suffering from lead poisoning.
Oh yeah, definitely. Some sort of mental disorder.
On this, you will see, and here's the things that you need to know. The reason why we're going to go through this. So you'll see your attributes at the top left, and right below it are your skills. Right? These are important because these are the things you are going to use throughout the campaign. Right? So I might tell you to make a strength roll or an agility roll or whatever, or a climbing roll or a lock picking roll. Now, when you make any roll in this game that is not damage, you roll a wild die. Wild die is a d6. So you always roll, if you have a d4 in something, you roll a d4 and a d6. And you take, and every dice in this game explodes. Every dice. So, you roll a d4 and a d6. If you roll a 6 or you roll a 4, you roll it again. We can go over that again if it comes up, but pretty easy. So, every dice in this game explodes, including the damage ones, but you just don't roll a wild die with the damage.
Boy.
So you roll a wild die with everything you do.
So is the wild die a good thing, or is it?
It's a good thing.
Okay.
Because it gives you an additional chance to get higher. So if you only have a d4 in something, you technically always have at least a d6 in something, because you're always rolling the wild die with it. Okay. Now, if you don't have a skill, and I tell you have to make a skill check, and you're like, that skill's not on my list, then you make what's called an unskilled check. The unskilled check is at a -2. So you have a d4 -2 and a d6 -2.
Unless you're me.
Well, right. Now, there are some people who are so knowledgeable that they don't have unskilled, or they get bonuses to unskilled.
The term is
Gifted, correct.
Can I use
So
my
that is a
strength?
superpower called gifted, because she is so smart, there's nothing unskilled to her. So,
Can I use my strength to program computers?
in a way,
You can use your strength to end the program.
correct. Yeah, you can end the
Like-
program.
Control C.
Or
Control Alt Delete.
smash. Control C. Exactly, right. You did hit Control and C at the same time. So, and most of the frame. So, so yeah, let's walk through this. So we did the skills. Pace is how fast you move. So I think you have like an 8 or a 10.
It says special.
Okay, so you have normal pace is 6. You have at least an 8 because you have swift-footed. But then you also
Oh, it says D10 running die. Is that
right. You have a D10 running die. So everybody else, if you want to run, how it works in this game is running is not a set number. So like if you have a pace of 6, you roll a D6 to run. So you add whatever number you rolled, and that's your run. So you could, if you have a 6 and you roll a 2, you actually go 8. That's your run. You roll a D10 for run because he's a speedster. That's what he does. He's fast. So, yeah, your normal pace should be 8, but it can be significantly better. It also depends. I think you have an activated power, but we'll get to that. So, so then parry is the hand-to-hand combat, right? If I'm gonna try and hit you, I gotta go against your parry. I gotta roll against your parry to hit you in hand-to-hand combat. Now, range combat, you'll be happy to hear, Mr. Range Guy, is much more deadly in this game. Because range combat is target number 4. Target number 4. If I get a 4, I hit you. If I get a 4, I hit you. If I get a 4, I hit you. Unless there's a special circumstance. And sometimes there is. Sometimes you're harder to hit because you have a special ability or something. And then usually it relies on their toughness. But 4 is the target number for any range. For most things, 4 is the target number. So like for skills, if I'm asking you to make a roll something, 4 is usually the target number. But for range, 4 is the target number. For melee, parry is the target number.
I don't have a parry skill.
It's not a skill, it'd be right there.
Oh, parry number.
Yeah, parry
It's all
number.
based on your
Gotcha,
fighting.
gotcha.
And then you have toughness. Now, toughness is once you take the damage, I roll the damage, it has to get through your toughness. So, like for instance, Darkwater has an amazing toughness. It's one of the things is he's undead, so he doesn't. Toughness is 9. Yeah.
He's very hard to hurt.
He's
because
very hard to hurt because he's undead.
He's a zombie.
Yeah, he's a vampire. He
Vampire
doesn't,
zombie thing.
like you can take damage, it just doesn't really bother him. So
That big hole.
yeah,
You have to aim for the head.
right. So he's very tough. So that's an example. And Mong is also very tough.
What's your top?
So
9.
I'm a 5.
Now, what does it mean with the
6.
parentheses?
So yours is because if you didn't have your armor that you wear, you would be a 2.
Okay.
Your armor makes you a 7.
Okay.
Wow, you're a 2 without armor?
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's a skull.
part fish.
All he is. Without his outer body that he built, he's just a skull with a brain. So
Think RoboCop.
So his background,
But
and you guys can
more
share backgrounds
takeaway.
as you like.
RoboCop
But
without
his
the
background is
technology.
basically
Just
that he
Pile of flesh.
he got. I'll let him explain the rest of it. But he got wounded, and as soon as it was life threatening, and he saved himself with this technology he invented. The problem was the technology was not perfected. So even though he was able to save himself, his flesh rotted away. So he didn't have anything left of his human form after he was done saving himself. So let's walk through hindrances real quick. Everybody should have a handful. Some of you have 3, some of you have 4. Just depends. Those of you who have 4, generally you have 4 because I gave you extra power points. So that means you have a little bit more superpowers, but you traded a hindrance for it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Explain that one more time for me.
So hindrances, yeah.
Bad
Yeah.
things.
Some
If
of you have 3,
you're
some of you have 4, and that's why I said if you have 4, it's probably because I took extra power points for you. So you got additional abilities, but had a hindrance in exchange for it. So some of these only affect certain things. We can talk through them.
I'm still listening. I promise.
You're fine. You're all good. So like some of you may have allergies. Some of you I know some of you are overconfident. Some of you some of you are psychotic. Because you're villains, you just don't have like a good sense of. But it doesn't mean that you can't be a good person sometimes. Right? It means that you have a reason for being the person you are, which is why I wrote all the backstories I did. Because you have a reason for being the thing you are. And that doesn't mean that you always have to be a bad guy. But it does mean that sometimes, who's my hero turned bad? Who's the one with the overdeveloped sense of justice?
That would be me.
that
I have
Motoman?
an overdeveloped
Yeah.
sense of
So
justice.
Motoman has trouble distinguishing crimes. Motoman thinks of himself as more of a good guy than a bad guy. And so Motoman, for instance, I'm giving an example so people understand. So Motoman might, for instance, say, that guy murdered that lady, I'm going to squish him. And then Motoman might also say, that McDonald's worker robbed her of $1, I'm going to squish him. Like, he doesn't quite separate the levels always very well of, what deserves.
There was a jaywalker.
Right.
The city must be
Exactly.
destroyed.
Right. Sort of a RoboCop gone bad kind of.
Have you ever seen College Humor's Batman? This is a
Yeah.
gun.
Yeah. So no, that Motoman is a good example of a RoboCop who doesn't quite. He thinks of himself as pretty good.
An on the edge cop. who
Really,
lives
just
on the
really
edge.
like questionable with some decisions he makes. So whether or not he should really be shooting that person.
Yeah, it's for me. It kind of reminds me of RoboCop if RoboCop didn't have his Prime Directives program.
Right. Okay.
And yeah.
So our hindrances, I want to go through these. Are there questions? Wait, before you ask the question, the reason hindrances matter. Playing these gets you bennies.
Oh.
So play up your hindrances, you get bennies.
I have a
And
delusion, but
remind me if you do it and I don't catch it, be like, hey, just FYI, that's one of my hindrances. I just played up and that way I can reward you for it.
I have.
It's not the only way we reward bennies. I might reward bennies for good role playing, that sort of thing too. So.
If I comb my hair into a fin shape.
Nice. Nice. All right, what?
I have a delusion, but it doesn't say what her delusion is.
Yes.
So I can't find it.
Her delusion.
It's a minor, so it's not a
yeah,
huge
that
deal,
was
but-
why I remember specifically not filling that out because I wanted to work with the person who played her. So her delusion was sort of, since it was a minor, if it's a major, I'm going to fill it in. If it's a minor, I felt it was a little optional. I'm like, she has a lot of ways she could go with that. So come up with something creative that you'd like to do for a delusion. I'd be willing to buy it. So.
Do you care if are these ours to keep?
Mind Machete.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
I've
I
got-
can
I've
write
got 'em all
all
at
over
home.
it if I would like to.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I mean, invisible friends are always a thing.
I got these all printed or in a database at home. So
Now this says for my edges,
Yes.
I have luck +1 Benny. Does that mean I start out with one
you
more?
do.
You start with an extra
All
cookie.
right,
You indeed,
baby.
Hey,
Start out with one more.
Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
You trade me characters just for one cookie? One second.
1 second.
So I can get.
No.
All right. So yes, does anybody else have luck? Okay.
Luck.
I think you have the ability to share bennies, right?
As a natural leader, yes. If they count as men under my command.
Correct. Which
That was going to be my next
Maybe that could be your
question.
delusion, thinking you're in charge.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know what her delusion is.
I'm a former god, so you're not
Yeah.
in charge of me, dude.
What's your smarts?
What's my smart?
So it says here,
8.
starts off with an extra edge. Where are edges
So
listed
you
here?
you have your edges on the right hand side.
Oh, okay,
under
I
your-
see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so both of those are an edge. The
Yeah,
rich and the MacGyver.
And the MacGyver, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I have poverty. We'll be good friends.
Yes. Yeah.
So-
yeah. Yeah. You're just you're a low level mafia guy.
Yeah.
It's like-
I'm dumb. I don't have any money, but I'm gonna take over
But
the world.
the thing about the speedster that you're playing, and this is what I'm also want to make sure you're clear on, so you can use this correctly, is you have multiple actions, and so you also have an activated power. Now, those of you who have activation powers, the reason why these matter, activations. If it just says, wait, what's the word for it's not activation? It's
Requires activation.
Is that requires activation? So yeah. So when it says requires activation, that's a free action, right? Why does that matter if it's just a free action? It matters because the game turn, and again we'll get to all this when we play, but the game turn is such that you can only do one type of action per turn. You can do multiple actions, but only one type of action. So activating a power, you can do one of those per turn. Hitting somebody, you can do one of those per turn. Shooting somebody, you can do one of those per turn. So you can do hitting and shooting. Now the difference is, if you take more than one action than outside of the free action. So if you're trying to, let's say I'm trying to punch somebody and shoot somebody over there, I'm a -2 to each. If I want to punch somebody, shoot somebody over there, and try to intimidate that guy across the room, I'm -4 to each, all three. So I can do 3 actions. They're -4 to all of them. So, or if I'm doing 2 actions, they're -2 to all of them. So they let you do multiple actions in a turn, but they cost. They're
So
not
my
very
extra
easy.
doesn't have a penalty? Is that what you're saying?
Right, you get 1 extra action that does not have a penalty. And why that matters to you is because you have a required activation. So you can activate your power, you can run, you can hit them, and then you can like run away, and like you have like multiple things you can do. So you have the ability to activate a power, run and hit them, activate another power, like within 1 turn. So you're just fast. The other thing that you have, which is really cool, is the it's part of that, and I don't remember what it's called, but it's I attached it to your powers list. It's basically the ability to do something that takes multiple actions, take 1 action, or multiple minutes, take 1 minute, or multiple hours, take 1 hour, or something like that. It's under your speed, I believe. It's the additional.
I'm gonna enjoy playing this character.
Cool.
Is it my super one?
Yeah. Did you find?
This is
Give me a
gonna
look
be
for
fun.
okay, fine.
So these here,
Fast action there, maybe? I didn't quite get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, it is fast action. Yep. Under fast action there, it should say what you can do there. That's under your extra.
these pages kind of go into more detail of what your
Correct.
specific abilities do.
That's correct. That's why
Okay.
I attach the ones that are important to specific abilities, so you can look at those specific abilities that affect you most.
Cool.
Because some of you will have like, you might have something that's like a melee attack, and maybe I didn't include that, but that's because that's listed here. You don't need to have a sheet that says that you have it listed here, so you don't need an additional sheet to tell you that.
All right. Let's get started.
So
Yes.
I don't see like a list of equipment on here that he has.
Yeah, I wondered if they did not list the equipment, because he has a lot of equipment.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
So, That may be something I just have to have you write down. I mean, see, you're right. He does. Let me grab that for you. At least I have the character where I can easily access it. So. But the problem with the printouts is they're sometimes a little goofy. So give me just a moment to get this so I can log in.
Yep.
How do I know on the speed table where I sit?
Oh, you should have. Maybe I meant to highlight that. You are, you're a Mach 1 runner. I know that.
Also 12 points.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So it says here ignores 1 level of wound penalties.
Yes.
Okay.
So when we get into combat, which we'll talk to, yeah, basically when you take your first wound, you can see here
So
on
it's
your
like
first
damage
page,
reduction.
right? You see how your first page here? Well, not exactly damage reduction. Your first page here has. Remember, I said you can only take 4 wounds.
Uh huh.
So you have -1, -2, -3, and incapacitated.
Okay.
On your first page. So when you hit that -1, you still don't take a -1.
Okay.
So you're okay. And then when you hit -2, you're only taking -1.
Okay.
So that's what that means.
All right. Cool.
And it's because you're mostly metal.
Yeah.
You're not really affected by wounds as much.
So I'm thinking her delusion is
Yes.
that she believes images in mirrors are actual live beings that watch you.
Nice.
Since she's affected by glass,
She is. Yeah.
she's affected by glass. She sees mirrors, like things in mirrors, as actual dangerous, potentially dangerous, certainly spying creatures. None of you would know that because she would never admit it because they might hear her admit it.
So edges are
More, they're like feet.
static. They're not something that
Correct.
can be
They're
activated.
static. Yeah. Edges should not need to be activated. Yes.
So these guys count as under my command?
No.
Well, my question, one of my powers lets me basically give you my bennies if I feel that they're beneficial to you.
Give me.
But you have to be under my command to do it.
Right.
So if you're not under my command, that suits me, I'll keep my bennies, thank you.
No one commands me.
Oh, well.
Then I keep my
I'm going to
bennies.
use
are-
all my
you are
bennies
in-
immediately, and then I'm going to keep making you give me
You
yours.
can't make me.
Oh, I can.
You are a natural leader. That's
Yes.
how that falls. So you, when it says under your command, that is generally believed to be under your command. They don't have to be saying they're under your command, and you can choose if that's true or not. You can totally choose whether or not to give your bennies to somebody.
Oh, of course.
So long as the blood flows while we hang out, you can lead me anywhere.
That's what Mong sounds
All
like.
right, so here we go. I got it up here.
I use my mental
Gear.
powers to give him nosebleeds so his blood flows a lot.
So part of your gear is on the ship. I don't know if you looked at that. There's some gear on the
And then I
ship.
punch him in the face.
Your nose. It's
I'll
gonna
punch
give you a
myself in the
constant
face.
bloody nose.
Punch
I mean, I
myself
can
in
do
the face.
that.
Did you? I'm sorry. Did you hear me?
You can't hurt yourself
You're
without
not.
without
Part of your
a
gear's
pole.
on the ship.
Oh,
The propulsor lift,
Okay.
wherever that's at. Part of the gear that you own is on that.
For anyone who wants
There is like
Net gun, rebreather, stealth suit,
Yep.
'Cause I have a
stealth
lot of
suit.
powers.
Okay, auto grapnel. Okay, I was like, because it says here that like tools for repairing and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that something that's just like integrated into his?
Oh yeah, yeah. Again, you're a MacGyver. You're a.
Okay.
That's part of your MacGyver thing is you're just able to like, you'll find things around that act as screwdrivers or act as wrenches or like you're able to just do that.
Okay.
And again, that's part of the system here is like if things are a little confusing and they don't make a lot of sense, that's okay. It's a storytelling type system. So I don't expect you to like have everything worked out. If you say, like for instance, in your case where you're a MacGyver, you'll find things around. Now there are exceptions. For instance, your invent has an exception on it. Your invent has an exception because you can only do that if there's the right material around. So you can't make a computer out of wood. You can't make I'm trying to think
famous?
like a roaring fire out of metal. Like that requires something to burn. So that's kind of the idea. You can invent things, but you have to have the materials nearby. So it doesn't have to be the exact materials. You have the MacGyver bit, but you can't have, like I said, it has to be close. You can't have wood to make computers. You can't have that sort of thing. So
Okay.
okay. So items you have. You said you already had the net gun, right?
Yep.
You have your pulse pistol and pulse rifle on your character.
Yep.
Stun gun. I think that's on your character too.
Yes.
Do you have your 2 power packs?
No.
Is there gear written anywhere on here?
I don't.
I don't see
so.
gear anywhere.
Auto grab.
I don't think I'll be
No.
using
No.
Oh, it should. You should. There should be gear on the first page, isn't it? Page 1 in the middle.
With weapons and attacks, I have.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, gear up above.
Okay.
Yep.
Pulse power packs.
Yep.
I got $100.
So that's the
Rifle
gear.
power packs.
Yep. You have all that gear plus what's on the boat, the repulsor lift.
Okay.
You have all
First
that
thing we
plus
need
the
to do
repulsor lift stuff.
is
The
Robert-
reason
Okay.
why the stuff's on the
Robert-
repulsor lift is you can't carry all of that all at once. On
Yeah,
your
no,
person.
that I was asking
Yeah.
about like the tools because it says
Oh, yeah, yeah.
specifically
How about
in
we
the,
go in and
in
murder
the,
everybody in the bank, and then
the,
incidentally post the
construct.
cash.
Yes.
You do the
For
money, I'll collect the
healing.
cash. I'm good.
Role requires tools and
Yeah.
spare parts.
Like I said, yeah. Don't sweat. You're a MacGyver. That's what you
Okay.
do. You find stuff to fill in those gaps.
You know, I've
So, yeah.
always hated bank tellers.
Why?
He hates everyone.
Well,
Okay. I have the character sheets up. if
that
anyone
is
needs
not
any.
true.
And
Everyone living?
at level 3.
I haven't met everybody. How should I
I
know?
guess something that might come up, although it's not a huge matter. I know
Yes,
I have
but
the
that's
telepathy, which lets me talk to all
Okay,
of my
on here it
allies.
only shows so invent it's 2/level.
Right. So that's the amount it costs. Is 2 per level.
Okay.
So you spent 6 points on it, so you have 3 levels of it.
Okay.
That's why. So if you read through it, it should explain.
I assume since it's only friends and allies, they can turn it off if they don't want me talking to them.
For what?
Telepathy.
Correct. Yeah. You can. They can shut you out. Now you could push through, but that's a choice.
Well,
you make.
that would be more mind control.
Correct. Yes,
You-
it would be.
you will
It
let me
would be. You
control
would
you.
be mind control.
You
But I'm
will
just
let
saying
me
you
talk to you.
So the idea here is, yeah, you can mimic any.
What's its range?
A mile.
I can get a mile pretty quick. I can get away from you.
You can invent things to mimic other
I don't want to listen anymore. I'm in Florida.
powers, right?
I mean, the advantage is that I can link our minds all together so we can all talk to each other mentally
Correct.
without having to speak out loud.
Ha! I'm immune.
Because he has no mind.
Because he has no mind.
It's in there. I'd like to surround myself with lesser matters.
Right. So invent 3 lets you mimic up to level 3.
You kind of have to. right?
Oh, more.
Is it abilities or
There aren't many
powers?
non-lesser.
That is
I
The reason my mind
That's what
may
it
be
looks
lessened
like
is because
here,
of
yeah.
the
Let me take a look at it real
my
quick.
skull.
Because I look at the book, but he's got the book.
Better
So
to
it
beat
says-
things to death with.
I've always been impressed by your might.
Create a device that mimics any power in this book. So right. So you're going to want to spend a lot of time with that book.
That's the name
Because
of
you
the
can, you
device.
can create up to 3 points of powers by inventing a thing that does that.
I cannot imagine
Okay.
in my life.
You
without
also have
them.
on the fly, meaning that
No
your
one is more
device,
essential to me
you
than
can
you.
change it out as an action, and you would make a repair roll. So in other words, you could change it from like a teleportation device or something
Always
to
grateful for your
blasting device. So
Indeed.
that's
like
your.
instantly. It
Well,
just-
it takes an action.
No one can
So
make
it's
it
one
rain
to learn.
blood like I can.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And what better power or ability
I'm
to
trying
have than making it rain blood?
It's because you're smart enough to have all this stuff built in to know just all I have to do is tweak this and reprogram this real quick and type these in and then boom, now I can do that.
cool.
But it's up to 3 points of. So anything that costs 3 or less, you can mimic. So yeah, you should figure that out to start what your starting
Shocking,
device
I have
is.
a halfway decent vigor.
I basically just burn everything with the sun.
Correct. You are the radioactive
That
power
sounds
of the
effective.
sun.
I like it. Good thing we don't have what's his
He
name,
was
dark
the
guy here.
Canaanite god of the sun. So
Uh huh. Ashira.
And how far the mighty have fallen.
Yep.
it's true.
I was just thinking it's really good we don't have you and the vampire together.
True story.
He has an allergy to
Oh,
sunlight. I'm like, go away!
I
God
almost
of the
thought
sun
about
and a vampire.
there's a an edge in there that I almost thought about having them both take dynamic duo.
That'd be really funny.
One day twin
the
powers,
vampire and the
activate!
sun god, like
What does the dynamic duo do?
it just they fight better together. They get
They blow
better
each
just
other, they
fighting
have
together.
boosts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Under 10 powers, activate!
Right.
Form up the blazing sun! Shape of a pile of ash!
Yeah.
Or bust into black hole sun.
There you go.
You know,
All
murder
right.
everybody
we're-
with monotonous music.
where in here would be the?
Oh, here, I'll give you the easy one to look at.
Okay.
The easy one to look at is right here, power summaries, and then if you look at right, the little parentheses number, that's the cost. So anything that has 3 or less.
So basically, the device that I make can copy one of these.
Correct.
Up to +3.
Up to 3 points, right? Anything that does 3 or less.
Whole place smells like pizza.
Okay, it says on here that construct is already one of the ones that he has.
Yeah, you are a construct.
Okay.
You're a walking construct. That's your.
Okay.
It's part of why you have the armor you have. Your toughness. You're made of stuff. You're like I said in your background. You're literally a part of a spine and a human skull with a human brain, and that's the only human parts of you.
So I have resistance, but it doesn't say.
I
what
can
level.
literally like duplicate one
It's
of
mind.
these.
I know what level.
Oh,
There's 3
it's just
levels.
one. It's just the first one.
I figured.
Yeah, if it doesn't say more than one, it should just be one. Yeah.
So I can literally duplicate one of these powers in here.
One of them, yes. As long as it's 3 or less.
No mind control for you.
Correct. That's 5.
But mind reading.
Telepathy is +2, or
Yeah, telepathy is-
Mind Rider is +3, so I can do that one.
Well,
Well,
mind Rider is +3. That's not a 3.
It's mind reading
Right.
with mind.
Remember,
rider,
it's
not-
only the first power. The rest of them are additions. They're not.
So it's the +1.
No, you don't want to say plus anything. It's only the number in parentheses, not plus anything. There should be a power.
What are you looking at?
Yeah.
So these are the powers.
Right.
So if you wanted paralysis, you could
Oh,
have paralysis.
okay.
Because it costs you 3 points.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
But mind reading, for example, you can take mind reading with mind rider, like I have.
Yeah, I
But
get
that's
it now.
3 to have
Okay.
mind reading alone, which you could do, but the mind rider is 3
Correct.
more, which
That's
you
the
can't.
stuff you cannot use. Right.
So you can't ride along and watch through someone's eyes like I can.
Right.
Okay, I get it now.
And with
I
a good
get
roll, you won't even know I'm there.
Right. Right.
So you'll always wonder.
it. Page 48. Let me
Who's
put
looking
that
out
on
of
here.
my eyes?
So yeah, you're gonna want to figure out what your invention starts as, what your first thing is, and then you can always change it out. It takes an action
That's the nice thing. It only takes an action. It's pretty fast.
because he's got on the fly, so
Right.
he's fast.
So you don't have to
Oh,
go back to
I'm
the
basically like the utility spellcaster of the group.
Basically. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm the artificer.
You can do little spells, not a lot of spells, because that's you're specialized in a little small amount of spells.
I'm the artificer.
Right.
Cool. I like it.
Right, as opposed to like he's a specialist blaster, he's a specialist mind, he's a
I'm a
specialist strong. Now you have like just little bits of like everything, so you can do a little of everything. So yeah,
You're the bard.
I want to
Just-
do-
Just own it. You're the
the
bard.
bard, yeah,
I think
yeah, you're a specialist speedster. So everybody else is specialized.
I am going to do the infection
Okay.
because that's
So you have like
he basically got necrotizing fasciitis
Okay.
and it destroyed the rest of his body. So
Correct.
that's basically what he's going to be doing to
you have
dispense his justice
like an
at first.
infectious, like a gun or like a ray or up to you. I mean,
Sure, yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah, well, can it be an aura that...
it can't be an aura, 'cause that
Okay.
mimics a different ability. That's in a body of energy. That's
Okay,
what he
so
does.
it would have to be like a ray.
Yeah, correct.
Like-
It has to be like, well, so what does infectious do?
So,
Let me look it up.
okay.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
let me take a look.
Yep.
So you glow like the sun.
Infectious.
I do, yeah.
I like it.
Infection.
Yeah, infection. Thank you.
I can fly, stay back, I can hang in the air like the sun, blast things with rays,
That's
Yep.
fun.
you know,
Excellent.
cower, make them cower and worship me.
I think that's wonderful. You and Mong are perfect.
Okay, so no, it can't be a radius, but it is since it's a touch.
Indeed,
so
I
you can-
enjoy
it's a
basking
touch
in
attack.
your glow.
It's okay.
and
So it's some
sipping
kind
my
of-
tan.
It has to
What
be
are
some
you?
kind of
Big dumb
device,
brick.
but whatever you use it to like touch.
Also,
Is there a
tends to
range
make a
touch
lot of-
in this?
Tank,
Yes,
tank.
but that is an additional
Brick's an older
cost.
Okay.
I think, very distracting.
So
Attracts
there's
a
no
lot of attention.
familiars in this that can deliver range touch.
No
saw-
reason that's a good thing.
Well, yeah, like I
can solve
said, range
most
touch is a
problems
thing,
with
but
the
it's an
flexing
additional
of
cost.
any muscle.
Because they
any
have
muscle.
a generic modifier called
Something-
range touch
You
attack.
can punch me as hard as you
But
want. you
that's
can't
an
hurt
additional
me,
plus 2. So if you had a power that was 1, you could maybe add that range touch attack.
Which is
to
just
it.
a
I
weird
could see
thing,
that.
but-
But since it's a 3, which
Unless,
is
of
your
course, I
max,
punch you with a
you
car.
don't have any room
Yeah,
to do
you
it.
have to
So-
pick up
so it
something
does have
like
to be
1,000
attached.
pounds.
So if I want to infect
words-
somebody, it has to be a touch.
I'll be
Correct,
back.
has to
I'm
be
going
touched.
to the
Cool.
fridge
I
for
think that's
something.
actually pretty.
Yep.
Yes, I feel like that
Picked
would
up
be
the
good
illusionary
for my
fridge.
character.
Yep.
Comes back, I got a fridge!
Yep. Okay, cool. Cool.
Yes, you're killing
Because
me
I'm
with
sure
the
his-
fridge. Such a brave Mog.
His sense of justice is more of like a messiah complex.
Sure. From there, I wrote what I wrote, but you guys take it from there. Whatever you feel like the character develops into, whatever you think, like,
Oh, did
totally
you
up
want
to
to
you.
mention critical failures?
Critical failures, okay. So,
Just because they come up.
they do. Those are snake eyes, right? So remember how you roll 2 dice. You roll your normal die plus a d6, right? If you roll snake eyes, those are critical failures. Critical failures do different things. Usually it's up to the GM, but there is a table I can roll on, whatever. But in general, I tend to make them more of a situational, right? So whatever happens there. But there is a critical failure. That's always the balance in this case for a system that includes dice that explode. So that's the balance on the other end. Is in exchange for exploding dice, you get critical failures.
Unskilled is always a default.
Where your dice actually explode.
You're correct. So sorry about the Deadlands screen, by the way. This is not clearly Deadlands.
My immersion is ruined.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm done.
Me playing
But this is a GM screen that like you
Oh,
Oh,
know
yeah,
the
yeah,
universal
yeah.
ones. Those are
pull,
kinda
yeah.
cool.
So that's why I use it because I can put whatever screens I want in it. So
Yeah, those are cool.
I did my Hackmaster with my Torg screen, so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like I care.
yeah. Okay.
That's what I thought. Aces in this just add on. It's not the Hackmaster. Add on -1. They just keep going.
They just keep going. Right now, -1. You just go.
A
and go and
D6,
go.
you can't roll a 6.
Right now. Oh, let's talk about another thing in combat. This will all come up during combat, but this is fine. We'll talk about it now. So you can't, like I said, every dice explodes. When you hit, remember the target number. If you're shooting, for instance, is 4. So let's say I hit the target number, whatever it is. It's 4, or if it's 7, or whatever. I hit that target number. Okay, that means that that person is shaken. If I get a raise, that is 4 more. Every 4 is what's called a raise. So let's say that it's Luke. He's shooting somebody. It's a 4. He actually rolls 9. Right. That's 4 is the target, and he gets an additional 4, which is an 8. The 9 itself, it just spills over. It's nothing right now, but that 8 means that he got a raise. So he got a hit and a raise, and that's. That adds a d6 whenever you attack. It adds a d6 to your damage. So if you get a raise, you get an d6 to your damage. That is where that stops in combat. So you don't get additional d6s for additional raises in combat. Even though like things explode or whatever, you can't get like 15 raises and be able to do like a bunch of d6s. So it's just 1 d6 for a raise. That's one of the rules that they were very clear about, because otherwise the game can get really
Lethal.
yeah, really lethal quickly. So, like, imagine how many d6s you could add on if you just, like...
I mean, we have 4 hit points.
Right.
Although
So-
it won't quite that way. But yeah.
So, 1 raise, so when you roll in combat, even if you get a raise, you get 1 additional d6, and that's where it stops. So, no matter how many raises you get 1 additional d6 for damage. What else? I may be forgetting some stuff. Please remind me if there's a rule you see that I am not bringing up, bring it up. There's combined attacks and there's ganging up.
Like
right?
a lot of games, if you want to do something, try it. There's probably
Right.
not a rule about it.
And if there's not a rule, I'm going to look for a rule if you tell me you want to try something. And if there's not a rule I can find, we'll make it work, right? It'll be a...
the game is built around that style.
Correct, yeah.
Do something cinematic and we'll work it out.
Correct, yeah.
I'd like to call to the sun and channel all of its energy into the Catharin and the Visari to completely obliterate them.
Yeah.
You had better not. I will
You,
rip out your guts and strangle you with them.
That
All right, we're done, guys.
It was a good try.
Victory!
And supernova.
All right.
Within reason.
Within reason, of course. Surprise is a little different. How surprise works is mostly how you expect, right? Like if you're the you're the person running in, then the people who are surprised make notice checks. If they notice you, proceed as normal. If they don't notice you, you get what's called the drop on them. So you have the drop on them. And you have the drop on somebody. We'll talk about what that means. It's +4 to attack and damage. You get some additional stuff, but you can also, and this is what's important, is you can try to just knock them out. So the idea is walking up. It's a little cinematic again. Walking up on a sleeping guard, right? You should be able to just one clock him and he goes down, right? So it's kind of easy enough.
Okay, we'll get your brother.
Absolutely.
Okay. 5:30. We're doing okay.
Time to go home.
Yeah.
Edges in here?
There
are some edges
a
in
big
there.
list of
It
them.
depends on which edge. Most of the edges are in there. So
And then a few of them will be in the
few of them are in the supers book. Most of them are in there.
There is a decent index in the back too. if you
Yeah,
try to
the
find
index is
something.
pretty good actually. Shockingly, the index.
Yes, unlike a lot of games
Right.
books which seem to have terrible indexes,
Yeah.
this one's pretty good. It's the
Yeah.
same book.
I think I
Oh,
found
same
what I'm looking for.
All right, real quick
Yes.
example. Say Leadhead. I imagine he's got guns, right? No.
No, he's a speedster.
He's a speedster.
I have a stun gun.
He does have a stun gun, but mostly he uses this.
The sword.
Actually,
He runs through you with his head.
Oh.
he has an attack that does a shitload of damage by running you with his head.
Okay, so if he was to attack me, he would roll his fighting plus his.
That's why he has clueless.
Plus a d6.
plus a d6.
That's
He's
a little bit
wild
brain
card.
damage.
He's a wild card, so it would be his fighting die plus a d6.
Plus a d6.
And take the higher of the two.
And
That's
then-
correct.
And then what would I roll
You
to
don't.
parry?
You don't roll anything to parry. It goes against
there
your
is
your
a
parry
defense
is his
ability.
target number.
Oh, okay, this is target number.
So whatever your parry is his target number. He's
You
trying to
can
hit.
go defensive if I remember
You
right.
can,
That's
yep.
why
So
that's improved parry,
defensive
right?
is you take your entire turn and you get a +4 to your parry. So like if you go before him and you know he's coming at you, you can just be like I'm fully defensive and you get a +4 to your parry and that's all you do.
But you don't get to fight
You don't
back.
get to- yeah, you don't get to
punch
fight
him back or anything.
Right. Okay.
And then my toughness is 9, which means he would have to, on his 3d6 plus his strength, roll higher than a 9.
If he
to
rolls
hurt
a
me.
9, he shakes you.
If he rolls a 9, you're shaken. If he rolls a
13, you're
9 to
wound.
12, you're shaken. If he rolls a 13, you get a wound.
Okay.
And every 4 after that is
Every
another
4 after
wound.
that is another wound. Yeah.
And
And
you
again, this game can be
You can
really
drop
deadly.
your. You can try to prevent wounds with what's called a soak roll, which
Correct.
costs you a penny, and it's
Cost
a
you
bigger
a penny.
So having a good vigor helps you soak damage if it
Correct.
comes in, and keeping bennies around. Well, that is not
So-
a bad idea.
I have a question.
Yes.
Could I create a device on the fly, like after combat situation, where they're hurting, which is one of the regeneration ones?
Is it less than?
Yeah, it's 2 per level, so it's regeneration, and then recovery is +1 in addition
So
to
yes,
that.
you could. You could create a regeneration device.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. That's literally you're the utility guy. You do all the little stuff like that. Yeah.
Cool. I like this.
Yeah, that's a great character. You're a gap filler. You do a lot of the stuff that
So
all the specialists can't do.
super edge.
Yeah. Super edge you can't. That's one I don't think you could mimic. That's too hard because that's an edge. You're mimicking edge. You can't
Super sorcery.
Maybe we'd have to talk.
Oh yeah. No. Okay.
I'm making a magic device.
Right. Like I'm technologically creating a magic device.
I'm good.
I'm willing to go for it. Worst will happen is
Cool.
we'll laugh a lot, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I'm going to take my time tonight. I had prepared a part of the adventure. I want us to go slow, learn the rules. So.
Well, let's learn combat. I'm gonna sick Mungo. Oh no.
Yeah.
Mungo on Leadhead.
Can we go around and everybody says their character names and stuff really quick? I need to write it down.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Otherwise,
Cool. All right.
I want to know what to call you.
Does anybody else need this right now?
I don't
Super's
know
book?
the moment. I'm sure I will later.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave
I
that
think I know
there
pretty
'cause
much how mine
I'm
works,
sure I'll
but-
be flipping through that quite a
Well,
bit.
you got to make new powers. You're going to need it desperately.
Correct. That's why I said he needs the book probably more than most.
Which
Whoever
it'll probably be good
Whoever
if
played
we,
Motoman was going to need the book more.
if we strategize so I can like.
Did everybody
figure
take
out what's gonna be the
bennies?
best thing to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm having a
I'm
hard
trying-
time not eating the bennies.
I slipped them out of my sight.
There's
Alright,
extras.
so
Who are you playing?
My name is Mong. I
Mong?
am big with sharp and pointy teeth.
He's part of the
All right. So Mong the tank.
Damn, smoked out, man.
Don't like getting hit, but I do like tearing them apart.
So who are you, Trevor?
I am Leadhead. It's basically like
he's got the attack ability, so he has
I was a
3d6, so-
lowly grunt in a criminal organization that
Let's
got
do this
sort
over.
of,
and that's
shut
spending
down.
a bendy.
and now I
plus
have
2 that roll,
aspirations
plus my
to
vigor.
Correct.
have my own,
So
So you soak a lot.
but I have not the talent to do so.
yeah.
You don't take damage very easily.
So if I don't eat those cookies, I will live.
But yeah, Leadhead is.
Don't eat your cookies, man, until you need them.
This guy, he has,
They're
he has
like Popeye spinach.
he has one of the feats out of the power book called Take the Hit. So,
Yeah, it's all about the routine.
I am Mind Machete.
Mind Machete.
Indeed.
Real name Danny Trejo.
Okay. And what do you?
I'm master of the mind in all ways, shapes, and forms.
A mind
Mine
master?
and yours. I also will lead you successfully should you care to listen.
Also afraid of mirrors.
In other words, she
I'm
goes
not-
first.
and she
I
never
fear
missed that.
nothing.
She never missed that.
Michael, who are you?
Motoman.
Motoman.
Yup. Does Motoman have a face, or is Motoman covered like?
No, I told you, all you have in there is a skull.
You look like
Okay,
Iron Man.
so it's
Your skull is covered by stuff. You can't see your skull.
So how would
Unless you want to. That's up to you. But I figured he probably has like a plate and like metalized. Like, so.
How would you
That's up to you.
characterize?
so we're in what 20? What year you said?
So it's
21.
2021.
yeah.
So-
No, it's 2021 happened already. This is
Way
this has
back
been
machine.
a few years. So it's probably 2025. So.
Okay, so is the
Did Kobe
technology
kill everyone?
our technology?
Oh
or-
no, it's way better because of all the alien stuff.
So he doesn't have a face, but he has a holographic projection of what
Sure.
his face looked like.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yep.
So all you see is basically a bald head, but the face is basically would be like looking at a.
But given
VR.
that it's not a superpower, you can tell it's a projection, but you can't see through it. It's enough that it's solid, but you can tell it's projected there. So.
What?
So if I'm a blaster,
Yep.
you referred to him as a speedster.
Yep.
What would he be?
Tank.
Tank.
He's a tank?
He is a tank.
Okay, what would he
Mentalist.
A mentalist.
be? Mentalist. And
So controller.
Mistress of
like
the mind.
what is Michael?
I'm an artificer, basically.
He's a tinkerer.
Yes, he's like he's
bard.
an inventor. He's like a super inventor. Like
Inventor?
yeah, he invents things on the fly. He's an engineer. He's crazy good with mechanics.
I think he's asking are there actual classes.
I don't know that there are no actual. That's what I'm saying. There's no classes.
It's just the powers you bought.
right.
So
You can call it whatever you want, whatever you'd call it, but there's no class per se.
when you were playing Double Dragon 2 and the little guy walks up next to the really, really big dude, that's my guy.
Anyway, no, so there's
Fist
no
of the North
specific
Star.
class that he is necessarily, but he is. I try to. Yeah, I think that again, like Cyborg, kind of from DC a little bit, but he's an on-the-fly inventor. He's a guy who's so smart and so good with technology that he can see powers and begin to mimic at least the smaller ones by creating something that does
Good.
that.
We can actually have conversation.
It's hard to necessarily
So
stack it as.
is the one that's filled in black what our
Yes.
on
yes.
Yeah.
That's what your current number is, your skill.
So mine's a 12 plus 2.
Excellent. Someone I can have a conversation
Oh,
with.
your mind?
Smart.
He is smart. He's very
I'm a
smart.
4. That's
I have an
pretty good.
8.
Someone I can get to do what I need them to do.
You only need a 4 to succeed. He said I can do it.
My brain is
But
bigger than all of
if
yours
I'm going to
combined.
mind control
Largely,
you,
I keep
it's
them
your
in the
role against
backpack
mine.
here, as I have removed them from my
He
enemies.
could probably beat me. You guys, not so much.
He has that boxer.
Yeah.
Repetitive.
Yeah,
traumatic injury.
exactly.
What was your name again, Luke?
Sol Invictus.
Sunny. We're gonna call him Sunny.
CTE.
With a U, of course. Or Sunshine.
Sunshine.
She'll appreciate that.
Say good morning, Sunshine.
Hello, Dave.
What's that?
Have we known each other from before? It sounds
No.
like? No, okay.
Nope, we're getting into that.
That was why I was gonna check, because that would tell you how much I told
No,
you.
you have not known each other from before. So, sometime over the last 2 days, you were captured in your various deeds that you were doing by the aliens who invaded the planet, the Finns and the Visori above them. And you were slapped in irons and specifically nullifiers, right? So your powers don't work when nullifiers are on you. This is something that they've invented. This is how they destroyed all the heroes. And so now that you villains have crawled out of the woodworks, how they plan to destroy you. So you are in nullifiers. You were wreaking havoc on whatever piece of Star City it is that you normally wreak havoc on, or if you were you're dispensing justice, whatever it is that you prefer to do. When you were picked up by a random alien sweep, that happens from time to time. Some of you were probably spotted by dumb luck. Others of you were probably ratted out by your fellow villains who hate you. That does happen. And some of you were probably ratted out by somebody who's going to have a very bad day sometime in the future.
I suspect Psycorp is behind this.
Nice. So, you were transferred from one holding facility to another. You don't know what the plan was, but you were put on an Mbuna. So an Mbuna is it's a repulsor lift, basically, right? Mbuna is the ones that the Visori own, right? So that they all call them Mbunas. That's how you came to know them. And you're zipping through the city. You all are on this transport. You are most likely headed towards one of the big man-o-wars in the surrounding the Earth. The man-o-wars are, of course, the big warships that the Visori brought. And generally that means that, well, rumor has it anyway, that what they're planning to do is take you up there and dissect you. They're still trying to figure out what makes you supers work. So they're going to pull you apart, look at your innards, look at your brains, figure out how you work.
Well, I suppose it's only fair.
It's not a lot to look at over there.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does the dampeners affect my character and my ability to figure stuff out?
So yes and no. You can't. Nullifiers are
Yeah, nullifiers. Thank
right.
you.
The nullifiers are you're still smart.
Uh-huh.
So you still have your MacGyver ability, but you can't invent. You can't
I can't interface with electronics.
Right, you can't interface
either.
with electronics. Okay. Yep. That stuff is all stuff that you rely heavily on the technology you built. So it's dampened by this.
So, for instance, my character has got a strength of 12 plus 4.
Yes.
It's probably significantly reduced because of my super
Correct.
attributes.
Yeah, the
are
super
gone,
attributes, exactly, right.
But I am still naturally strong because
Correct.
of my race.
Correct, you're still very strong. You're still stronger than the average person by a long shot. But these nullifiers are built for strong people, even strong people who are strong without their powers. So, it's not something you'd be easily able to get out of, but, I mean, if we could talk about that in a little bit here, if you want to try and rip them off, but...
What race are you?
So you all are in this compartment together. He looks just a bit weird. He's a little bit pale. His teeth are a little bit jagged, sharp. His head comes just to a little bit.
And he's got several rows.
So
My head also
King
comes
Shark.
to a point.
It does, in fact.
Because I got a bullet helmet on.
They're just your helmet.
So you're Naue.
No, he's the human bullet from the
King
tick.
Shark. King Shark.
He's
So-
the human bullet from the tick.
You aren't alone,
Maybe.
as I mentioned. There are a few other capes here. You may or may not know each other. At this point, feel free to introduce yourselves, talk about who you are, what you look like if you haven't already, and if you know each other, it's up to you. Maybe some of you know each other, maybe you all don't know each other.
Just by reputation, would I know who
Oh yeah, are we infamous?
they are?
I mean, you all are. That's that's not a trait, so it doesn't. So I'm not going to determine that. You tell me. Are you infamous?
Mind Machete is absolutely not infamous. Matter of fact, none of you have probably ever heard of her.
Okay.
Because she uses a lot of her powers to avoid being noticed while doing the things she
Okay.
does.
I think I am, but I'm very not.
Oh, you think you are? You think everybody knows who you are?
You
right.
should know me.
Gotcha.
No one does.
Gotcha.
And it offends me every time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Leadhead.
Leadhead. Have you heard of
I think
Leadhead?
about it for a second.
It is a
Leadhead,
great pleasure
yeah.
to meet you, Leadhead. I've heard many exploits of yours.
I feel like
Is it because you got shot in the
course.
head?
I like
I
try to
feel
look
like
up at my
with
helmet.
him being a vigilante who kills criminals,
I think he
and
might be a little bit well known.
I feel like I would be well known in the circle of villains, but also I feel like my character would do research on other known villains from the area and know, like, not know what their weaknesses are, but
No, you definitely would not know what their weaknesses are. People
but
hide
but
that.
a general sense of who and who
And that's
they
up to
are.
them. I will like if Mind Machete says I keep off the radar, you probably don't know her.
Okay.
She's keep. But if anybody else says absolutely you can know who I am, then I'm sure you can. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm notable for my lack of caring.
It's also notable for being looking like a Finn, but nobody says that to his face.
I'm just very irrelevant.
I would disagree. I find you very relevant.
Well, I mean, I meant that like as an out of character thing.
I don't care.
Yeah,
Whether or not you would have
might have
gone
heard
that
the
far
name
down
and
the
gone,
list.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
So I know who you are just because
Yeah,
of the
my criminal exploits make no sense whatsoever. Like, there is no plan.
He smashes the nearest thing because he
Right.
Things just went wrong. People died.
And just
It
look,
happens.
just looking at my machete, she looks like a scientist. She's
One
got a
time we
long
threw a
lab coat
car through a
on,
building 'cause it was
hair's
red.
back in a bun, pulled up.
Why are you here? You don't fit in.
I'm aware. I'm not quite certain why I'm here, but apparently I have to have a discussion with some friends of mine when we return back once we escape.
Are there like
which
guards in our
it would
space?
behoove us to do quickly.
Oh yeah, but they're shit. They're Finns, and you're well known by now that most Finns, no offense, are pretty unintelligent. They don't give a shit. They don't really care. Like, you could be talking about overthrowing the Finns, and they'd be like, "Shut up!"
They were the first aliens. right?
Correct. They were the sort of the berserk kind of crazy. Like they're not the smart ones. The Visori are the ones who are the brains.
So where are we at? We're in a transport?
You're in a transport going through Star City, zipping through Star City, but you're probably going. You feel like you're going up.
Okay.
So.
Is there like any debris on the ground or anything like
Well,
that?
perhaps let's get back to that.
Okay.
We didn't get to your introduction of your.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you guys look at me, all you see is a human in his mid-40s or so. He looks perhaps like a professor. He has some khakis on, a sweatshirt. The only thing abnormal about him that makes him stand out is that he has a large topaz set in gold, and like basically embedded in his forehead. That's the only thing that sets him apart. Otherwise, he could just be a professor at a university.
It's very impressive.
What's that for?
I'm sorry, what's what for?
Your thing.
I know this one guy, he was running away from me, so I chucked a quarter at the back of his head. Just killed him.
So
Are you daft?
Is that supposed to
Yes.
protect him from quarters? Is that what you're saying?
But it's a quarter protector.
Daft.
I think it would be
that
quite
like-
important that we find a way out
is
of
that a
here
kind of
before we
beer?
get where we're
Does
going.
Daft
as
Punk
long as you
exist
like to
in this
internal
room?
organs
Sure.
Oh,
or
absolutely.
lack thereof of where they
Let's
are.
just say I was an archaeologist and I found this. It was from
Archaeologist.
the Holy Lands, if you're familiar with it. Egypt, Israel, that's that
Jersey?
area. No.
It's quite awesome.
Sinai. Are you at all familiar with the geography?
Poison?
Right.
Cyanide? What did he
It's
say?
Perhaps later we can go over the
Imperial
geography of it.
and
For the moment, I don't know that.
Why
it's
are you
relevant.
asking him? He's daft.
senile, and
It might
he's
be-
an archaeologist.
It might be better to table this till later. We have more pressing concerns, I suspect.
Suddenly, the Umbuna flies into the air and tips over. It starts turning end over end. You all are thrown about. Now you're all kind of seated and buckled, so you're not actually thrown about. But the world is just turned into a jumble of color and cursing and swearing and screaming, and it finally comes to rest, and it is ripped open. It's just laying, and there's blood and smoke everywhere. There's a massive explosion suddenly from the pilot area. which kills the fin guards who are sitting towards the end. There are a couple of them down on your end, but they're stunned. As you try to gather your senses, you're having a hard time. These nullifiers are really, they don't just dampen super, they dampen everything that can make you, barely walk. So, but there's suddenly a familiar figure. You want to talk about notoriety, which you were asking about. In through one of the holes walks this figure holding a massive gun. There's no mistaking, this is one of Earth's most famous villains. This is Dr. Destruction. You've all heard of him. You're very familiar. He's on TV all the time.
How can I get a PhD in destruction?
What an honor to meet you.
Oh gosh.
You hear him.
Trevor's buying a new Hyundai.
He tries to buy you a Hyundai.
Trying to open my dock. and
Sell you
I'm
Hyundai.
getting
Sorry.
Stupid Amazon ad.
No, you're fine, man. He threw his helmeted mask. He says, "Do you want to live?"
Indeed, more than most things.
I want to be the last alive.
Do you want to live or not?
Yes.
And not my voice.
Yes.
You need to die.
So you don't want to live?
I know who you are.
Right. Are you? You're not. You're not. Okay. So the rest of you, he yanks out. He leaves him there.
Does he remove our nullifiers?
He does not yet.
Wait, bring the robot. Please.
I realize he is less than social, but he is quite useful, and he would be.
Well, that's fine. We'll bring him. If he doesn't answer the next one correctly, it'll be worse.
Completely understand your desire.
Can I pick him up in one hand?
Perhaps you could consider.
You're
nullified.
Oh, you're nullified. Yeah. You
Oh,
can't.
I'm not.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
You
you're
cannot.
right.
You wrote.
you would be
We
willing
need
to
him.
restrain
I'm going to
your
use
nature
his
from
body
all.
as a club.
So a number of green-suited masked minions quickly escort all of you onto another anti-grav personnel carrier that is nearby. The carrier zips away. You can see, as you zip away, you can see a bunch of forces running in, getting ready to swarm whatever's going on there. A Catharan strike team, presumably. So the anti-grav vehicle that you're on zips several miles north. And then, okay. So these green masked minions, they walk around to each of you and they slap some sort of lump of clay onto your nullifier. It doesn't seem to do anything yet. And then Dr. Destruction, as you're zipping north, he says, "You might think I rescued you because I'm in awe of your amazing powers or something. I don't know why, but you'd be wrong if you thought
I
that.
never think that. Not for a moment.
Or it may only be half right.
Well, you could all be cut into flank sticks with a sword for all I care. So really,
Oh, that's awesome.
but I rescued you for two reasons. The first is because it draws the fins away from my real target, which is going to happen momentarily. The second is because I can always use a new Omega cell. Now you are going to be my new Omega cell.
Oh, awesome.
If you want in, you can prove yourself to me tonight. That's great. You can become a new Omega cell. If you're not interested, well, let's just say you will be. At that, he slams a button on the wall, and the back hatch opens, and you all plummet. Again, you still have your nullifiers on.
This is a bit unfortunate.
Did you see?
Did he say Omega Cell or
He
Mega?
said Omega cell.
Omega Cell.
Omega cell.
It was Dr. Destruction.
Indeed, quite an interesting person to meet.
You then get a voice in your head, and it happens in this voice that I'm about to give you this speech, but the speech happens in less than a second. It is literally the speed of thought. It's caught up to your head all of a sudden. You hear, "You've got precious few seconds before you hit the ground. Since I've touched each of you, I can now communicate with you telepathically at the speed of thought. One of your few seconds will be gone by the time I finish my offer. I suggest you think fast. There is a prisoner in the holding pens named Mind Jack. You might have heard of him. He pulled the Army's diamond job last summer." I'm letting everybody write it down.
And then we splat, and the game's over.
Yeah. He's in there somewhere, and I want him. If you agree to break him up, bring him to the center of the camp alive, I'll bust out your open your nullifiers, and you can survive this fall. If you tell me to go stuff myself, I can only say that I hope you hit a fin on your way down. Find Mind Jack, bring him to the center of the camp. I'll pick those who survive up after I deal with any remaining Visori that come to fly in. Although, again, they should all be, at this point, distracted, thanks to your unfortunate accident. So, I can help you and I can show you how to defeat the invaders who took over our little playground here. Or I can point you out to them like wounded prey to a hound. It's your choice. You have 7 seconds.
I accept.
6,
Of course, I'm happy to.
5,
I'm in.
4, 3.
I'm trying to form
Two.
the image of the letter I in my head, and then an N squiggled.
You got the idea. Your nullifiers all blow open as you hit the ground. And some of you a little later than others, but just in time. And you all smack there, and thank God your super powers are back. You're able to survive. Just before you hit the ground, you utter the word, and you become...
Yeah, but right before I
Right.
hit the ground,
Yeah.
I'd like to say Ashira.
Yep.
And immediately my entire body blazes with sunlight, the gem flares, and I stop. I'm like horizontal as I stop before I hit the
Right.
ground, and then just invert like this, and stand as the sun blazes out
Correct.
from me.
Yep.
I may have passed out from using my brain too much, and go like head first straight into the ground.
Advance on his head doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Cool.
So when Mind Machete hits, she's the mousy woman in the lab coat. But when she stands up, she's an almost 6 foot tall, statuesque woman with long red hair in a bodysuit with all myriad moving and shifting colors.
So right before, I hit the ground, you see, well, basically you see Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit, kind of with his repulsor lifts, do one of these and just like float down to the ground a little bit right at the last moment.
Well, and fortunately for you all who float, what actually happens is you're about to hit a roof, and he goes right through it. So you all are able to float through
I
the
might
roof.
too, because I don't fly.
Oh, true, you go through the roof. That's fine. Again, you don't get hurt. Your last minute powers activated. You're good. And it's a pretty thin tin roof, so it was collapsed. You collapsed pretty easily. You find yourself basically on top of this building. You suspect must be this prison you were told about.
So we are on top of the building then?
Yes.
Okay. I thought we went through the roof.
Well, some of you did. But
You two are floating above the
Right.
building.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
That's what's happening.
There's
holes in the building.
I opened the door in the roof, so there is a way to get into the building.
he did open the door in the roof. Yes.
I'm gonna just start slowly floating down after him.
I think I just got hit by a house.
I am bent over, trying to stand up, but my head is stuck in something. I'm trying to pull it out.
I'll float down as I see him, and I'll grab him by the ankle and fly up and try to pull him out.
I'm going to lay out.
It's probably very easy to do.
Look, I have more bennies. I win.
Yeah, just keep throwing cookies at Kevin until something good happens.
Right.
If you want your cookies back, you will give me more powers. I just want telekinesis.
All right, so you all have landed over here.
Who's this one?
That's me.
That's you?
That's nothing like her actual thing, but that's me. 6 foot tall with, like 8-inch stilettos is what she looks like now.
So are you a Finn, then?
What did you say?
I said, are you a Finn?
I am human!
Does he look like a Finn?
A little bit. I mean, not all,
A little bit, like half.
Right.
Are you a bastard child of a Finn and a human?
I am. Well,
Think hard.
It's okay.
I hate to interrupt such exciting discourse, but we might find we have more important things than his heritage. Like the fact we're in a prison and just made a lot of noise getting here.
You did, in fact. You notice that the lights start turning in your direction.
The
Can
lights.
Vincent humans
Yeah, the lights. This is the
reproduce?
prison. So there are big lights
no.
on the outside that
Okay.
starting
Not-
to turn in.
In a normal biological way.
Um,
And I
I-
will turn invisible.
I will use my stealth skills and I will grab this toilet and throw it at the light.
Nice. Okay, you pick up a toilet and you chuck it at the light. Make a throwing roll.
Oh, I can do 60.
I was also going to blast these lights.
Okay.
It's just,
Oh wait, I already took dice.
Okay, why don't you make a shooting roll since you're shooting at another one?
I got a 10 on my invisibility.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, you definitely feel like they obviously
is
their
there-
plates are all over here.
Is
And I
there
will also be moving as much behind Mong as I can.
is there any? We're on the roof. Is there like any electrical junction boxes or anything up here?
No, not at your immediate glance. No.
Okay, is this interface? Is that a touch effect, or is that? Can I do that at a distance?
Interface is a touch effect, I believe. You should be able to look it up there, but I'm pretty sure. It's
Yeah, it says 2 hero can tap into electronic devices
Yep.
and code breaker is +1.
Yep.
So
Yep. I believe that is a touch effect. That is.
Okay.
I don't know how to make a shoot.
But it'll say it on the actual page, not on there. If you look at the
Oh.
go behind it, you'll be able to look up interface.
How do I shoot?
Shooting roll.
I don't know how to do that.
So, okay, so there should be a shooting skill.
Shooting skills down here. Wait, up here?
Up there.
So it's 12, D12.
Yeah, so you roll a d12 and a d6.
And a D6.
Right, always roll your wild die. That's your wild die.
Okay, cool.
And then you,
I have
if
to get
either of
4,
them,
right?
you have to get a 4.
Okay.
If either one of them explode, roll again. So everyone hit the top.
So I got a 13. I definitely hit. But then,
No, one or the other, whatever.
One or the
better die.
you one or the other?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh.
You're taking
The
better
wild
of
die
the
is,
two.
is,
Okay.
is supposed to be like a
Okay.
just chance.
So I got a 10. So I got a raise as well.
You
right?
did, yes.
Okay, which means I do 3d10 damage.
You do, although you don't need to roll that for this, given
No.
that it's a light bulb. Your damage, your minimum damage is gonna.
But how would it work? How would
So
it
it
work?
would work, yeah. You would roll. What is it? It's 3d10. Yeah, so
3d10.
that's what you roll.
And a
But what,
d6
what,
for the
what, what's
raise.
the raise?
If you you add a d6.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's how you do it.
And then I add them up, and that's my
Correct.
damage.
And if there's any of them that are maxed, you roll it again.
4, 7, 13. This was a 6.
Okay.
13, 14. So 14 damage.
14 damage, right? So since it's a light bulb, easily blown out. But yeah, that's how you would roll your
All
damage.
right. Now 14 damage. What does that mean exactly? Like,
So if it were,
like in the concept of like hit points and stuff.
yep.
you know?
So if it were against Mong has a toughness of 9. So if you got through Mong, you would have just done a wound to him because that 13 is toughness of 9.
Oh.
You got 4 above his toughness. So 4 above his toughness means he actually takes a
But if I
wound.
only got 2 of his toughness.
You would be shaken. So shaken is a status that if you don't quite get a wound but you get hit, that status means that you can't act during your next turn.
Okay.
You can spend a Benny to unshake automatically, or you can make a spirit roll.
Okay.
And if you succeed at the spirit roll, you unshake regardless of the Benny.
Okay, so when I'm doing this type of damage, we're talking about against basically superheroes or
Correct.
massive constructs or something.
Right, big stuff.
Something
yeah.
like a light bulb or a wall is
Right.
probably just going to get
Correct, yeah.
automatically
Well, a wall
destroyed.
is, depending on the wall can be really thick. If
Well,
made
it's
of
like
steel.
one of these walls in my house.
These walls, yes. One of these walls absolutely just crush it.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if it's like a concrete wall,
Correct.
steel reinforced,
Right.
then it would be different.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a 5 on my toilet toss.
Oh my god.
That's enough.
It is enough. You only need a 4 for throwing.
It's not like the light's dodging you.
There we go.
So I shot with uncanny accuracy. It exploded.
You did.
And
You
yours
pinpoint.
like hit the wall, ricocheted off, finally hit the bulb. The bulb teetered a little bit and then finally broke.
And shockingly,
If
both
I'm-
lights are broken.
Yeah.
What's that?
Shockingly, both lights got equally broken.
His
Nobody
was-
asked you.
His was, more entertaining.
If I'm not mistaken, I did a 23 damage to the light with my toilet. I might be mistaken.
I've never seen anyone throw a toilet before.
Wouldn't
And,
hurt.
so,
That's
and
incredible.
After he throws it, because he broke the tubes, now toilet water is like shooting up all over him.
It's true. That's actually true. Clean toilet water everywhere right now.
I say, it would be the
Not
clean
inaccurate.
Because that's the feed in.
This reminds
Might be
me,
some
I
gross
need
stuff
to,
on the floor.
I bought a new toilet. I gotta actually uninstall my current one and install a new one. I wish I had a guy that could just rip it out.
I know a guy who can
Might be
solve
harder to
toilets.
repair
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, He's actually a furnace guy and a heating guy, but he does like basic handiwork stuff like that too. So
Well, it's unfortunate we couldn't do this in a more subtle way, but I suspect we should now be moving as rapidly as possible to find
So-
Mind Jack.
These doors open, and you can see back in here.
In fact, that might be your specialty.
These are drones. Now, you all are familiar with what drones are, given the world that you live in, but drones are basically humans that have been turned into mindless, go do what you're told, and they have like implants in their head. But they're basically meant to like, they figure, you throw a million drones at a super, eventually one of them hurts him. So
I have a question about movement.
yes,
So if I can theoretically travel at Mach 1,
yes.
are there rules around starting and stopping, around direction change?
No,
Like,
you can move, attack, move, right? That's fine.
well, I just,
Um,
so I don't understand if my movement, I think my pace we said was a D8,
No, it's just an 8. Like, it's
or
an
it
8.
is an 8.
Right.
That means I can move 8 spaces in a turn?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, you can move
If
8.
you don't run.
If I don't
If
run.
you don't run.
That's just
If I use my run action,
Right.
like the special ability, use it, that activate it, that's the
Right.
word, then I can go an absurd distance.
An absurd distance, yes.
So I could theoretically do like a quick lap around the room and see what's in each room.
Yes, if you wanted that to be your action, yes. What I would do is I would give you the better of like investigation or notice, like of that, and then yeah, you could do a lap around the room. If you activate your speed and you want to use that as your action to just speed around the room and take an investigation, yes, I would give you that. So
All right. So we got some drones.
Initiative, which is
What
in
I
our card.
know,
so yes, I got
I guess you do the card, but what I know from previous experience, can my mental powers affect these things? Or being mindless, are they pretty much immune to my
So
abilities?
they're mostly immune because they just don't have a mind to get at.
That's what I was
Yeah.
afraid of.
has their minds been like wiped, or are they just being repressed, or
They're pretty much wiped. They don't have a
Oh,
mind
okay.
anymore.
So there's no way to rescue them and make
No,
them.
there's not. No.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not rescuable.
Is this drone? Is this a electronic, mechanical?
Not exactly. No, their brains were replaced with some sort of electronic feedback to make them think. But the brain's an electronic, but it's not. You're not going to be able to affect them with a like a reprogramming or anything. They're just mindless.
Okay.
Yeah. They only know one thing, and that one thing is whatever they're told to do. And in this case, they were told to make sure nobody comes in. And if people come in, they're going to attack you. And that's what they're intended to do. All right, so we're going to do initiative. So I'm going to give everybody a card. Remember, the rules are, again, we'll go over them when we go through combat, but the rules are ace through 2. Ace is the highest, 2 is the lowest. Other than Joker. Joker's always but Joker doesn't have to be the highest. Joker is go whenever you want. So, and it goes reverse alphabetical. So spades, hearts, diamond, clubs. Okay.
If you play hearts, it's hearts order.
That is the lowest initiative possible.
Do they have their own cards?
So if I have the ace of spades and you have the ace of hearts, I go first.
Because spades are better.
Spades go before hearts go before diamonds go before clubs.
Got
They
it.
have the same card.
Got it.
It's a solid.
Okay.
Yep, you are just rocking with that, Jack.
So I have an 8 of diamonds.
Yes.
So you go when eights go.
Correct.
If there's
Yeah,
other
but
eights,
what, yeah, exactly. What I'll do is I'll count down aces, kings, and then when we get to eights, if anybody had like an 8 of spades, they would go first. And then an 8 of hearts, and then an 8 of
So
diamonds.
the suit then is for ties.
Correct.
Right, basically,
Got it.
yes.
Yep.
I mean, there
So
are some
clubs is the
special
lowest.
Clubs is the lowest.
Sweet.
But that
His
only
is
matters if
worse.
someone else has a 4.
Oh, did you get a club?
Yeah.
You got the 2.
I have monologue.
You got a monologue, yeah.
I did not get a
You
club.
did not get a club. All right. So, any aces? Any kings? Okay, I think you got the queen, so I think
Queen.
you're first.
Yeah.
You don't have an edge.
So-
better initiative.
I do actually.
Somebody
It's-
does, yeah, I was gonna say, but his
if I
he has
get
to
a
get
5 or
lower.
less.
Okay, it's the
I
one that lets you
discard
replace
it.
it.
I have the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I looking at layout wise? Are there are the yellower walls?
So yes, the yellow the yellow aren't walls. The yellow areas you're not supposed to go and you see the walls that are surrounding the black, right?
Oh, okay.
So in this case, these were doors. I just didn't put them up. but these doors are open now.
Ah, so I
yeah.
see this.
You do see that.
So I can move 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which lets me go to it. 5 gets me to the first one. I could theoretically do my pummel. Your character can pummel a foe with a multitude of quick strikes. This is a normal fighting attack, consuming the speedster's entire actions.
Yep, it uses your whole action to do that. Yeah.
But I have 2 actions, so it uses
Correct,
one of
it
them?
uses one of your whole actions to do it, yeah. You use a free action to activate speed, and then you pummel, and then you have another action left, so yeah.
What are some examples of what that could be?
So, you could use an action for defending. You could move into a defensive stance.
Okay.
Have a bigger parry. You could.
Are there opportunity attacks?
Yes, but you don't have that. There's a specific feat for that.
But like moving
Edge.
away, theoretically, rule-wise, could provoke.
No, you cannot. But if you move away, you are not going to provoke. That's why I said there's an edge you have to
okay.
take to allow that to happen. Otherwise, you can't. Provokes don't happen unless you have that edge to do it.
Gotcha.
So they don't happen.
So they
naturally.
might, but
They might.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll pummel or whatever I said it was called.
Yep, pummel is correct. Yeah.
If the pummel is successful, add the penalty. Others need to hit the speedster to his damage roll. How do I determine if a pummel is successful?
So
It says +1 next to it, but I don't know what that.
does it have the rules in there? Is that what you were looking on that page?
It just says your character can pummel a foe with a multitude of quick strikes. This is a normal fighting attack.
There you go.
So
Okay.
you roll fighting
Right.
and whatever your fighting die is, and
And a D6, yeah, not plus a D6 and a D6.
6.
Take the better of the two.
Yep.
Apparently I didn't put. Oh, that is it. Okay. So a 6.
Yeah.
So you could roll that again, or is it
No.
on this?
No, it's on the
okay,
end,
okay.
yeah. So
But
that
it's
is successful.
Well, yeah, but it's versus their parry, but it is successful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. And then it says if it's successful, add the penalty others need to hit me to the damage, which would be 6. That's the attack penalty at Mach 1.
Yep.
What is my normal damage?
So your normal damage should be on your sheet there, right there, like your.
Oh, just from attack?
Yeah.
Strength plus 3d6.
Right. Jeez.
Plus 6.
See, he doesn't. As opposed to strength, everybody else has a big strength. He just does so many of them.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So you should have your
What is
strength
my
die.
strength?
Strength die also. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so another d6.
Yep.
So your strength die plus 3d6 more plus
Yep.
6 to whatever you roll.
Plus 6 to whatever you roll. Exactly.
10, 16 plus 6 is 22.
22.
I'm thinking he might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's gonna go down for sure. So yeah, he goes like you just pummel it like he's just you guys see a flurry like it's like literally just like you only see like every 15th fist like you don't even know what you're
Sprays
saying.
of blood all over the
Yeah, it's
wall.
just all of a sudden the guy is just like beaten to the ground. So,
And
so that
then
happens.
I kind of cheekily wave at the next one and I
Yeah.
give him the finger and then I'll back away and like
Nice.
defend.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll go over here into this bathroom.
Okay. Cool.
So you said I could use the action to defend. Does that give me some sort of bonus
Oh,
to?
you know what? I don't think that strength plus 3d6. Do you have another attack?
I have unarmed. I have attack melee and I have.
Yeah, your unarmed is what you should have used there. Your attack melee doesn't go with your pummel. That's your head.
Oh, I couldn't find the head attack.
Yeah, that's your head attack. Is your strength plus 3d6.
What is that one?
That is just your
I have whirlwind.
it is literally it's literally melee attack. It's a power.
Oh, okay.
There's a power called if you look at your power sheet called melee attack. Not that sheet. Your that sheet.
Attack melee. Close
Attack
combat
melee.
attack.
Yeah, yeah.
Contingent.
That's your
-1.
head.
Heavy weapon 1 requires activation
Right.
-1.
Right.
So could I just have done that instead?
Yeah, you could have done that.
Okay.
That's what we're learning the rules. So I figured
You wouldn't have
I'll
got
give you
the
that one.
6 damage.
You wouldn't have gotten the
Which
extra 6
didn't matter in
damage,
this
which
case.
which did not matter. You did more.
3d6
well more than
plus strength, or 3d6 is plus strength is probably better than strength plus 6.
Right. So you're okay. You still would have done that much damage, but that's basically when you want you ran them with your head. You do the strength plus. The pummel
Gotcha.
is just your unarmed, but then you add 6 to it. So, but then you don't use your head to hit them. So
I got you. Okay.
okay.
Cool.
So that was queen. I think that's all the face cards though, right? So
Yeah.
any 10s, any 9s. All right. So 8. That's you.
8.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to fly up into the air to about. I'll be about right here. I'm going to fly over to here. I'll be about just a couple feet off the ground as I'm flying
So you
here.
have a little thing that you can sit on if you want.
Okay.
Yep.
Just a couple feet off the ground here.
Okay.
And I'm going to. Now, if I blast all 3 of these, I have like a negative what to each of my attacks?
So
You probably can't see this one because there's a wall. Right? Maybe you could. Sorry.
well, and you can't blast 3 times.
Uh-huh.
You can blast 1 time. You could shoot
Oh,
another time.
they have to be different
You can
things.
punch another time.
Oh, I
But you can
gotcha.
take different actions. So you can only do 1 action per.
Yeah, unless you have a
Okay.
rate of fire, which
Right, correct.
like some automatic weapons.
Right, you
have
might
a-
have a
I
rate of
actually
fire,
do.
actually,
I have
yeah.
a staff of Canaan.
Might have a rate of fire.
It has a range of that.
A
and
range.
a range of fire of 3.
So you can do 3.
So
Yep,
you
you have a
can
rate of
shoot
fire
up
of
to
3.
three
So you
times.
can do 3 beams. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So maybe I just fly into the room right here.
Yep.
So that I can see all of them.
Sure.
And I hold my staff out
Yep.
and I channel my divine energy through it and
Right.
blast each of them.
Okay. 1 for each. Yep. Okay.
Now this is a range of 10.
It does.
So what does
so,
that mean?
So that means that.
No, what if I just go right here?
Yeah, I was gonna say you'll need to move 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it would be all within range.
Okay, and then I just.
First kill.
Yep.
So what do I do then?
So you will roll
I killed the
your
toilet and the
shooting
light.
plus
Well,
a
that's
d6.
true.
Shooting plus D6.
But it's 3 shooting dice, 1 for each blast.
1 for each blast, yeah. So we're gonna do 1 at a time.
I hope you win before you get
10.
arrested.
So 10.
Well, no, he
And
gets
10.
If it's normal auto fire, he gets 3 shooting dice and 1
and
d6.
D6. 10, 10, and a 6.
That's normal auto fire at least. For automatic fire, you get
You know, I don't know
3
the answer
shooting
to that.
dice.
Give me a second.
And then a
Can I take a look at
D6.
the? Thank you. I'm
Unless
gonna look
it's
at
something
attack
weird in
range.
supers.
That's what I said. I'm gonna check that because you're right, normally, but this is not. This may not be that.
I say it might be weirder.
Attack range, rate of fire,
Where do I find on here how many?
and there is no penalty for these extra attacks.
Many
No, they're
attacks
they're
are
they're
one
just. I think they're just
generally.
normal.
If a weapon would have a rate of fire, so it would then be that many attacks potentially against targets.
But the penalty gets higher the more you do.
No, it's just you don't get a d6 with each one.
Oh,
They're actually, with just automatic weapon fire, there's no penalties.
Right.
Penalties when you do a whole bunch of different things.
And there is no penalty for this, but the question is whether you get a d6 with each one. That's all.
Oh,
I'm checking. There's no penalty.
Okay.
We know for sure that that's.
That's how automatic fire normally works, but again, I know super powers may be weird. I do not know supers very well at all, so.
Yeah, they didn't quantify in there. So I'm gonna check.
Assume
real
it
quick.
works like a gun and you just go with it. But
Rate of fire.
like if you wanted to run and attack someone rather than just your normal move, then you take the -2.
Oh boy.
Because running is one action, attacking is a different action.
Well, I can do 2, but I.
Right, you
Yeah,
might-
so yeah, I get what he's saying. So you should roll 1 wild die and 3 shooting dice
Okay.
because of your rate of fire.
Or
is
D12s,
three.
I guess you're shooting.
Right, 3 D12s and 1 D6.
You take the
and you
three
can put the
best.
D6 with any of the D12s you'd like.
Basically, take your 3
Okay.
best
So like
numbers.
if it's better than one of them, you could use that in place of
Okay.
it.
Well, I know. This is what I'll do.
Yeah.
I know. I on my D12, I know I rolled a 10, a 10, and then a 4.
Okay.
And this last D6 is a 6.
Okay,
I don't know what the first 2 D6s were.
that's fine.
D12. So maybe
So-
I could just keep this one.
Yep.
And so I have a 10, a 10, and a 6.
Right.
Right,
6
except
you
the 6 you
reroll.
reroll.
It explodes.
It explodes.
Oh, okay.
Aces. Technically.
Aces.
One. So
yes.
that becomes what, a 7 then?
Yes,
So a
7.
10, 10, and a
10,
7.
10, and 7. So
Yeah.
that's what you got. Okay,
2
good.
raises and a hit.
Yeah, correct. 2
I think
raises
we
and
got
hit is
3
correct.
dead drones. With the damage you do.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so roll your damage for each, and or you do
2 D6.
they do each, right?
Typically, that's each one takes that damage.
Okay. So I have a 7.
Let's just, I was gonna say, let's
7.
7, 7,
And a 8.
and an 8. Okay, let's look at their toughness.
Oh, okay, because it's auto fire, it's less damage than the thing you did before. Okay.
It is, yeah.
That makes more sense.
It does, because it's
Before I'm like,
more
you're only doing
attacks,
300
less damage.
It makes perfect sense it would. I just,
Correct.
I'm like, whoa, that's a lot less damage. What happened?
Yeah, because he gets 3 of them. Okay. Toughness. You said 7, 7, 8?
Yes.
So, 2 of them are unfazed, actually, by what your attack was. But,
They're tough.
this guy is stunned. He's
Stunned?
shaken.
Jeez.
Sorry, Sonny, I'll help you.
Then I'm gonna, after that, I'll fly back out to here, and then I'll turn to my companions. These drones are more powerful than I would have thought.
I suspect their mindless sense makes them.
Why did
more
somebody
resistant to
tell me
damage.
that if I threw the toilet, I couldn't use it afterwards?
Because learning on your own is a valuable skill, Mong, and we appreciate that you're doing it.
You're an idiot.
All right,
That
does
is
anybody
true.
have a 7?
Does it, by the way, do I have a limited number of shots? Like 12 per what?
So, I don't know why that says that. That's, give me a second.
You gotta
I wonder
reload your
if that's
staff
the
of power.
magazine
What's
round. Or
Reload your staff of power.
Yeah, I gotta go
Yeah.
reload it.
Well,
Staff of Canaan.
I know sometimes powers do like so much in a
Oh,
period
because
of
that's
time.
not your power. That is a laser rifle, effectively, is what it is.
Is it? Okay, so it has to recharge.
Correct. You literally...
Like 12 shots per session.
But
day or what?
it's 24 shots total, and then, so you've taken 3 shots of it,
Yeah.
so you have 21 left.
Well, when does it recharge?
It recharges when you recharge it, or you get to buy a battery for it, or whatever. So
How do
you
I
can-
recharge it?
So you'd in your case, you can put like radiation into it, so you
So
can,
once the counter's over, I
you
can
can recharge it. Yes.
Okay.
It's solar powered.
Yeah. It literally is solar powered.
Makes sense.
Yes.
I am the sun.
Correct. All right, you have a 7, sir.
I do.
Okay.
So, first thing, as a free action, my telepathy, it says is a free action. Gentlemen, if you will lend me your thoughts, and I just said, not to you, but in your heads,
So everybody but me.
I link to all 4 of you and can now communicate, and you can communicate to each other purely mentally. If you would be so kind as to keep our companions busy, I will see if I can find this mind jack we are looking for. And I will take off running down the hall.
Okay.
Because none of my powers are going to do me a lick of good against these things.
Because they're drones.
They don't have brains. I need things with brains.
Right.
And I don't believe there's any power I have that lets me, like, search for a brain. Like mind search for a brain. I would be coming up empty in our group, but I can try. And yes, you can
only a
choose.
Doesn't the telepathy one allow you to read minds of others?
My mind reading power would let me do that. Telepathy is just allowing mental communication.
Right.
Okay.
And I have switchboard, which means I can link minds.
Okay.
All of you
Oh, I forgot.
can hear each other, so you cannot. I can
Put on
talk
my DM
privately.
robe.
Oh wait!
Ooh,
Oh
there
my
we go.
gosh!
I can
Now
talk
we're all gonna
privately
die.
to any of
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Whoa!
Like from the
Doctor
cartoon.
Strange.
Okay, now we can fight.
It's a D6 running die for just a normal person. Right?
So
Is that
that
is
a-
the running die ace?
Yeah, it does. I think it does. Yeah, I think
Well,
everything
well,
aces except
I think
for
so.
damage. Yeah, I'm 90% sure.
aces.
are these
Damage. Oh no, I'm
Just
sorry.
those-
Yeah, I was
oh.
thinking of D6s. Yeah, I think everything aces. Yeah.
are these control rooms here?
Yes, those are no. Those are lounges.
Lounges.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm
They're
going
guard
to
lounges.
Still invisible.
The guards usually sit there to watch the prisoners. So.
Are there any guards?
No, like so. That's the thing is, because of the plan,
going off.
many of them have been pulled
You
away.
made me useless.
You have been left with the dregs here that are
So,
not pulled towards
still
that.
invisible because I was invisible.
The
before.
breakout that you were part of.
I will be running down the hall towards me, for lack of a better thing, this
Yep.
way. And my pace is 6, and I got a 7 on my running die.
Okay, so
And I will be
Move
looking
him
for any
13.
prisoner cells, because I see nothing here that looks like prisoner cells.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
okay.
Assuming we can move diagonal.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, it's pretty much kind of how you want it's most of it. So if I see anything that looks like a control room, prisoner cells, or anything like that, I obviously I'll be watching for that. I'll make a notice roll whenever you want me to.
You just ran past it.
Well, if I did, I would obviously have stopped. I'm not stupid. I'm very smart.
You're not.
Room they're in is the only computer.
And this is a door right by me, right? I mean, do I have any idea that computer's in there?
No, you see that there's a lot of like conventional weapons in there. There are prisoners throughout some of these cells. In fact, the ones you're walking by now. Over here, there are none. There are some prisoners down in here.
Do I have any knowledge of Mind Jack or what he might look like?
Well, actually, that's a good point. Why don't you make a common knowledge roll for me, please?
That's smart, right?
Yep.
I'm really good at these.
Oh, hey, how's that work? 16.
Yeah, you've heard of him. Yep, you're familiar. You've Mind Jack. You, it even rang a bell when Dr. Destruction mentioned the diamond heist that he was part of. So yeah, you're familiar. You haven't, the ones you've seen is not him. So
I believe that's everything I do.
okay. I have a 6. I think that makes me next.
Because our 4 and our 2 are all that's left.
Oh boy.
So I don't think you're a 2.
That puts you at least a 3, man.
He's a 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's Shagus, he's about a 3, you know?
Oh, you're talking about looks. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm at least a 3.
What's the scale go to?
75.
Ace, apparently.
75.
Okay, they can't. You are not reachable.
That guy was one of those guys was stunned.
This is the guy who was stunned. You're right. So let me do that first. Let me see if he unshakes. Let's do a
Spirit.
spirit. Yeah, let's see. There we
Hopefully
go.
they have sucky spirit.
And these. So there are the difference in this. Is something you all probably don't know. Again, Alex knows, but is you get a wild die. So most of my characters will not. There's something called a wild card. That's what you are. That's a certain level of character, right? So you're a hero or you're whatever. Now some of my characters are wild cards. That means that they're tougher, right? That means that they will get a wild die. But most mooks like this will not get a wild die.
Yeah, you can tell. They usually have a name.
It is actually
Dr.
not
Destructor.
Does not
Dr.
unshake.
Instruction.
Dr. Instruction is probably a wild card.
2 are, so he does not unshake. He's still shaking. 2,
Yeah, and his die is
4,
a 20.
5, 6.
He is a D20 wild die.
This guy.
Or he just likes bombs.
5. He's gonna come right there.
Uh-oh.
He has a heavy blaster.
Oh, no.
What is this crap? That guy can't get to me.
Yeah, he's getting to you. So,
Bullet didn't go far enough.
Since I really can't do anything to them. Oh my god. I could mind control one of you to have fun playing. And
so I'm gonna
make you,
reach out and try to
consider
touch
very
you.
efficient.
There.
Uh-oh.
I refuse.
Touch.
I do not consent to your
You do
touching.
not consent.
Unwanted physical contact.
Where's our card? Raise up a card.
What is your parry?
Well, so I used an action to defend. Does that do anything for me?
Did you use an action? Yeah, so you get a +4.
Okay, so then my parry's a 10.
Okay, he does not. He's not successful then. Since you used an action to defend, he is not able to hit you. You, I am shooting.
Oh. I have crazy agility.
Just totally irrelevant.
I got a 4. Which is usually the target number for shooting.
What's my parry count for?
Your parry's for melee.
Oh, jeez.
So I hit you.
How'd you toughness?
He's 6 on toughness, very strong.
Do you have a force shield?
What is your toughness?
6.
I got a 9.
You are shaking.
You are shaken.
So, I'm shaken?
Yes.
Man, this sun guy is pretty underwhelming.
Dude.
I'm trying to figure out how to use the toilet. Stop distracting me.
So yeah, your
vampire is
shaken. What
pretty
that means is
underwhelming,
that you
too.
cannot act until you either spend a Benny or make a roll to unshake, which is a spirit roll. To be successful, you got to get a 4 or better.
So on my next turn, could I make a spirit roll? And then if I fail, eat a Benny? Or do I have to pick one or the other?
You can, yes. Yes, you can, because Benny's. I'm trying to think, because Benny's can overcome even bad circumstances. So yes.
Okay.
And I will point out, because I am leading you with my mental powers, you get +1 on your spirit roll to unshake.
There you go.
When does the spirit roll happen?
The spirit roll happens
End
on
of
your
turn?
turn, at the
Beginning of
the
turn?
beginning of your turn. Now, but here's the difference. You can't act after you unshake unless you get a raise. So that's the difference. If you spend a Benny, you just unshake.
Okay.
That's it. But if you make the roll and you succeed and you get a raise, then you can act. So you can actually act that turn. But if you don't get a raise, or you just spend a penny, you just unshake, and you can act on your next turn. So otherwise, you're shaking for the next turn, and you got to try to do it again or whatever. So
Okay. And shaken, I'm still just hovering in the air.
you are.
and
You're just
shaking.
like you're basically kind of like you lost a little bit of like your whoa. Like
Okay.
you didn't get knocked down or anything. You're not frozen. You're not paralyzed. You're just like not able to act. You're a little bit phased. So
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Those are the two guys who could act and the one guy who's shaken. So that is my turn. So 4. I think that is you next.
All right. Can I move in and infect the one that is on
Does he gotta know who? What's your pace?
6?
Can somebody see if he's got 6 to get to the guy?
Should be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think.
This guy.
Oh, the guy that's touching you. Yeah. I thought he meant the guy who was shooting. Okay. Yeah, you got enough for that, sure.
I think
All
we
right.
all like lead head.
So reach on, touch him. So
Yep.
that is a fighting roll. You get a
Sol
plus 2
Invictus.
because then that's how touches work. Since it's not actually fighting, you get a plus 2 because it's easier to touch somebody than it is to actually fight them. So
Okay.
use your fighting plus 2.
So fighting plus 2.
Yep.
So roll your fighting die
Yeah, so that's a D4.
and
Yep.
roll a d6.
And a
Use your wild
D6.
card.
Always roll your wild die.
Four total.
4 total. That does not beat his parry. So
Wait, +2.
plus 2.
That's
yeah,
with
4
the
total.
+2.
You pulled 2 twos.
Oh, at -2.
No, you don't add them. You get the better of the 2.
You take the best
Oh,
die.
okay.
Yeah,
It's one
you take
die,
the best
whatever's
of the
better.
2.
Gotcha.
Unless you're auto firing.
Oh, right, that's a whole.
Well, then each die is different.
Correct.
Interestingly, his ammo should have been 9 shots used. Each fire on a rate of fire
Takes
of
3
3
shots?
is 3 shots.
Did you catch that?
What? No.
So
When
that
you
should have
auto
been
fire,
9.
each die you roll is 3 shots. If your rate of fire is 3.
So it was 9.
So you
ammo
burned
to
up
use.
9 shots with one burst of 3 attacks.
Really?
Yes, auto fire burns ammo like mad.
See, this is why I bring Alex along, so I don't have to remember most of the rules. He knows.
Oh, okay.
How do you retain so much of that, dude?
It's crazy,
It's the
isn't
way my
it?
brain
That
works.
is nuts, man.
And by the way, parry full defense isn't a +4. It's a fighting die +2 in the newer rules.
In the newer
In
rules.
these rules.
Oh, in that rules,
In
because
these
mine
rules.
say +4 parry.
Well, then they did it wrong.
But that I could be wrong. It says it takes an entire action.
Full defense. There's-
Oh, but it does say the character may not run. That's the other thing it says about full defense.
Yeah, basically, it's a full action, and you do go to full defend. Oh, the usual defend option.
I didn't run.
Yeah, the
though.
defend option. That's
So
what I
there's
was.
defend.
I was looking at the
If your
defend
only
option.
action is to defend, you get +2 parry until your next action, and you may move, or you can go to your
Oh,
full
gotcha.
defense.
That's the difference. So you should only have a +2 instead of a +4 because you moved.
Gotcha.
Full defense is not moving.
And I don't
right?
know that he should have been allowed to punch the guy and take. Well, that's right. You get
Oh,
two
you
He
actions.
has 2 actions.
So you're weird mutant.
Correct.
I
That's
like
why.
Weird mutant.
Yep.
So yeah. So if you take full defense, which means basically you do nothing else.
Right.
You can't move at all.
Right.
You get your fighting +2, and that's your new parry, which can't be worse than your parry score.
Okay. For some reason, mine says just +4, but either way, the point is that you should only be hitting a +2, obviously, because you moved, which is fine.
So can I do anything else?
You
I
can
mean-
move another step, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got you got 1 step of movement left.
To walk away from him.
Sure, I'll back up one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a better shooting skill?
Are you flying?
No.
He's not.
I was curious because
You can fly, can't you? Is that what you're
Like almost as bad.
Oh, I
It's
thought I
actually
gave it
worse than
flight.
mine.
You can create it though, so that's fine.
Yeah.
You could always create flight. So,
I mean, your
Flight's
fight's
only
worse
2,
than
so
mine,
you can
which
create
is
it.
kind of sad. So I didn't know if you had like a shooting skill. that
so
you
he
might
can
wanna
fly.
use
That's why I
instead.
gave him a flying character because he can.
I do have, my shooting is the same die.
So a D4.
Yeah.
So you're
I'm up.
yeah.
So yeah.
Can I move through a square?
Can you move through a square? You are. I don't remember that.
I'm honestly
You're gonna
not
move through
positive either.
friendlies.
since
I could probably walk around too.
You could walk around probably. But
I'll find out.
while we're
You'll
looking,
walk
go ahead
through
and
the
do
wall, probably.
that. Yeah, you could walk through the wall.
But I do have 6 movement, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, you probably can't move through an enemy.
Well,
That's just to show how shaken you are.
That was my attack. As I attempt to literally stroll through this guy.
Just bulldoze him.
Like I'm not even given the dignity of
Okay.
like
Stopping to
and-
acknowledge that
to-
he's even there.
yeah.
Yeah. Just like
just run
it
over.
doesn't really say, Alex.
Not in the normal movement rules. I'm gonna see if I can find it anywhere.
19 to hit.
To hit. Yeah, that hits. And it does have a raise. You'll be surprised to hear, I'm sure.
So an extra d6.
That's where having really good fight makes a big difference.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, lame. 13, 17.
17.
Squash.
You're going to be surprised to hear is above my toughness.
Slightly. Half a point.
Just a little bit.
He's shaking.
Yeah, he's shaking. Yeah.
Trample him, blood
He's-
goes
he is
flying.
shaken.
Crunch, crunch,
He's also
crunch,
dead.
crunch,
But-
crunch.
Shaking, wounded. Oh, he's not a
Trying to
wild
be more
card.
shaken than
Wounded.
that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because one wound takes out non-wild cards.
Correct.
Well
It does.
done, Finhead.
What?
All right, so please pass your cards in.
What did I do? Oh crap! I got some blood on my boots.
We'll keep these here until we get a
You should paint them red.
Joker.
My bullet costume's red, so that blood doesn't show.
Good idea.
Now he'll be thinking
paint
about
everything
that
red.
for the next month.
Painting them red?
Paint everything red.
I could do that for you really quickly.
All right, so I'm gonna do these out. Remember, if you get a Joker, I'm gonna ask you if you get a Joker because somebody's gonna eventually get one. What your intent is. You don't have to tell me when you're gonna act, but you do have to tell me if you're gonna act first. That's the only thing that matters.
So once a card has been used
Yes.
for initiative, it's out.
It's out until we get a Joker.
And then,
Oh,
and then you
okay.
shuffle the deck.
Joker.
Then we shuffle when you get a Joker.
Oh, okay. So it ensures that eventually someone.
Right. That's the idea. Is a Joker eventually comes up.
We
That's
can
the
also
idea
sort of
about
keep
Joker.
track of the deck and have some understanding what cards are left.
Start counting the cards.
Yeah.
And in the old Deadlands, which was kind of before this system,
Uh-huh.
there were red Jokers and black Jokers.
Correct.
Red Jokers were really good. Black Jokers were really bad.
Yeah.
They got rid of.
There
that
are
in
still red
Savage
Jokers and
Worlds.
black Jokers in this, but they
But they got rid of that rule.
exactly.
But yeah, in
That
the
was
original system, it was all.
That is a Jack of Spades.
A red Joker was
That is
good and a
Knave
black
of
Joker was
Clubs.
bad.
That is a King of Diamonds.
Ah, it's not a club.
That is a Six of Clubs. That is a Nine of Hearts.
You've had 2 of the 5 worst initiative cards possible over there.
Telling you, man.
All right, so let's start with aces. Okay, kings.
So I still don't see the prisoner we're looking for,
You do not from where you are.
but I see other prisoners.
You do.
I'm assuming they're locked up.
They are.
At a quick glance, can I tell if you can open the thing from here or a way to open it?
You don't
Nothing
see an
obvious.
immediate obvious one.
Then I'm not going to stay. Then I will continue to move around. Looking.
Okay. You
I haven't seen a way up or down either, as I recall.
You have not seen a way
You
up
see
or
me?
down. That's correct.
So he
I don't-
doesn't see
I don't
the
think you
obvious way to
can-
open the door. It's an
Well,
essay
yeah,
one.
but nothing I can do without bothering him.
I mean, you can open the door.
T could, you probably could.
Speaking
you
of
could probably
which,
melt your way in.
Can I grab a door?
Can I walk
As a
and then
weapon?
run if I don't?
It will get to your action.
I have to declare I run like as I start moving. I
That's
can't
correct,
Like
you have to
walking.
declare
So
it,
I
yeah.
will continue to run.
Okay.
Oh wow! 16 is my pace for this
Okay.
time. I'm almost a third as fast as you.
You're gonna move about. Yeah, keep going. When you get to right around the corner here, yep, you see across the hall there. You recognize he's in there.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a figure for him immediately. I'm gonna put this guy. This is the guy who's gonna use.
Turlet.
Put this guy over there. Mind Jack.
Where do we have to take him? Like the courtyard of this prison?
He talked about taking him to the center courtyard, which I assume
Right.
there's
It's
something.
it's outside. Yeah, this is the inner prison.
And as far as you know, it's the only level here, right? There's
Correct.
no-
You don't think there's any other levels? I mean, there might be, but nothing that you're privy to. But there are ways out on either side. You can see here.
And do the other people in here look like supers? Can I tell?
Like,
Like, are they
I mean, you
wearing-
can't tell. Probably at least one of them has a tattered costume.
But are they
So-
wearing dampeners?
Yeah, they're all wearing dampers.
I don't know how to take those off.
No.
Still totally invisible, so just
Probably
out of nowhere
figure
because
it out.
I can't really
Oh.
telepathy him. I'm assuming because I don't know him, and he probably wouldn't let me. But can I? I mean, it's a free action. Can I try to include him in the mind thing?
So yeah, he's not going to let you. Yeah, definitely.
Mind Jack, I presume. pardon the disturbance, but we are here to rescue you on behalf of a mutual associate. Would you perhaps know where to find the controls or the keys for your cell?
He sort of shakes his head. In the cell next door to him, you see there's a young woman with sort of odd spots on her faces and hands. Her face is like obviously a mutant of some kind. She speaks up and says, he hasn't talked in a long time. My name is Valerie Ramirez. Take me with you. You're in a mega cell, right? Take me with you. I can be useful.
I will certainly consider it. Oh, Motoman, I hate to disturb your excitement, but when you have a moment, if you would join me around the corner, I believe I have a task that's perfectly suited for your amazing talents.
He's gonna sleep with him.
You don't hear that. Only he hears that.
Oh, it's not broadcast.
I don't have to broadcast. You all can't avoid broadcasting. I can just send it to whoever I want.
You just have a toilet mouth, man.
Sure, I'll head over there.
I mean, when your card comes
So
out.
good.
Toilet brain.
So, Mind Jack, by the way, he stands up and he sort of approaches. You can tell he's very dizzy.
I understand. Blockers are no fun.
Yeah.
We'll do what I can for those as well. I'm bringing a companion who is an expert at these sort of things, I suspect.
Okay.
And I'm not going to use any of the rest of my movement. What was it? Valerie was the other one?
Valerie Ramirez.
Valerie Ramirez, yeah. So, by the way, now that you've been around the prison, there are, well, at least you've seen so far, there are about a dozen additional prisoners. There were none down here, but there are some in each cell down there, a couple in some cell in the corner. So you've seen a dozen so far. You haven't been in this corner.
Is there any computer terminals on my way to meeting up with him?
Maybe. We'll have to get there. We're in combat. So.
Valerie, what is it exactly that you do that would make you useful for us?
I have money. I can give you money.
She has the superpower rich.
I somehow doubt they left you
I have
the
that
money
same
in their
one.
prison cell.
All right, let's.
And that'd be
I
plenty.
was gonna say let's get back to the rounds and we'll come back to you. So I think you're the only other face card, right? Any
You have a
other
real
face
tough
cards?
time there.
That's a jack, right? Yeah, I said other than him. Yeah.
All right. How high can I leap? I have this leaping ability.
You do, and there is a specific table. That I think
Yes.
that was with that.
Yep. It says I have leap. It says bounce one. No, I have the bounce one ability on
Right.
top of it, but I don't have like a score or a level.
So you should have two.
So I have two. So I can leap a vertical distance of 4 feet.
Right, that's
4 inches?
4 inches, which translates to 12 yards.
12 yards.
Yeah.
Oh, these are yards, or no?
Yeah, those are inches. So
Oh, okay.
you could leap 4 inches, 4 of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or 8 horizontal.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. I am. Well, my thinking is I just wanted to leap up and then come down on top of him.
Right.
And just land.
That is an ability I almost gave you. There's a specific ability for that. Not that you can't do it, but there's an ability that makes you better at it called Death from Above. I almost gave it to you, but but I did not. But it's totally doable. You just don't get the bonus for Death from Above. But you can still absolutely do it.
All right. I'm gonna do that.
Is that Apocalypse?
The figure?
Yeah.
No, it's actually a yellow
DC
lantern.
Dark Side?
Oh, is he one of the yellow lanterns?
It's one of the yellow
Oh,
lanterns.
is it? Okay.
So
They
it's
look
the
like
minimum
one of
or
the-
maximum of
Looks
the two
like
dice you
Dark
rolled.
Side.
Right, the higher of the two.
So 5.
Okay, so 5 is what you got to hit him. Okay.
Yep.
And that is not going to be his parry.
Okay. So I beat his parry. So I
You did
get
not
to-
beat his parry.
Oh, I did not.
Not.
Okay.
He has a bigger parry than 5.
Okay.
So you land over there, though. Yep.
It'd be sad to jump less than you run because it would make it kind of pointless.
Okay. I have a 10.
Oh, what a jerk.
So this guy is going to try to unshake. Let me start with that guy. Come on, baby.
Can I see
not gonna do it.
that book real quick? The Supers book?
Super's book. Oh, I have it. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so he does not unshake. This guy still has a blaster, but now he has somebody in his face.
Make it ugly fit in his
Yeah,
face.
he does. Which is not preferable. But do not have a choice. So, he is going to try to touch you.
I'm used to it. Fans.
I got a 7. What is your parry?
7.
So, tie goes to the attacker.
Okay.
It goes to the defender if you have a special edge.
Yeah, 2 yards is an inch. That's what I thought.
Yeah, 2 yards. Is 2 yards is an inch? Okay, yeah.
So it's hard to find it because
Yeah.
some things are really well done and some are like, wait, what?
So I can leap 4 times.
You need to make a vigor roll at -2.
Bigger roll -2.
Yes.
So D12 and a D6.
Yes, and then -2 from each.
Ooh. So I got a 3.
A 3.
Yes.
So you are shaken.
Uh-oh.
You feel this electrical pulse go through your body. You're just, and you're having trouble concentrating on what you want to do next.
Joy buzzers. I hate joy buzzers.
Wait, he was shaken?
He is.
Well, he wasn't going up against my toughness.
It's true. Up against your vigor. Okay. That was, and I have the other guy who's shaken, so that's all I have. Oh, actually, I have 4 more guys over there now.
You can't just.
They're coming out of over
4
here.
guys.
I'm not just pulling them out of nowhere.
Just making up guys because we're winning, dude.
Yeah, that's
What
exactly.
GM would do that?
It's certainly, yeah. These drones are a threat, you guys. I'm very worried you're gonna lose. Where did my bag go? Where did I put my bag?
Right here. Is it this one?
It is. Yeah. Thank you. Green.
That's the good thing about HeroClix. They do make wonderful figures for
Yep.
superhero games.
You sure do.
They're a little annoying because there's a few that actually would work for D&D too, except the circle's a little bigger than.
Yeah.
Just a little
Not
bit. Yeah.
quite the right size.
Yeah. The nice thing about this is this uses literally inches for the. Get your hand out of his butt.
Hey, when that happens.
Must be Joe's character.
Yeah.
Busy.
So these guys come running out of this hallway. It says Porter's not Porter.
He's a fellow Green Lantern. We're all on the same team, guys. And you
These
can't
are more
see-
drones.
And you can't see me anyway.
Oh man.
And yes, I will send that telepathic there. Gentlemen, I believe we have more of our feisty companions. If you would please,
Did you pull the next encounter?
if you would be so
Looks like
kind
it.
as to,
Damn it, he's gonna bring the whole dungeon out on us.
probably. They can't.
Nobody
see me.
said pull. What are you pulling for?
Okay, so those are all my
That's
actions.
certain
I had
what
the
you're
new guys
saying.
show up, and I had those guys go. Yeah. By the way, you can hand me your cards after you go. That way they just stack them up. So.
I hadn't
He hadn't gone yet.
Oh, he hadn't gone yet. Joe, come on,
skip
man.
my
He's just
turn.
ripping his
Jeez.
cards away
In
from
fact, I
him.
believe it's your turn.
Won't even let him play the game. Throwing toilets around.
Rude. I'm like
All
the
right,
only
so-
one killing things. But no, you
I
kill
killed
them too.
I killed the guy.
My body flares with radiation, and I grow to 3 times my size. I
Okay.
have this altered
Yep.
form thing.
You do.
It doesn't increase my mass, but I just have a size that's
Correct.
3
Yeah,
times
you
bigger.
just become like this large,
Yeah.
like sort of sun-like being.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I radiate sun and power.
Yep.
I hold out one of my hands, and a ball of radiant energy grows to like fill up like the whole part of the ceiling
Yeah.
here. And then I gesture with my hand and bring that ball right down on top of him. I'm shooting him, but
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. I
That's
figured you were
the-
doing your. But yeah,
And-
absolutely. Be dramatic. Absolutely.
big old ball of radiant energy
No,
comes
I'm
down.
refusing
crap,
to be
crap,
dramatic.
crap. I'm shaking. I need to get out of that first.
Yes.
You.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he was shaking.
I was shaking. I need to get out of that.
You were shaken.
Yeah, how do I get out of that?
So you can spend a penny, but you don't want to do that probably. You probably want to try first. So
Yeah.
make your spirit check. So,
So I have a
spirit,
6.
So a d6 plus a d6. Because remember, you always get your wild die.
And I have 1.
And then I had 1, yep.
Because of your thing. Yeah.
Okay, so I got a total of a 7.
So you rolled a 6.
Yes, I rolled a 6, added 1, so I got a
I
7.
remember
you
6
roll
is
again.
reroll because they ace.
No. I have a 3 of 3.
Take the better
You
die.
take the better of the die. You remember, you never add them together. It's
Oh.
always the better of the two.
So I got a 3 plus 1 is a 4.
Is a 4, which means you can unshake, but you cannot act.
Oh,
So-
well, I want to build the act.
Then you
So-
can take a penny.
All right, so I'll take my Benny.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
You get to eat the Benny?
Yes, you get to.
Oh shit! I gotta give one to Kevin.
Kevin was just gonna eat all the cookies.
Mong,
Spoke to him.
I thought we had to give them to him.
he said he would take them if you didn't want them.
I said if you don't want to eat them, yeah.
So Mong suddenly has no bennies.
Right.
I punched. You hit.
What
Not
do I
good
get
enough.
if I use
No, I want to hit harder.
So now I grow,
Yeah.
on the ball, and slam it on his head.
Yep.
All right, so here we go. Gosh, I got a 5. Which
five
hits?
is-
Which hits?
A 5 will hit, correct? Because it's
Alright.
a ranged attack.
All right, now I do my damage.
Range attacks are good in this.
They are. Ranged attacks are significantly better than. But melee attacks, when you're like the size he is, if you hit once,
Yeah,
Wait.
that's all you do.
clobber them.
What is that? Well, that's just a 1. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
It's gonna
That was
stun.
that was a lot of fire and then impulse for
stun.
He
somewhat
is
unimpressive.
shaken.
Yeah, it's gonna stun.
This is your character, right?
That is me.
He is in fact shaken.
He's
He's
shaking.
still surviving.
At least he's shaking.
With your mind link thing, are you able to project like pictures of the area in there, or
I have powers to do that. The thing I'm doing, no, I can just tell you where to go.
okay?
And you did. Well, you didn't. You have no idea where I ran off to. I'm on the opposite corner.
Would you say
This
it's their
place
turn
is
now?
hexagonal.
No, they've gone. So yes, it is your turn.
Oh, it's me.
They went on 10.
I'm moving on a hexagon
So
grid.
when we're talking about doing different things,
As you wish.
if I were to do, so since it's two separate things on my sheet, I just don't know if it counts as two different types of actions. I have that, like, run as a bullet thing. Could I do that and pummel?
Yes, you can. That's 2 actions. Yes. Oh wait. Oh yeah, because 2 separate actions. Yes. What you can't do is, remember, because you can't take the multi-action thing to pummel and pull on this. Pummel and bullet on the same turn, but you have 2 actions, so you can do them on 2 separate actions. Yes.
Because
you
of your
get 2.
super speed.
Because you're super speed.
Right.
Most people.
What I'm saying is most people couldn't do a bullet and a pummel
Right.
with 1 action.
Right.
Because that's 2 powers.
So they could do two, but it would have a penalty? Or
No, they can't because 2
Couldn't even
powers.
do
You can only
2.
use 1 power at a
Gotcha.
time. If you were to try to, so for instance, what they could do, what Joe could do, Joe could smash somebody through a wall and pull a gun out and shoot somebody across, and then you get a penalty. You both. But it's that shooting and fighting.
Because the shooting's not a power.
But right, it's 2 different things.
But since I have 2 separate actions, I
different
can use 2 separate powers.
But it costs -2 for each of them to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. You're weird,
Right.
so you can do different things.
Right. You have the ability because you're
Okay.
so fast. You can take an extra.
Well, I'm
action.
going to try to bullet this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a bad guy, right?
Yep, it is.
I was here. I think I just got bumped because he's fallen 17 times. 1, 2, 4, 5 puts me here. I'll do the bullet thing to him, which was the just strength plus 3d6.
Correct. Yep. So you make
make
a
your
fighting roll
fighting
first.
Oh yes. Which is a d8 and a d6.
Yep. You take the better of the 2.
I got a 7.
Okay.
But that's
Oh,
a
I get to
6.
roll the 6 again.
You get to roll the 6
though.
again.
How does that help? So
so it might
I add
be
it
better.
to the 6?
You do add it to that 6, yes.
7. So they're both 7s.
So you got 7 either way. So 7 to hit him, I think that's correct. Don't remember his parry, but I think it was lower than that. Give me 1 second. Pretty sure. How far back? There we go. It is his parry. Yeah, you said 7. Yes, you got it. Yep.
Okay.
It's not with a raise, so
So strength plus 3d6.
strength plus 3d6, so
Is
straight up
46.
strength plus, yep.
And I got 3, 6, 7, 12.
Okay, and no aces.
Correct.
Okay, so 12.
You just charged into him and smashed your head into him.
Actually, 12 is enough. That's going to put him down. Yep.
Yeah.
12 damage. You spear right into his stomach, like the guts explode.
Oh, I'm gonna call you Metalhead from now on.
But again, that nice red suit.
Lead head.
That nice red suit.
Does that mean your
don't
skull is
have any
soft?
stains to worry about. You're good.
There's lead in your eye.
Oh, typical for you. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
And then 1, 2 more.
Yep.
And I'll pummel this guy?
Okay. Yep. And
Which,
pummel is your regular unarmed attack.
so it's just 1
It's still fighting.
strength, but then I get to add my
You get to add 6
plus
to
6.
it. Yeah.
So
you're
I
gonna
do my
a
normal fighting
roll,
which
yep.
was, I believe, the 8.
Yeah,
And
D8,
a
D6,
6.
yep. So 1 divided by 2.
2 1s.
Oh! Fumble.
Ouch.
So now I gotta look at that.
Yes.
You did.
So this is
Wait,
the
can a
scene.
Benny save me here?
It can.
This is
Barely
the,
enough,
this is
it
the
can.
scene when Deadpool punches Colossus.
Yeah, and then his arm breaks, and then he kicks him
Yeah.
and his ankle
And his ankle
breaks.
breaks, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just, pointing out, not what you
I think I
want.
have to look up Snake Eyes. I think it's on. No. What is it called?
Who else is excited about Hugh Jackman coming back for Wolverine? And
That'll be fun. I
That
think.
will be fun, yeah.
They have such a good
It was the only way he would ever come back
set
from
of
that.
banter. And
Because he normally wouldn't want to come back, but because he was like, this is done. And I agree. Old
Dude,
Man
it was
Logan
hard on his body. Did
Well,
you
and
see
Old
that
Man
last
Logan
movie?
was
How much body
critical
fat
failure.
he
it's like the perfect
Cut-
send off.
Did you find it? What page?
It's page 71.
Thank you.
It's under
cut
the
out
wild
to be able to
side
play that
For some
role.
weird reason.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
What happened?
It's ridiculous.
What did you do?
Well, just
He-
how.
How shredded in weight he was in that in Logan.
Yeah. Just as he's
Like
getting older and
comparatively
older
to
and
the first X-Men movie to that one, he is like.
So roll
ripped
your. I'll tell you
beyond
what'll happen, and you can
belief.
decide if you want to spend a penny on it. Roll
Okay.
your damage.
older. I'm going to hit myself. So my damage is a d6 plus
Plus 6.
6. So 7.
Plus strength, right?
His strength
No,
is
it's,
the
it's
D6.
just strength. Yeah.
Oh, it's
so-
just strength.
Yeah.
So 7, right? So probably not that bad.
Wait,
yeah.
my strength is an 8. Hold on, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, it's not. It's a 6. I'm an idiot.
Okay.
My fighting's an 8.
So that 7 damage is going to happen to you, not because you pummel yourself, but because you keep going. That you like bullet right through that guy into the wall. So you're going to take 7 damage. Now you can choose to take that 7 if it hurts you. If it doesn't hurt you enough, you might just soak it. But if it hurts you enough, you can spend a penny to not have that happen.
So the enough means 4 more than my toughness?
Equal to a
Equal to our. Yeah. What's your
How is
toughness?
that,
Well, so it's 5.
the
So
monsters
I would
know
be
what they're doing?
stunned.
You'd be shaken.
Or shaken.
Have you
If
read
you
that
take-
yet?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Is there defense penalties to shaking or
No,
just?
it just
okay.
means you can't act until you
Okay.
get
I
on
think
shaken.
it's.
There's no defense penalty.
Yeah, I always thought it's kind of interesting. It doesn't affect your
Yeah,
ability to,
right.
to defend yourself, but just
Well, the idea is you're kind of dazed.
the
You
only
still-
downside is if you get shaken again, you can take a wound.
Correct.
Like how,
That is
how
the
well
downside.
you
Yeah,
run
if somebody were to try to hit you and they did shake you, you could.
So does that mean I'm on the other side of him or?
Yeah, you're basically he's kind of
I
here,
knew
and you're
nothing
basically
about
like
how
in
to
the
run
wall
monster
here, like
combat
you ran into the
and
wall.
combat, and that was something I wanted to improve at.
Yeah.
It was very beneficial.
I'm not certain
Me
that that was the
personally,
best
like,
tactic.
it could probably
But I
make
admire
more
you.
You don't
damage
see
than
it?
what was-
I hear it.
It's probably not.
If the wall
Just
lived
when
through
I'm
your
reading
impact,
it,
I certainly
but
heard it.
Give me that
if
card,
you're new at
please.
it,
Oh, yes,
and you
sorry.
just don't know where to begin and how to run monsters in combat, then I think it's it would help a lot.
All right, sir.
6. So, is it possible for me to teleport over to here?
Do you have teleport?
Do you have to see?
I
your-
can use an action to.
That means that takes your whole turn.
And then next turn you can teleport.
Next
Okay,
turn.
that an action would be my movement. So movement.
You could move and act, but you can't teleport this turn because
Is,
you're going to
well,
create the
teleport's a free action.
Right, but you have to create the teleport gun this turn because you don't have a teleport gun, right?
Correct.
So you have to create
Okay.
that this turn.
And that's
Okay.
the action.
That's the action you take this turn is creating it. Next turn, you would be able to use it.
Cool.
That's what it takes. So to create something, by the way, that's fast as hell.
Oh, yeah.
I want you to be clear about that. That's ridiculous that you can spend a turn and decide to be able to teleport. That's insane. Which is
Okay.
good. That's a good thing, not a bad
Okay.
thing.
Move up
I'm just trying to
6,
say,
we'll do
it
either
may
for
sound
a
like
long
it's
time.
bad. It's amazing.
It's like he reaches over the wall, rips
Yeah.
up some mechanisms,
Exactly.
quickly assembles
assembles it, exactly.
some tech that allows him to teleport.
So
Exactly.
I can
Yeah, that's
move
what he
while
does.
I'm doing that.
You can.
Okay. So
It's separate. You can move 6.
1,
The whole time you're
2,
building the stuff, you grab
3,
pieces from here,
4,
you grab the piece off the
5,
wall. Oh, hey, this guy's holding a
6.
communicator. You tear that open, like while you're moving.
It seems
Okay.
like, it seems like there's
So as I'm moving here,
Yeah.
I'm creating a teleporting gun, which is basically a portal blaster.
Right.
And I'm gonna portal.
Right, and point it over wherever you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna
whatever
portal
the range
hole into the
is.
ground and basically just jump into
And
it.
what's the range on teleport? Does it say?
It's 12 inches.
Okay, there you go.
The best thing is you're taking.
So yeah, that's what he's doing. What were you trying to say about it?
Well,
I don't want to be able to affect anybody more. I
seems
want
like there should be a
teleport.
limit on that, because otherwise, over the course of a campaign, he could have pretty much every single device that lets him do anything. Right?
Max is
Except
48
max is-
inches.
and no, I was gonna say he can only do up to 3 power points worth of.
And he's got to get rid of
So
one
there are
to go
several.
to
There are
And it's
several things that are more than 3 power points he can't do.
Yeah.
and things he can't. He can't like build.
He can't. So
7
like he has
things.
mind reading. He can't do mind reading.
Yeah,
Mind
he's
reading
not
is
quite
fine.
Doctor Strange. Like he can't pull out this
He
perfect
can
spell.
only do the stuff up to 3.
And he can only have so many at a time.
One.
I can have one at a time.
So
So,
the
I can
infection
do
you
like the
previously had, you now can
telekinesis,
teleport.
Right. You can only have one at a time.
the swinging.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But he had to give up his infection to be able to teleport.
Correct. Now he can't infect
He
people.
basically pulled out his infectious nodules and turned them into teleport.
Correct. He switches out the device. So it is powerful, but it's limited in the scope of what he can do, and he can only have one at a time. So, yeah.
Build a character that's his only power.
Yeah, that is my.
Right. As opposed to where everybody else is like specialists, he's not a specialist. You all have special. That's his special, is being able to like do small amounts of what you can do.
It's kind of like the alchemist in Pathfinder.
Right.
I think that's everybody, isn't it?
What-
Make sure you
what I
missed
did.
anybody.
I went and got
Okay.
Oh, cool.
laminations of my
Ace of
character
diamonds.
sheets and-
5 of hearts.
That's pretty.
Jack of hearts.
Ah, it's not a
Give
club.
that back.
Okay. I'll give you a new card.
I'm gonna use
You can give that back to
wet
me.
erase so that it doesn't like easily smear.
I don't know if it has to happen
Yeah.
at the end or
Yeah.
what.
It doesn't.
I got some.
It doesn't matter what
fine,
happens.
As
Fine
long as it
tip wet
happens.
erase.
You can't have
Yeah,
like
they keep
that.
track of it. So
I'd like a Joker, please.
Spades.
not a bad
3
number.
of spades.
3. I'm going to use. I have.
Oh, you have.
A,
Give it back. Yeah. Put it
a
over.
thing.
Put
a
it in the
quick
pile.
thing.
I had to use
Quick
it
thing.
twice this turn.
Can I use this infinite times?
You can,
Well,
as
you
long
get
as you
something
get
below
above
5.
5.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, you can never have below a
You
5.
can never have below
What's
5.
what's better?
Yeah.
Diamonds? Diamonds is better than hearts, right?
Hearts comes later in the alphabet, so it's better.
I thought early in the
Spades,
alphabet was
hearts,
better.
No,
diamonds,
it's a
clubs.
reverse alphabetical.
Spades, hearts,
That's
diamonds,
what's
Spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs.
It's,
Let's change it for this turn.
you just over there.
All right.
You know what would be interesting?
I am
if
shaking
you
it.
had we played this game, only the bennies were like a shot. And you were
Oh, yeah.
required to take it in order to spend it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh man. Or like
There are some games in this system that would be worthy of that. There's one game that my friend Andy Hopp, I'll do a shout out for the 4 people that watch this on the pod. My friend Andy
we have
Hopp.
more than 4.
I believe it.
There's
I
like
know,
1,000 or something
So
sometimes.
my friend Andy Hopp has a game called Low Life. That's the type of game you would do shots and play. It's fantastic. It's really crazy. Like you play these beings that are inhabiting the Earth 1,000,000 years after the apocalypse. 1,000,000 years. So like there are like I wish I could call it. Like there's basically these like intelligent snack cakes. They're one of the creatures that's around. There's cockroaches, intelligent cockroaches that are around. So it's just stupid, like, ridiculous, fun, dumb.
Be a good drinking.
Yeah, drinking, exactly. Yeah,
Enhancement.
a great drinking game. So. Yep, okay. All right. Ace of Diamonds, I think you got the top card.
All right. I'm going to pick up this guy and then walk over to this guy and then beat him to death with his friend.
Okay. That's an improvised weapon, but you have that skill.
Are you holding him by his ankles, his arms, his head? Like, how are you doing this?
Just one-handed, whole body,
Ragdoll, 1
three
foot.
flail.
That like Hulk and Loki. Just,
Yeah.
Actually, I do it bowling ball style.
Oh god.
oh no.
Two fingers through his eyes, one in his mouth.
Wait,
All I
was that
can-
guy dead that you picked up?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All I can say is at least it's eyes and mouth.
Yeah, I didn't know which.
Yeah, that guy had
That's a
he
good
was missing
point.
most of his guts,
Yeah.
but he definitely did not have. His skull was intact until now.
Fighting and
Yes.
regular
He-Man, Hero, Fisto.
7.
Roll your 6 again.
Oh, that's a good point. 9.
9 will hit. 7 would have anyway, but yeah.
Is a 9 a bonus?
A 9 is not a bonus.
Alright, so 3d6 plus a d12 plus.
No, that's a lamp, isn't it?
No, my strength is a d12 too.
Right.
So
Okay.
3d6 plus a d12 plus I think plus 1. No, plus.
Is that
plus-
your unarmed strength plus 3d6?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's plus 1. Plus 1 for the body.
Yeah, plus 1 for the body. So it's yeah. So the total of plus 5. Yep. These explode.
Yes.
Running out of dice. So far 19, 22, 26. 26 points of damage.
Okay. So yeah, he is dead.
They are both puddles.
Yeah, I was gonna say what probably happens, and you can describe it if you want. I picture it as just a blender, but you know.
Yeah, so just boom, and then like the body comes down, crushing them both to the thing, and all I have left is the head in my hand.
Yeah.
Just being like,
Everything else is liquid all over. Yeah.
There's like limbs splattered against the wall and everything. It's nice.
Okay.
Covered in blood.
Well done, Finn.
Mong, you called me Finn one more time.
That's gonna be good. Any other face cards?
Finn.
I will eat you, sunshine.
Do you have a Jack also?
I do.
Okay, so Jack of Hearts and the Jack of Diamonds. So.
So this little room thing next to me, what is that?
Which one?
This little
Oh, that's like a lounge. That's where the guards will lounge. The guards will sit and be able
So
to.
then
like,
I'm going to use my illusion power.
Okay.
I'm going to make an image of Mong
I'm going to continue around the corner.
standing right here.
Oh.
Do I,
You see yourself over there.
Shit, they got a Mong.
and yes, it is.
You do. You round the corner. There you are.
It is visible on cameras.
Yep, I knew that. Yep. Here, this is good enough. And that. It's the big thing.
Matter of fact, I can do 4-inch diameter.
Oh, this is better.
sphere.
This is a little long.
I see no indication that there's more.
There you go.
Film quality, okay.
Man, superheroes love like bright orange and green.
Oh yeah, it's very like.
So yes, I will create an image of Mong
Great
standing
yellow.
there, smashing his fists together and roaring at them. with
Okay.
it. And then I will move over and see if there is anything in this lock while I'm waiting for Slowpoke to get over here. Thing that's locked that will allow me to unlock it. I
Okay.
doubt it, but
Yeah,
let's
it's
check.
nothing obvious to be able to unlock it. Yeah.
So, my dear, I will. If you would happen to know it, talking to the girl,
Valerie?
Valerie, if you would happen to know where the controls for these doors are, that would save us all significant time in getting you out.
They should be in the room.
The room. I just
The room. She points across.
can I see where she's pointing to?
She's pointing to that room in the middle.
Oh, okay. Well then, my friend hopefully can unlock the doors, but if should he struggle, I will do my best to.
Oh, sorry.
You haven't gone yet, right?
You have not gone yet.
Oh, no, I haven't. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to go in there and see if I can find controls in the room.
This is pain.
Flying.
You're flying 2 feet. I was gonna say you're flying 2 feet off the ground. Doesn't matter. This
I'm
guy's
at
dead.
15 up now.
Are you 15? Okay, that's fine.
So I will look in there for any controls that I can see.
Oh yeah, you move in there. You can see. Yeah, there is in fact, over where people have been jumping on. You see this control panel here that they've been leaping on it, and you
What about this?
beating people with it, and
What about this one near me that no one's been beating on?
no, that one also does it.
So if I can find the controls and still push them, because I have taken an action.
It will take time to look through. You don't know the system.
Yeah, so I'll start investigating the system.
Okay.
I mean, I can wait till the next action.
Yeah.
Because I did make the illusion just
Correct.
for fun.
You made the illusion. Yep. So.
To confuse Mong. I mean, because it will confuse the bad guys.
But yes, both of those controls. That's why I wasn't panicking, because
I've
they both
encountered
do
the
work,
most
but this one over
beautiful
here,
I'm pretty
and
sure
this
I'll
one is
get
beat
over
to
it.
hell. It's just not great, but
You
I'm
can
pretty
tell us
sure he
apart.
will.
I'm the one covered in other people's blood.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, because I would not have seen you before then, so.
All right, so the
That one looks like you looked like before.
I am shaken or whatever it is.
You are, so you need to either spend a penny or make a spirit roll.
You should look at the roll first, just because
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
letting you
gonna
roll, you know.
And even if I fail, I'm not going to probably spend a penny.
So
Spirit,
Spirit. Spirit plus
oh.
a d6.
D4,
But
spirit.
you get the d6 anyway, and you get +1.
Yep.
My
Look,
4
yes.
was a 4, and then a 1, so 5, and then +1 is 6.
6.
So you're not shaken, but that's it.
You would be not shaken, but you would
That's
not.
your whole turn is to unshake, basically.
Perfect.
Yep. Okay. And that is my turn. Shake the clubs. So I have these guys over here. I'm gonna roll. They are pretty stupid, so that illusion is pretty easy to fool them.
I don't know, my illusion fools smart people.
You said those are more groans.
They are more drunk. Okay. So
Guys, we're in serious trouble. They have a Mong.
Huh?
I see the superpower.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, Mong is very definitely roaring loudly at them. Mong smash you all! Mong hate you! Mong kill everyone! Blood, blood, blood!
So the one on the
Oh,
end
is that
there
R2?
spends his turn firing at the illusion. He shoots.
Since I can't see it, I'm assuming I can't really make it react
Correct,
anyway.
you cannot, yeah.
So it just roars more.
It just roars more, yeah.
That's what I told it to do before I walked away.
And then these
Because I don't really care if it, you know.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, he'll attack that illusion. And that one's shooting. 3, 4, 5. So he'll stay there. Actually, he's going to stay around the corner.
Yeah, so it can't hurt anything.
But this one's going to physically attack him. And then that one actually is going to attack the real Mong who's out there.
It's kind of funny. It's not targeted, so I actually make a real illusion.
What's that?
Well, targeted would be if I like use my mind to create a mental image. This one's real.
Oh, yeah.
As real as an illusion is.
Yeah, of course.
So everyone can see it.
So after this turn, they will all know it's an illusion, even though they're dumb, because they shoot at it, swing at
Oh,
it.
that's fine.
It goes through them.
I have absolutely no problem with that. It was just for fun.
Yeah, no, and it works for a
I
turn.
can't do anything else, so
You
you know.
just stole some actions from
Yeah,
him.
he stole 2 actions. So. Okay, so
Once we start dealing with thinking beings, I have a lot more things I can do.
Yeah. So far, you're kind of not doing anything there, buddy.
Really? I found the person we're looking for and I'm getting them out.
You know.
What have you done? I shook somebody.
that is
Really impressive. Shake you.
or is 12.
I've created a few Jackson Pollocks.
That's it. You have done a lot of things. Boyd
I
has
am
done
a
outstanding-
deity.
Very sad.
Shoots
one.
you square in the
I can
face.
see why no one worships you anymore.
It's because he didn't give me very much
We're
power.
gonna raise.
Yeah. Leadhead has been incredibly impressive. He's smashed things flat. Mong has been wonderful. I can sense his mind telling me as he's smashing everything. You were really, really impressive looking.
Anybody want to take bets on how long his character lasts in my Pathfinder game?
I have more. I'm not scared.
So what are you thinking about?
I'm either going to play
what
a
is
wizard,
your-
an elven
your-
wizard,
yeah,
or
your,
a gnome
tough-
bard.
Nice.
toughness.
Okay.
So, 2 wounds.
The gnome bard is probably
I
top
would
because my
like
kids
to
want me to play.
soak.
Okay, so spend a
But
Benny.
bard.
What are you thinking about playing for the Pathfinder?
Well, let's talk about Pathfinder.
And then you will make a
Sorry.
I don't want to get us.
Yeah.
a vigor. You always roll a d6 with it, and you get you have whatever the soak thing. So you get +2. Yep. +2 to your roll. Ooh, that sucks.
So a total of 6.
That would be. You would still take 1 wound. You can re-roll it, but spending another Benny. It's
It's up to you, man. They're your bennies.
They are your bennies.
Used to be they turned into XP at the end of the adventure,
Right.
so there's a reason to keep them.
Ah.
They got rid of that because it just didn't work.
Right.
Nobody would use them, or
People wouldn't use them.
People would
or
save them, yeah.
People
10.
forced into using them would fall
10.
behind.
So
other
you
people.
will. That soaks 2 wounds.
So
That does not soak the shaken.
Sorry, 12.
12 does soak the shaken. Then so that's 3 right there. 2.
I catch the bullet in my teeth.
Raise.
no, you deflect it with your fin.
So you are
it's
good.
under a hat.
He got a really good roll too, but you managed to soak it. Yeah, you just take it like he shoots you literally in the face, and you're just like, yeah! You like shake it off, like get really mad, and he's a drone, so you know, like if he weren't mindless, he'd be pissing his pants. But
Maybe I'm speaking to his primal mind and like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yeah, somewhere in the primal mind, there's a fight or flight in there, and he's really considering the flight. So, okay.
Ow. That guy just kicked me in the cookies. Had to eat 2 of them.
It's your turn, sir.
9? Mine or his?
Wait, what are you?
Oh, he's got a 10.
Yeah, he's a 10.
Damn.
So you're laughing.
All right. So is this door open here?
Yes.
All right. And can I see? Is this against the wall?
So yes.
So
it is.
so could I see?
no, I'm invisible.
Are you still invisible?
Yes,
Okay.
I've
So
never
apparently
become
you can-
visible.
Okay. Well, I want to teleport to right here.
Okay.
All right.
Yep, your gun last turn, so you teleport.
Yep. And can I want to interface with the computers,
Okay.
and I want to get the details of everyone that's in here.
Well, let's start with the interface, right? Is there a role for that, I think?
Let me
You're
just
close enough now, you might see me, because invisible isn't
double
perfect.
check.
Like the Predator, where it's like wavy.
Yeah, it's
Kind of,
like
yeah.
wavy, yeah.
I mean, at the level I have it at, but it's still a notice roll.
Your
to
hero
notice
can
me,
interface
but-
with electronic
and you have to
gadgets,
be
giving him a
close
much
enough.
greater access to their inner workings than others. He gains a +4 to rolls involving the use of computers or other
There you go.
electronics.
So you're going to make an engineering roll, and you're going to do a +4 on it.
Okay, engineering is a 10.
Yep. So D10 and a D6. You take the better of the two.
Alright, D10, D6.
Yep.
So that's 9 plus 4.
13.
13, yep.
So
Okay.
you are able easily to crack into the system. And what is it you were looking for, you said?
I am wanting to see the manifest of all who are still in here,
Okay.
and if do their rooms have keypad locks on them?
No. The rooms are lockable. There's some interface that only allows one to be open at a time.
Okay.
But you can easily manipulate that. I mean, you could open, one. You could do it in a matter of seconds. Open this one, open this one, open this one.
Okay, is there a way to where I can link it to my system to where only I have the ability to open up any doors within the entire prison?
The entire prison?
Yes, like a key card kind of thing where I.
Oh, where you'd be able to open
Yes.
doors. But
Like a
but
master key.
hang on, the question I was asking was only you. Are you trying to lock out literally everybody else? Because that's going to be quite a feat. Not that you can't do it, but it might take a little time.
No, I'm not going to lock out
Okay.
everybody else.
You want
but
to give yourself some sort of
I
access.
want to give myself a master key to
Okay.
so I can get into anywhere in the prison
Okay.
without having to
That
do
sounds yep.
security checks.
So you did an interface. So let's do another engineering roll.
Okay.
Let's see if that's
Another
that's something you
D6,
can-
right?
Yep. You
Okay.
take the higher of the two.
It's a 6.
Roll it again.
Yeah, it's a 6.
Oh, it's a 1.
Oh no, it's a +4.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's a 6 total.
Roll a
So so you will have to you didn't get high enough to be able to crack that. You will have to come back here to open them, but you don't have to make any interface roll to do that again.
Okay.
So you're enough in the system that you'll be able to just come back and hit a button and open a cell door, but not enough that you can do it just by walking up to it. So
Okay. Can I? Is this is from the manifest where the guy
yeah,
was looking for
there are
is?
22 people here.
Okay.
That's what you find.
Okay.
And one of them includes.
And are they all superheroes or criminals?
Various.
Okay.
Some superheroes, some criminals.
Okay. So my psychotic sense of justice, seeing that they're all in here already, can I cut off the flow of oxygen to all the criminals in there?
They're not airtight.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not saying you wouldn't do that. You would, but they're not. You can't.
Okay.
You can't
All
do
right.
that. It's not able.
It's just a
Okay.
building.
Yeah, it's just a building. Yep. You're not able to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
kills
then
our
for
objective.
my final thing, I will telepathically let everybody know that I have access to our Mark's cell.
Okay.
Just don't kill him.
I would appreciate if you would open.
Yeah, they're all marked criminal, by the way.
Is he a criminal?
But they're all marked.
No.
It. That's a matter of whether or not you think they.
He belongs to Dr. Destruction.
Well, Dr. Destruction's a criminal too, and he deserves to die just as
I'm
much
sure
as...
Dr. Destruction is going to punish Blackjack.
Mind you.
Sorry.
You steal a nickel from my little old grandmother,
What do you
and
have?
will die.
What do you have against academics?
I don't have anything against academics. I have a thing against criminals. They need to die.
Well, for the
Everybody
moment,
has
they need to
committed
be
some
released.
You've committed a crime, but not following the law. Should you kill yourself?
I am the law. I am the arbiter of justice.
I don't think it works that way.
All of
I
mankind.
can do anything. I am the arbiter
Again,
of
my
justice.
friends, this is a discussion for another time. Please
Right.
open the cell he's in so that we can get out of here.
Who is that talking?
I don't know, but just ignore him.
Should
he
we
sounds
wait
like
till
an
the
idiot.
enemies are dead before we open the
All right.
cell?
All of mankind has
Because
violated
we're
the
told
laws of
he needs
nature.
to come back alive.
What would you like to do, Luke?
That's why you guys are. I'm sure you can handle them.
All right.
I have no question the three of you can handle them when we get Mind Jack out. If I
Alright, I fly
Motoman
over to
would
here.
do it.
I'm 3 times my size.
You are.
About 15 feet off the
Yes.
ground. I see these guys here.
You do.
And I am going to
I see
hold
two
out.
Mongs. Yeah.
So I have my staff in one hand, I hold out my hand in the other, and a ray of sun beams straight at that guy.
Okay.
Nice.
You're gonna get melanoma.
So this is a D12 plus a D6. I take the higher.
You're about
Of
to
the
get
two, right?
sunspots.
Oh my.
Leathery
I
skin.
got a 5. That's a hit though.
My 5 does hit.
Okay, cool. And then I got a 3d10 damage.
Oh, that's
Come on! Son of a gun. I got 5.
He is not dead.
Yep, he got a sunburn.
Oh!
Is there anything I can do to, like, do more damage? Holy
Not-
crap, I
Nope.
suck.
Roll back.
I think one of you has the feat. Not you though. I think one of you has the feat that that lets you use a bendy to reroll damage. But
This sucks. My guy's weak
I don't
as
know who it was. I
crap.
thought somebody had that.
I'm like, the backstory is like, I'm a deity and all this stuff, power of the sun, and I'm like,
Apparently you need more worshippers. So.
No, you got nothing on lead head,
that's actually
baby.
the little reason why I ceased to become a deity, because I lost all my worshippers.
I figured. We need to
I
get
think
some
that's
worship
solid.
you.
You know what? That was 4 movement for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna go a couple more just to get out of line of sight.
I'm thinking
Okay.
you go to Palm Beach. There's a lot of sunbathers,
Oh
free
my god.
worshipers.
Yeah, you would instantly go supernova. It'd be awesome.
Now I can pour to the center of the planet.
Time for different dice.
Okay.
That's probably the best solution.
The sun worshipping heavy.
All right.
It's just like, oh.
So,
All right.
cards.
New round, right?
You want? Yep, that'll get turned in, but it won't matter.
7 hearts. 7 clubs.
People in the love. Hearts beats clubs. Ha. Joker.
I got the Joker.
4 hearts.
Oh.
King of hearts. Okay.
These cards are cool, man.
Yeah, those are Deadlands cards. Yeah.
Yeah, I say these are the Deadlands ones.
It's like
a lot of the
Wild
characters.
West Gambit.
A lot of the characters in this, at least in most of these, are actual characters from the Deadlands game.
Right.
They're NPCs and things.
Cool.
So would you like to go first? Or you
No,
wanna
I will
wait?
be waiting till after he goes, unless something happens to change my mind.
Why
Sounds
would I
good.
be going?
Like he meant Luke.
Oh.
Not
Oh, yeah.
immediately. I'm being very patient.
You're first for a change, Luke.
Holy crap.
And remember, you get +2 whatever.
I interrupt Luke. No.
Hold on, I gotta find my dice.
Just to interrupt him.
You get a +2 to whatever you do this.
It's not the GM. I can
Not
harass him.
nearly enough dice, Luke.
That's not even a pound.
It's the start. He just doesn't train his dice very well. He needs to roll Ted's dice because that's the only way he can.
I know.
I don't even know Ted, but I know Ted.
By the way, Trevor, I need to ask you. Ted sent me an email and said that last time he played with us, he left a box of minis at your house or something, he thinks. Does that ring a bell at all?
I never found any minis,
Okay. Alright.
I found a box.
That's all I need to
and
know.
I don't
Valuable
have
minis?
enough minis at all where they could have been mixed in. I own like 9 minis. So,
Were they valuable
So-
minis? Because you might have found the box. Like the old, I find if you lost $100 bills wrapped with a rubber
Yeah.
band, found the rubber band.
So I probably don't have to remind you of this, but just so everybody hears it, you get remember you get a +2 to all trait rolls this round.
I know.
That does not disclude rolls I ask you to make against when it's not your turn. It includes those.
What's
So
a
+2
trait
to all
roll?
trait rolls?
Basically, anytime you roll dice,
Basically anytime.
except damage. Well, actually,
Why do we
plus
get
two
plus
to
two?
damage.
+2 to damage.
I get it because I have a Joker.
Oh!
Because I'm just that cool. That means I have a shot to to help him open the door if he forgets how. Or to figure it out myself if I get tired of it. Since I presume there is some set of controls that will allow you to open the door.
So while there is a moment, could I melee attack, smash that guy's head into the wall, and then throw his dead body at the another person? Those would be 2 different skills.
Yes.
And if I wanted to do that, it would be -2 to both.
That's correct.
Okay.
So yes, you could.
I got my dice. I am gonna float back over here, and as I do, I'm gonna blast another ray of sunlight at this guy. Trying some new dice this time.
Perhaps you could increase the hard radiation in the sunlight. Less light, more hard radiation.
Inventor person, we need that tinfoil thing that directs the sunlight.
I got a 4 and a 1.
You did.
But a 4 hits.
Before does it.
Alright, here goes my damage.
He's just getting ready to fire in his voice and said, I would increase the amount of hard radiation. They find it more effective. What? Zap!
9, 10, 17.
See? I told you it'd be more
Much better.
effective.
I might actually kill him.
Very likely being an extra. Because he would need a 14 toughness not to die.
Right. No, he does. Yeah.
Say, he would need a 14 toughness not to go down.
Oh,
to
they
that.
only have
So
one
he does
wound?
go down.
Extras
Okay,
only
so-
get 1 wound.
So, my sunbeam slams into him, blasts a massive hole in his chest. The guy looks down at this hole in his chest, and then he collapses to the ground.
Okay. Very nice.
If I'd seen it, I'd be impressed.
And I will float around the corner there.
Thank you, Sunbeam.
You are very welcome, Finn. You may worship me when we're done.
My name is Mong. Mong the human.
Are you still waiting?
Yes, I'm waiting. Basically, again, unless someone attacks or something to me.
Are there
I'm
any
waiting.
other face cards? I don't think there are this turn. Okay. So any 10s? Any 9s?
It's all 7s.
Right. So the 7. So yeah, 7 of hearts.
7 hearts. Alright. Yep, I'm going to move over here and be like, hey, sexy. I stand next to myself. And I'm Mong crush.
Flex at each other.
Do I want to do it? Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to crush the dude and then throw him at another dude.
Okay.
So 6, 8, 6 on the dice. So that is a 6 or 6.
With a -2.
Yeah, with after the -2.
So that will hit.
All right.
Damage.
12. I do +2 damage to unarmed. So
Yes.
that's +2.
Damage when you throw him is going to be a little bit less.
So 5, 7, 19, and another 8.
Yep. So you crush this guy.
27. Against the wall.
Now, it's significantly less damage for throwing, but
Yep.
it is your strength. I believe.
It's
And I'll
not
throw
it's
him like a
D12
Chinese
plus
star.
2 or something.
Yeah, it's going to be like your strength +2, yeah, basically. Right? But make your throwing roll first.
All right.
Well, I mean, his strength itself is, I think, D12 plus 2. Or
So it'd be D12 +4.
There we go.
I don't remember exactly,
Yeah.
but I know it's above a D12.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's his strength
-2.
+2. Yeah.
Oh, not so good.
Ah,
Yep, 2.
yeah, okay. So you do not hit. You throw him against. He splats over there somewhere.
You know, now that my dice are actually rolling average damage, it's probably going to start showing some
It's
stuff.
amazing how powerful it is. 3d10 should do a lot of damage.
Should do a
It's just
lot,
we're
yeah.
having no
Those
luck.
those dice, I have
Those-
these special hollow metal dice.
Yeah.
They're just not balanced with the crap.
Yeah.
You know.
I always want.
All right,
wanted
put
to
your card in the pile,
square the
please.
ones I got, just the weird
7 of
ones, just
clubs.
to see, but-
Okay, I'll step out. I see nothing.
Probably see a bunch of blood and bodies lying around.
1,
charred corpses and
2,
gooey
3,
smash thing.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep. So you're fast.
There we go.
Bullet time!
I guess.
Eat lead.
Lead head.
Yeah, we'll do the charge one.
Run into him.
So I roll my fighting.
Yep.
Don't get
And D6. You take the higher of the 2.
So 6.
Okay.
And then I will roll
That's
4d6. So 11, 16, 17?
17 is that's it's additional. So he is, because it's 13, 17 exactly. So that'll collapse him. He explodes in a little bit of violet. Oh no, 12, 16.
And then I will use my second action to do that like half dodge, whatever it was, just to add +2.
So +2. Okay.
Yep.
Well, and then you can move. Right?
You got
Well, I
2
moved
more
8.
left if you want, right? 'Cause you have 10 base.
No, he has 8 paces.
8. Okay.
Unless he
So you
activates his
Yeah.
super speeders.
I'm confused on my pace because it just says special. There's no number.
Isn't there your super speed adds to it?
But then, I have fleet-footed, which is an edge that says +2
That gives you
pace.
right. That makes you 8 pace.
Okay. And then
But
it
then
says
I thought
10
when you
whatever.
activate your speed,
Yeah, which I did not activate.
right? But I think the speed gives you additional. Look at the speed power
So speed
under your powers, like the
special abilities.
no
You have
the
a separate
next
sheet
page,
that
the separate
describes
sheet.
the powers.
Yeah, there you go. You should see what it says over there. That's probably what it means by special, because you can go Mach 1 if you activate it. So it means you don't really have a you do have a restriction on number, but that number is whatever Mach 1 is.
Whatever Mach 1 is in the squares.
Yeah. However, I don't know how many squares Mach 1 is, but whatever that is, that's your restriction.
So
So
regular
if I were to act, I could basically move on my entire map.
regular human can move at roughly about 20 miles an hour, 22 if you're Usain Bolt. Mach 1 is 720 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So just multiply by, 35.
It's a little bit of math. It's not that much.
Yeah.
It's not that much, but it's funny.
So 6 times
36.
35-ish.
Yeah.
Well,
Something
8
like,
because that's what you have. Well, the average person has a 6 pace. So,
Right.
so 100,
6 times 35.
180 plus,
Yeah.
183.
So it's
So you can
actually
do about 183 squares.
Yeah, but I think so far in this entire fight, I've seen this like super fast
210.
bullet person walk the same speed as the rest of us.
A little faster.
Oh, he's a little faster. He
A
is.
little-
You've also seen me kill 3 times more people than you.
True.
All right, so you're after it's like dad and then dad.
What it actually looks like, what it looks like to you is he's definitely he quivers a little bit as you, but yeah, what you also see, and this is kind of what he's not representing there, is he backs up a couple squares and then just plows his head into them and literally he's had 3 sets of guts on his head.
He's like putting all the body parts.
Plus 2 more that he splashed
That's
on
right.
me.
Yeah.
He's like got body parts hanging off.
He does in little bits of intestine, like a girl's little pigtails.
If you got rid of the
I think
lead
you're up,
head
Tackle.
and replaced it with
Motoman.
Teflon,
Alrighty.
Might
it
need
wouldn't
to put
stick
a
so
warning on this video.
Got some intestines
Alright,
dangling on my
so I am going to.
Unlock the cage.
Are the doors? Is it see-through walls or are they solid?
No, there you can see into them.
Is it like Hannibal Lecter's
Yeah.
cell
pretty
where?
much, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and they're wearing the
Well, they're on the wrist, but yeah, dampeners.
the dampeners. Okay.
Did anybody want any coffee?
I would take some.
I would
Yeah.
definitely.
I'll take some as well, please. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to pull my pistol, and as I have my pistol pulled, I'm gonna swipe my little key card thing, and I just say to him, I was like, if you're smart, you won't move, you won't try anything, and you'll just walk and do what we say.
So you're not able to remotely open it. Remember we discussed that you
You
didn't
have to
make
push
enough
a
of
button
a.
at the thing.
You didn't make a high enough roll to do that.
Okay, then
You
yeah,
have to
then,
open it from back there.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I
You
will.
didn't make a high enough roll to be able to remotely open it.
Then I will open it
Yeah.
from there.
As soon as he opens it, I'm using my thing to interrupt him.
As soon as you open the door, you get to go. That's the way a Joker works. He gets to interrupt your action.
Okay.
And
All right.
I will come around. Does he react to his door being open at all?
He's woozy. He's standing up, but he's very wobbly and woozy.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
And I will drop the invisibility at that point so that he knows
Okay.
I'm standing here and start guiding him out.
So since this is an interrupt action, what that means is that as you're approaching, you see him in the cage.
All of a sudden you see
You're coming
this
around the corner. You see,
6 foot tall pinup girl in a
Right.
skin tight outfit
in
with
this
long
in
red
the
hair.
cage there with him. So yeah, and he begins escorting him out. That's now you can react appropriately. So now your turn goes back. I think right there, unless you wanted to do any specific action.
Not that, I don't think so, because I don't want to risk Mike throwing this guy and pissing him off.
Okay.
Actually, you know what I do just because it's her? I'm going to try to do his mind reading on him as I'm trying to figure out if he's got like some issue beyond the dampeners that's causing his problems.
Okay.
Trying to read into his thoughts. It's a post smart roll.
Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, he will definitely oppose. He seems to be like, you don't know if it's that he doesn't trust you or that he's just messed up. You don't know.
I know.
Maybe you're
That's
about
part
to
of
find
what
out.
I'm trying to find
yeah,
out.
maybe you're about to find out. Exactly. Yeah.
I love my +2.
Oh yeah, no, I got a 2.
All right, yeah, I got a 12.
Yep. He does
So,
have.
Actually, he doesn't even notice. With my raise, I can keep him from noticing.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, you can. Right. So
So basically, I'm looking for known facts about why he is acting so weird.
so
Because normally my understanding is dampers would not do that. I mean, they make you woozy and such, but they wouldn't make you like catatonic.
So it's yeah, you get that he has been very wounded as well.
Okay.
So that's the other thing. Yeah, you're correct. It's not just the dampeners. He's pretty severely wounded. Now, as a mind person, as you are, you recognize that it's probably more mental damage right now, because otherwise he'd be a little bit more alert, and you don't see a lot of wounds. So
I will come along now. It's time to go.
Yep.
Using my persuasion if necessary to try to get him to come out.
Is it still his turn?
That
It's-
would presumably end my
I was gonna
turn
say, yeah,
well.
exactly. So it's still sort of your turn too. So yeah.
Okay, can I break down the teleporter gun to its bare components and reform it into a force control pair of like gauntlets?
Okay. Sure. It'd be
Okay.
like it'd be more like what you'd be doing, yeah, breaking down the gun and you'd be
Or
like
or
wrapping it around, yeah.
like a ring.
That's
like,
what I'm
like
thinking. Yeah,
Green
it'd be more
Lantern's
like
ring.
you're taking like the trigger out, you're putting it around this ring, and you take the barrel out, and you put it around this ring, and you
Okay,
wrap it
yeah,
around. So,
yeah.
And you're talking about making what? You said
Force control.
Okay.
It's 2/level.
right. So you get level 1. force
Yeah,
control.
so would be treating it as a heavy weapon.
Okay. Gotcha. So
And-
that's what
and-
you're doing. You're trying to treat your unarmed as a heavy weapon. Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, I guess that's what it was.
Let me
yeah.
take a look at it, because I'll that way I can help you out. So you're doing force control level 1,
Uh-huh.
which lets you. The strength of the field is D10 initially, so you have a D10 field. Its damage if used to attack. Okay, so right, so yeah, it basically lets you make an unarmed attack with a strength of a D10.
Okay,
So that it gives you a strength of D10 to attack with.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright, and it's 12-inch range, I
Correct.
believe is
Yeah,
what
correct,
it said?
yep.
Okay, so,
Because it lets you interact with other, yeah, you can, up to 12 inches, you can interact with force around.
yeah,
So.
it's gonna be a fly swatter, just... No.
Okay,
Is that everybody?
I think so, actually, did we go? We didn't go yet. So, that guy in the back there, he's the only one left.
He's like,
Crap.
I know he's a drone. He doesn't.
He's
care.
a drone, so he can't, I was gonna say, he's not gonna run. He's a
Where we
drone.
going?
He's
Oh,
gonna go up
you
to
can-
the closest thing. Yeah,
You can
the
eliminate
closest one.
the illusionary.
Yeah, the illusionary guy's
I
gone.
would
Yeah.
drop him by now. I'm like, whatever.
You move the guy in the
He
yellow
did
shirt.
what he had to do.
Bye, Mom.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, he's gone.
No, he just
moving.
vanished.
Just moving.
okay.
Yeah, he's gone.
I stopped illusioning him.
Bye, Mom. I will miss you.
What is your parry, sir?
It is, well, I have a +2, right? So it's 8.
Oh, okay. So I missed you. Thank you. Glad you had the parry. So, so the guy swings at you. This drone. He comes up. I do swing at you. Oh no, he's doing a touch attack. So he does get 8. So because it's +2. So I got an 8. So you need to make a vigor roll -2.
Oh.
Do I roll 2 6s for that? Well, my vigor's
Yeah.
a 6.
Yes, you roll 2 6s. You take the better of the 2.
So -2 is 2.
Okay, so you do not make it. So you are shaken.
Owie.
He stuns you. You're just like, "Whoa!"
Oh, who's talking crap now?
I mean, I've been stunned, 2 rounds of combat now? I still have more kills, just saying.
All right.
It's gonna be like a mind flayer at level 1.
I had good luck against your previous mind players. I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, so my
That was my
first
really
character's
stupid
going to have to
part
be my
there.
backup character. Like,
Yeah. Just bring it back up here.
Bring a couple of backups here. I remember my Barbarian had pretty good luck against the mind players for no reason whatsoever. He had like no will roll, but he couldn't miss a roll.
Yeah. When was that?
I was subbing in a long time ago, years ago, almost now.
Oh. Okay.
I once had a room with a Halloween costume of a mind flayer that was in a Dungeons and Dragons room, and they walked into the room and it startled the players. I ate up like 4 third-level spell slots with the one dummy. As they blew the room.
That's how you know it's a GM.
Nice.
Wait, what was it?
It was a
stuffed mind
Fake
flayer.
one.
Stuff mind.
That's how you know
I
as a
ate up
GM you
4
win.
level
You
spell
know?
slots. Like,
Yeah.
people be like, oh my god, blah, blah, blah.
Freak it out. Yeah.
It was gorgeous.
All right. 6 of hearts, ace of clubs over there.
A bunch of kobolds. You're like.
Diamond. Sorry, can you pass that down to Alex, please? Thank you. 4 of clubs over there.
Dang, again?
5 of spades.
I reject. Wait, hold on a second.
I
Is it
reject your
5 or below? Is it
values.
below 5?
Insert
5 or
down,
less.
right?
Give me that back.
I require a reshuffle.
Joker.
Yay!
Okay.
You're infused
Would you
with
like
fury.
to go first, or would you like to wait and see what happens?
You're infused with power.
I mean, if I move, I can't even get into anywhere reasonable to hurt anybody.
Except,
Are you?
is there a ceiling? I mean, it's open air, right?
It's not open air.
Oh, it's
we
not.
blew through
There's
the
a tin
ceiling.
roof. You guys blew through it.
Oh, okay.
Tin roof rested.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I know there's some stuff going on over here, and I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna back up right here, and then still 3 times the size. I'm just gonna pull my body out like this, and sun and radiant energy blast forward in the form of my body at this wall.
Okay.
I want to incinerate this wall in front of me.
Okay. All right. Make your let's see. So you have a radiant thing. I know you do. It's,
I mean, I do have this
you have the body of
energy control
Yep.
thing. Is
That's
that
the
what
one.
you're going for?
That is. Yeah.
Okay. So it says I can manipulate enough energy to fill a medium burst template up
Yep.
to 12 inches distant.
Yep.
As a free action, he can perform maintain minor effects appropriate to his power type. Cool breeze, lightning, extinguish the small fire, and full on. I also have damage. I have damage stuff on here.
Yeah. The damage is what we want.
The damage, okay.
Because that's going to be.
Energy control can be used to injure targets by striking them with force, surrounding them with dangerous energy, dehydrating their bodies, and so on. I make a spirit roll with an action. If successful, everyone in the area
I didn't
takes
bring them with me, but
2d6
this is a
damage.
medium burst template. So it is about
Oh, wait, hold
3
on.
3 by 3?
3 by 3.
Okay, so 3 by 3. I want to blast this entire section of the wall right here in front of me
Okay.
and just irradiate it.
All right. So what is your damage for the medium burst template?
It says, crap. I think this is a medium burst template right
Yep.
here. This doesn't have any damage though. There's damage for this thing. It says everyone in the area suffers 2d6 damage.
That's what it is.
But it doesn't say what the template is for this one.
That's the same thing.
It's
this
the same
is,
thing?
Yeah, this is saying you can control or damage or nullify.
Oh, okay.
This is the things you can do with that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, 2d6
So
then.
damage is what you want to do. Yep. So
just 2d6?
yep.
All right.
And it explodes. So see if you can get it.
I need to impress my companions. They keep mocking me.
Yeah.
Hey!
6.
7?
That's a 6
Oh,
also.
that's right. All right, so 7, 8, 9.
8, 9. Okay, so the wall begins to melt back here behind you. Those of you who are out there, and all of you are out there, you can see the wall begin to like melt. It's not very thick in the middle here. As you know, the outside of a prison is very reinforced. The inside, not as much. Although this is definitely somewhat reinforced, but the guns here that are on that panel are molten. Yeah.
He gets a +2 to damage for the Joker, doesn't he?
Oh, you do. That's true.
Ooh. I don't know
So
if that matters for the special
So
effect. or
6,
not.
check.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11. Yeah. So that might make a difference. Hang
I
on.
was gonna say, I'm not sure if that changes the amount that he does, but
It does. He gets a +2 to that. But let me see if that's.
I never understood that expression. Guilt-free gaming. Who throws guilty for gaming?
I think it's the amount of money that you spend on said gaming stuff.
I don't know. I subjecting other people to my personality is, kind of irks me sometimes.
I got one of
I like your
these.
personality. So.
I don't know if that would fit. Maybe.
Joe.
Keep it out just in case.
Grazie.
I find your personality pleasant.
Because you can measure up against the book and see if it
Doesn't
fits.
work for me.
So,
Thank you.
Even my more caustic characters.
I appreciate
Oh
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think they're
It might
black.
actually work.
And I think that was Trevor, right? Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, I ordered the Savage Worlds
My
book
next
and
character
the
is
Superpowers
gonna be pretty
companion.
awesome.
Nice.
Oh good.
Yeah, I just ordered that, so it should be here in a couple days.
Cool.
Which I might practice with Trent, taking the rogue.
And
And
I
then
mean, I
practice
won't
again.
promise you my characters will like your characters, but as a player,
No, my
Here we go,
my
object
concept
of
my concept is so I've been reading these Pendergast novels, and he's sort of like an occult
Alright.
FBI agent from New Orleans.
So,
in a suit.
um,
So that's my
Dude,
character.
if you do the voice of Benoit Blanc from Knives Out, that would be the best.
It's gonna be something like that.
Sweet.
It's gonna be
Just
something
all
like that.
foghorn, leghorn it up. all up in
So
here. I would
rogue
die.
investigator, paranormal investigator, some such thing. Maybe arcane trickster. I don't know.
Sweet. Have you
Alright,
seen
so
those
you got
Knives Out
toughness
movies?
on a wall.
Not bad.
I have not.
Oh,
The
dude,
first one's great.
Daniel
How
Craig
much?
is
11.
fantastic. The second one's really good too if you haven't seen it.
Yep, I saw it yesterday actually.
Yep, and the target number I'm being told is 10. So, that means
Just
that
melt the wall.
you melt the wall. You At least it's not fully melted, but there's a big
Purpose
hole
to
in
it, but he
it.
did.
right now.
There's a hole in it?
Yeah, you melted a hole through the wall.
How
for
big
sure.
of a hole?
It's probably, so you have a template you said of a medium burst, which you know is 3.
3 by 3.
So you're probably most of that 3. So
Okay.
Then you melt log.
All right. So basically, you guys all see behind you.
Yeah.
Heat begins to radiate out. You can feel this heat radiating from the wall. Glancing back, you see this steel reinforced wall just melting away. There are like those steel beams, rods or whatever that go through walls to
Rebar.
reinforce them,
Rebar.
rebar
Yeah.
and stuff. Those begin to melt, and there's this big molten pile of concrete and metal right here. And I'm standing there, flaring like the sun.
Did you just melt all those guns?
oh yes, the guns are puddle.
There was some popping and
Yeah.
shooting and banging.
Right.
And some
Sweet.
of the bullets, the casings, just kind of bursting.
Very impressive. I'm not
I-
sure.
I
the
look
purpose of
over.
it, but
Well done.
The wall's well done.
I'm not sure the reasoning for it, but it was quite an impressive.
I will burn you. Shut up.
Oh good. All right.
Silence.
So
Mortal.
keep that
That made
Joker
no sound
around.
whatsoever.
I know normally we haven't
I've been
ever turn him
perfectly
in,
silent.
but if you have to make any other rolls during this turn, they're also at a +2. So keep
Okay.
your Joker around.
Okay.
Any aces?
Yes.
Okay.
Aces and eights. Oh wait,
Different game.
Dead Man's Hand. I know it's very good.
What's it called? Stunned, whatever.
Oh, shaken.
Shaken. So
Master.
it's vigor,
It's spirit.
spirit.
Our man.
Spirit's a flop. But I add a 6.
You do. Well, you take the bigger of the 2. Yeah.
5
Six.
1.
6, because I'm
+1. Yep.
6.
So that you are on shaken. You can't act, but you are on shaken.
Cool.
Any face cards?
I have a face card.
Well, yeah. You would. All right, 10s, 9s, 8s. I have an 8 of spades.
You're up. I'm diamonds.
Still have one guy behind.
Hey, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Oh my god.
You're like, oh, I feel better. Oh, punch him in the face. Or touch him, because they have some sort of weird stunny touch.
Yeah, he does. He reaches out to touch you again, but he misses. He can't critically fumble, so he doesn't know why, but he misses. He tries to, but you're too quick. You're buzzing around, and you're constantly he kind of got the drop on you last time, but now you're just you're almost vibrating in place because you're so fast. So. All right.
8 of diamonds.
8 of diamonds. Yeah.
Do I know where the exit is, especially towards this courtyard?
So.
we got a hole in the roof.
I don't fly.
Right. So
I
the
can make you fly.
courtyard.
Build a ladder.
You can't
I would say you don't. You haven't looked out either. Well, you did look out this exit very briefly, You don't know which one leads to the courtyard, I would say.
But
yet.
one of those two exits.
One of those two
Kind
would.
of super can fly.
Everyone but you? Oh no. I will start leading him out if he'll come with me. I'm
Okay.
assuming there's nothing I can do about his mental trauma. I don't have like mental healing.
When I was jacked into the system, did I get a layout of what the prison looked like?
Probably. You got like quite a few raises. Oh, you didn't on the last one though. Let's do a common knowledge check.
Okay.
Smarts.
Which you're really, really good.
Which, just regular smarts?
And a D6, of course. You take the better
Smarts
two,
and
as
a
always.
D6. Alright.
Always
so-
take the better of the two.
It's always funny when you beat your D12
Oh,
plus
it's
2.
smarts is a D12. I'm
D12
sorry.
plus 2 in
Yeah.
your case, I believe. Right?
Yeah. Ha! 4.
So no.
Okay. Alright.
Does anyone know where the courtyard that we're taking him to is?
Did we get a look at the building from the outside?
As we found.
As you were falling and having your mind probe,
I'm
you
sure I
did,
paid
but you
no
didn't really pay attention. Yeah,
Can
you were-
I remotely call my repulsor lift to me?
No, not at least not from here.
Okay.
You probably could outside of the building, like once you've left this. But prisons tend to have dampeners on
Yeah.
that sort of thing too.
Okay.
You probably could. I would think it's reasonable when you're not within this.
Okay.
to do
Yep.
that.
Well, I'm going to assume he's not going to run, but I'm going to try to move him as quickly as I can.
He does not run. But he moves really slow. He's gonna move at half pace.
Do I think with mind control, like because it's like mental damage, I could overcome that and force him to like? act
You
normal?
don't think so? You think that the problem with that is then the nullifier.
That's what
So between the two, like you'd either have to specifically heal him, or remove the
And
nullifier.
I assume
or
I have no idea how to remove a nullifier.
correct. Yeah, you
I
don't.
mean, I don't have science. I have lots of knowledge, but no science.
Yeah.
I do have lockpicking. Can you
How big is he?
lockpick a nullifier?
I can lockpick.
You could lockpick a nullifier.
I mean-
He could lockpick a nullifier.
He's
Hopefully,
busy.
hopefully he doesn't remove his arm in the process. But
I'm going to attempt to pick the lock on the nullifier.
okay, yes, you can lockpick a nullifier. It's hard. It's very hard, but you can do it.
Can I? Is there a way to assist?
There is.
15.
But he doesn't seem like he needs it. But yes, there definitely is a way to assist. Just for everybody's future knowledge, you can up to 4 people can assist. You have to have the skill. So if you have the lock picking skill or you have the whatever skill, you can. So you can't do it untrained. But if you have the skill and that person has the skill, up to 4 people can assist, and each one gives a +1.
What if I don't have
They
the
have to
skill, but
make
I'm
this-
very encouraging?
There's actual edges that let you do stuff like that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So,
I will just replace the skill for a strength check.
Well, yeah,
So-
that's a whole different thing.
that's a whole different thing.
Then you're
Strength
not
check of his
assisting.
shoulder joint. Whether
So
it's
you are able
tendons
to
or-
remove the nullifier.
Yeah, the reason why you can't pick it is
And
because
he
the hole ain't big
definitely,
enough.
his head still seems a little better. He definitely is still like not moving as fast as you'd like him to, but he's at least cooperative. Like he definitely recognizes
I'll
that
give
you're
you-
rescuing him.
I know it may go against your things, but if we, your mindset, Motoman, but if we were to release more of these, it would distract any other guards to make it less likely for us to get recaptured.
He, by the way, he's a little bit now that the thing is removed. He seems a little bit cheerier. He smiles. He's, by the way, he's a tall guy. He says kind of sandy blonde hair. He looks like Alex a little bit, but
Poor guy.
but
How would you do that to somebody? Jeez.
but yeah, he's a little bit more like he smiles even a little bit.
Let's
Like,
get you out of here, my friend.
Great. Love
Taking
to do
it at
You're not over
Dr.
there. You're way
Death.
over there.
what's his name?
Dr.
that.
Destruction.
Dr.
Yeah,
Destruction.
him.
But I will, I mean, as far as you'll move with me, I'll take him out of here.
We're out of combat, right? Or is there still others?
No, there's one bad guy left. It's,
There is, and he's
Yeah,
going
so
Why
next.
didn't you take care of him last time?
I was trying to let you catch up.
you were busy melting a wall.
Wait,
over
what'd
there.
you?
Something.
I had
Oh, no,
more
he
important
went.
things to do.
He went.
Oh wait, I haven't gone yet. I don't think.
He already went. So
But again, can I move 6? Only 3?
Did you?
yeah, you can
Oh,
only,
you
we
got
can
on.
move.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
yeah.
still only move 3, but that was because he's wounded. But he definitely is cooperative now. Like you won't have to
Get him.
steer him. You don't have
Seeing
to
that
tell
my
him where to
friend,
go.
my companions are there, I'll get at least to there with him.
Yeah, you don't. Like I said, he's completely cooperative now though. So you don't have to tell him or direct him. He'll go where you tell him to. Yes.
So, what I would like to do is I would like to walk over there, casually grab him, and
Yeah.
then bring him over to the molten metal and press him into the molten metal.
Okay.
And
The
grill
remaining,
him.
the remaining live guy?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
All right, so let's start with.
That doesn't count as yours.
So you're grabbing. That's an opposed fighting.
I burned
So I get to make a fighting roll to oppose you.
Why?
Because I couldn't do anything
I
else
don't
meaningful.
mean that as an insult. I'm just
Because I
curious.
couldn't do anything meaningful, so I burned the wall because
Get
it
a
was
2.
cool.
All right.
It was quite cool. I'm not denying that, and I apologize if that came across in the way
grab
of
it.
admiring. I just wondered
And
if you had a plan beyond.
What I'm
bringing
trying
it.
to do
Nope,
is I'm
that was
trying
it.
to
I might
run his
suggest in the
head
future,
through the molten metal,
Since you
trying
are
to
so
scoop up as
incredibly
much as I
capable of
can
flying,
into
you
his
could have gone up to the
orifices.
roof
Okay,
and found
okay,
the courtyard.
so what
we're
we'll
looking for,
do
so we would know where to go.
is
You
let's
guys
do
didn't start
a.
discussing that until after I burned the wall.
Ah, you didn't
I
understand
gotta find
that
a-
need. I apologize. I'll be more.
Such an unusual circumstance. You gotta find a rule for it.
He's old.
He could just use his hand to press his skull into the ground
out.
for strength. and-
Right.
So I'll make fun of the sun god.
I'm admiring his powerful capabilities.
Where do you stand on PvP in these games?
I don't.
we are villains.
I don't encourage it. I don't.
See the way
Because
this
he's
campaign
mouthing off a
can
lot.
I
I'm
know,
just
I know.
saying. He's about to anger the
I'm
sun.
mouthing off. I've been telling you how well you're doing.
So
I think he takes everything way too personally.
I'm a deity. You're mocking me.
I never mocked you.
You were a deity, to be clear.
I mean, technically I still am. I'm just. I need more faithful.
And you're going to get it by threatening people with your burn.
I know what I'll do. I'm gonna have him make a vigor roll.
All right.
That's what
Kneel before.
I'm trying to
Somebody.
drown him in Magna.
Right. I'm gonna have him make a vigor
As far as I know,
roll,
he's never asked me to worship.
and we're gonna see if he can. So his
I don't
vigor
ask, I demand.
is a
I haven't
D8.
done that either, as far as I know.
You're not worthy.
I rolled a 3, so I did not succeed. So that means he is not able to fend off the molten metal. You drag his face through it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I
like
just
from
start
Game
laughing.
of Thrones when they melt
Oh
the
yeah,
the
pour the
gold.
gold in his face.
You want a golden crown?
Yeah.
Tastes good, doesn't it? Tastes good. Eat it.
And the most disturbing thing probably about this whole situation isn't that you drag his face through it. It's that because he's one of these drones, he doesn't even scream. He just melts to his
Quietly
face and he
dies.
quietly dies.
I say to the
Let
I
him-
say to
That's
the
fine, I've got a
drone,
headache.
Would you find
If
the
he
corridor
dies,
that would-
if you
courtyard
don't
looking for
scream, I will escalate until one of you do.
They're all dead, dude.
You want me to kill them?
More drones.
Assuming we're
There's
going
gonna
to
be
drop
more
you out of
drones.
combat.
All right, we are in fact going to be out of
So
combat.
Leadhead, if you
Yeah, I want to do like
Go ahead,
a,
your Joker
a
back here.
super quick, use my speed power to do a real quick reconnaissance to find the path we need to take.
Okay, right. So you take off. He kind of because it requires activation. So he kind of like stamps his feet a little bit, kind of spins his head, and he's gone.
Runs into a wall.
On my way around, I turn a corner right into a closet or something.
So you find that one area, when you go to the right here, you actually hit a spot where you slow down. Like there's a dampening field that you run into, and it seems to be this is where like there's an open courtyard. This is probably what you're looking for. But the dampening field you go through, you can tell that like it's as you enter the courtyard. The courtyard itself is not dampened, but it's to kind of prevent entry into that by people who aren't supposed to be there. So when you walk through, you'll be dampened, but once you're on the outside, you'll be fine. It probably is a deterrent so that guards can catch up or be able to, if somebody's headed out, they have a way to shoot them as they're in the field. So
Okay.
yeah, you hit it, you sort of immediately slow down, and you're like, whoa. But it's a field about, it's 2 inches, so it's 2.
That would probably kill him
About 4
because
meters wide.
he's
4
going at
meters wide.
Mach speed. He's suddenly
Yeah, the
slowed
whiplash
down.
is
He has no
devastating.
superpowers. I think he's dead.
Did you see the
So-
boys?
Oh,
I have
yeah.
watched that one.
I saw the first episode.
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah, that's,
Oh, yeah,
that's,
that's
a
what I'm talking
relevant
about.
episode.
So yeah.
Train runs through somebody.
Yeah.
Yep. So I
So
started watching.
it definitely hurts real quick. So you probably, to be all honest, you probably should make a vigor roll. Just to make sure you're not somehow like, you won't be injured necessarily, but you could be dazed.
Well, I think we just lost Leadhead.
2.
Yeah. So you are. You're going to be for the next hour. You're going to suffer a stun penalty. So you took 1 stun damage.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
So you have your damage track.
Fatigue.
Fatigue.
Fatigue. Yeah, fatigue. Yes, not
Yes, so you got your first fatigue filled
Yeah,
up.
you took a fatigue from that.
Get pencils.
Ooh, that didn't sound good.
Quick question.
So you'd encourage
Was
it.
I bloodthirsty enough to get a cookie?
Yes, I think that's
Get a
yeah.
cookie.
Oh, speaking of yes,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
oh.
Speaking of, I was another out of combat. I was going to do that. I think everybody played very well. So everybody, if you spent a penny, you may take a penny. Yes.
Yay!
Can I spend one real quick just so I can take another one?
Can I get one of those ones, please? Thank you. These
All right, so I have 1 fatigue.
bloodthirsty enough.
But then I'll come back. I'll come back to everyone about the path and about the dampening field.
Yeah, everybody did good on their flaws. So yeah, I'm giving
Thank you.
everybody.
I don't tell him about the dampening field.
Okay.
I don't know if I was using my
I
flaws, but I
think
was
I
definitely
could not
demanding
tell you.
some respect as a deity
Aren't you
here.
aren't you
My
overconfident?
apologies. I had no.
No, I am.
Oh, what are you?
I will do almost anything to accomplish my goals.
Yeah.
I always want my way.
Yeah.
And I hold a grudge and will kill as a major.
Yeah, but you always want your way, right?
Yeah.
You
'Cause I'm a
definitely
deity.
did that.
I'm a deity.
You 100% did that.
Alright, fair.
I can assure you, I meant no disrespect. I'm sorry you took it then.
Silence, mortal.
And nonetheless,
I'm not speaking.
as you mentioned, role playing is worth it too. So,
As before, I made no sounds.
all right. So, you all think you found the way out. At least your friend here did.
Oh, omnipotent one. Are
You're wearing a
able to
costume, so
carry
you don't
this
have to
person
like
without
come back
burning-
looking like you
without
got injured in
burning
any
them?
Right.
way. Yeah.
Mong.
What do you need my unending strength for?
Do you squash foreplay?
Squash foreplay?
Yes, foreplay, yes.
He needs foreplay. Squash.
Like,
You got a serious gender question.
is having something to do with having sex with vegetables?
Well, foreplay squash.
Engaging in foreplay with a squash.
Who did you want me to carry?
The guy, because he's moving up slowly.
Oh, what, this guy?
Yes.
Where are we carrying him to?
We got to get to the courtyard.
Need a clasp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to use my staff of Canaan, touch him on the shoulder, and sunlight envelops him, and he begins to float off the ground after me.
Okay.
Something like that.
That's your energy control.
Yeah. I just
Thank you.
little bubble of energy that floats him.
As
with me.
always.
And that you can do. Yep. So you can
Highly
make him
impressive.
move at your speed.
Okay, cool.
Wait, can I use a Benny to not be stunned?
No. Not from. Well, you can do it to soak. Yes. I'm sorry.
You could have done it to try to re-roll
Right.
the
That's
bigger
fine.
roll.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I don't know exactly what I can use.
No, sorry about that.
I
Yeah,
come
you could've-
floating around the corner with him, and I see him standing there.
I already came back and told you. I'm fine
Oh,
now.
you did?
Yeah,
can't
we
tell.
didn't leave till he came back to tell us.
I was self-absorbed in my greatness.
It's true.
So I'm assuming as a group, hopefully if you're willing, of keeping the guy somewhere in the middle so we can protect him.
I'll keep an eye on him. I'll keep
I
him.
just-
I'll keep him 15 feet off the floor with me, so that he's out of
Yes.
people's attack range.
Because he said alive.
He did say alive,
Yes. Which is why I need to be
which
sure
means
you hit him.
not dead, not squished.
Yeah, but there's a lot of in
No
between.
foreplay.
Well, I mean,
He's already been badly
No
hurt. I
foreplay.
would not recommend we harm him any further.
Do you remember my literal physical countdown for you from 7?
yeah.
Probably not a guy you'd probably push.
But, so,
What were you thinking of doing? Like doing something about against Dr. Destruction?
Oh, no.
They were saying that there's a lot of things between alive and dead.
Oh.
Yeah, if you pull his arms and legs off, you're still alive.
See?
Well, I
That's
could
what I mean.
cauterize the wounds and keep him alive, of
Oh,
course.
Lord.
We just
Whoa,
blame
oh,
these
boy.
guys.
All right.
Good call. So I could have his leg for a club then.
I really wish I could.
I think that would probably work, but let's bring him to Dr. Destruction first, and then speak of such things.
Good times.
I mean, he does have a PhD in destruction.
True.
I'm impressed with all the pleasures.
What? He's like, Dr.
So you're
Motoman.
only taking him.
I applied to a community college.
I can't open any of the doors, so unless
Yeah, associate's degree in
Motoman is willing to let people out, I asked him
Well,
to.
the
But
building
he kind of
collapsed.
ignored me, so I'm assuming that he'll be honest. not in his plan.
Well, actually make a smarts roll. That's common knowledge. Not common knowledge, just smarts. Generally smarts, not smart. Not common knowledge.
5.
So that's a 4 at least. So you saw him, set up that there's a couple of buttons you can push to open the cell doors.
Oh, well, if I have a second while they're getting this together, I'll go open all the cell doors.
Okay.
But you can only open them one at a time.
Yeah, you open one at a time, basically, is what it takes.
I'll basically start opening them, and as they leave, I'll open the next one, let
Okay.
everybody out.
Did we want to undampen them too, or just let them loose so that they have to get crowded?
Figure their own thing out. We're not heroes.
No, we're not letting them loose.
You just let them loose.
I
Just let them loose.
Why'd you let them loose?
I'm standing right there. I didn't do
Provided
anything.
the distraction. So
Yes,
that-
it's a distraction because there will be more guards. The girl who spoke to us, this Valerie Ramirez, she impressed me. If I can get the dampeners off her, I'll try to get the dampener off her.
Okay.
Assuming she's wearing a dampener. She didn't talk about. She said she didn't have any power, so she might not.
Honestly, a plant.
If anybody asks me to remove their dampeners with a strength check, I will do it.
I've not asked him to do
Yikes.
that.
Just to show off my strength.
Not even vaguely did I ask him to do that. I want to point out there was no asking of him doing that.
So they are going to follow you.
You might misinterpret that though.
Does she have any dampeners on her?
She does not appear to dampen this. She has cuffs. Regular, big iron ones.
I'll
But
try to unlock her
almost
cuffs.
die.
Okay.
I go over to, I don't remember
Okay.
our skull guy's name.
16.
16. So you unlock her cuffs very easily.
Apparently I'm a lot better at lockpicking.
Motoman.
She
Motoman.
like aggressively thanks you. Like, oh,
I run up to you real quick and I ask to
Oh,
borrow a
there's
couple
someone who
bucks
wants to
because I
meet
found a
us.
vending machine.
What? What was that?
I said I asked to borrow a couple bucks because
I mean,
found
what
a
do you
vending
need?
machine.
What do you need?
You could just open the vending machine and have it spit out whatever.
$100.
No, I mean, what do you need in a vending machine?
Oh, I can get it.
What do you need in a vending machine?
I want $100. I just want $100.
I could use a vending machine too.
Like, do you want the actual vending machine to eat, or do you want something in the vending machine?
No.
To carry?
To smash people with it.
So are we making our way out of the
Yeah.
complex while
Yeah.
this is going
As
on?
much as
Okay.
I can. Again, I'm hoping the other ones, either Dr. Destruction will be interested in them or they'll be distracting guards.
Okay. Now they all follow you out.
Because I'm assuming I didn't find any controls to turn the dampeners off. So.
No, you did not.
And I was able to pick one guy's out of a whole lot of luck. I don't really want to push it.
But they all follow. But most of these people aren't wounded, so they're able to keep up. It seems like Mind Jack was a special case.
While all this is going on, while we're leaving, can I change my power to explode?
Okay.
Explode.
I like that.
Yes.
She spoke to me.
No.
And it's gonna
One of them
use
is
the
visible.
large template.
Can you use the
Unless
large
you have
template with one
voice.
level?
Yes.
Okay.
It's explode 2+
I'm not
level.
sure. I would respect
Okay.
the disembodied
And
voice.
large template is a +1.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have that on the ready.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
We built
Gotcha.
a grenade launcher.
One thing I will remind you is, and you're fine by the way, but it doesn't select. So where it explodes, everything around.
Oh
it gets
yeah, no, I'm fully
I'm
aware
pretty
of
sure
that.
that was his goal.
I
Yeah.
think so too. But,
Yeah.
So okay. So you all get out to the outside the courtyard.
Can I use my radiant energy to recharge my staff of Canaan while we're traveling?
Sure.
When we get past the dampener, I'm gonna radio in my hovercraft.
Actually, as you get past the dampener, that big carrier that you were on before swoops in.
Okay.
Dr. Destruction, it seems like. And he seems to be expecting you to get on board.
I get on board. I fanboy him.
And as the other people start getting on board, by the way, he looks at probably you because you seem like you were. He says,
It's obviously your decision. We just felt there would be a distraction.
"Oh,
possibly.
look at the villains playing hero.
Not exactly.
How disappointing. I don't suppose you bothered to see if any of them were any use at all."
They're always of use when there's people shooting at me around. People between me and guns is always.
Get them on board. No more whining.
It's up to them. If they're willing to get on board, I'm like, whatever they want to do.
They do. They get them.
So we just rescued all the prisoners?
It seems like that's what happened. Yep.
Rescue is such a loaded word.
I mean, you gave them the doctor's instruction.
Doctor just
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
correct. Yeah.
I'm just,
I mean, rescue.
the biggest fan. Did you know I have an associate's degree in destruction?
Can you spell associates?
A-S.
S. And you're done.
Can't imagine why anyone would
Kevin,
do
I had a
that.
question about my flight.
Okay.
So I have this flight thing, and it says I can fly
Yes.
at 48, I can climb 48 meters per round.
Yes.
That's really fast. It's 120 miles per hour.
Yes.
But my pace is only 6.
Yes.
So am I able to fly fast, kind of like he can move?
Yeah, you can fly faster than you can move. Yes. Your pace is walking.
Okay,
your
so
flight is
I've,
different.
I've been flying all around. So
Oh,
how far should I be able to move?
You should be able to move. So there's the distance is that's your climb is 48.
Yeah.
Your flight should have a specific speed too, right? For 4. Because you have 2 levels of flight, don't you?
I mean, my pace is 48. I believe.
Well, what's your no, that's not your pace. That's your climb. You straight up.
I have no idea. I don't know how to read this.
So your flight is.
It says climb 48 meters per round. Right there.
Hang on. Where is? Give me a second. Book. No, I lost my phone. Because I have the character sheets up here. Okay. Back. Then I can pull up specifically what your flight is.
Okay.
And then I can tell you. Okay, this is for this guy. And his flight is. I spent 4 points, so it's flight 2.
Flight. So it's just right there.
No, flight 2 is 4 points, so flight 2, so 2 times your pace is what
So I
it
have
should
200 pace.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank
be.
you.
Yeah, and then the climb. It's how far up you can go.
Is
Per,
it the
per
ceiling?
round, or is it max height?
Oh, you know what? I put that in there.
All right.
Yeah. That's per round, but that's because he has a climb up too also. That's why.
So when it says I can climb 48, what does that mean?
So you have a climb. So there's 2 parts of flight. You take the flight itself, and then you take and I didn't attach it. I meant to, but there's a climb separate section.
Okay.
That you paid 2 points into, that got you the ability to climb 48. So that's your straight up. You can go 48, or you can go across 12 and up 48 because you have the pace times 2. So like some
Okay.
combination of that. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
You can climb really fast straight up. Your flight diagonally is like a mix of the 12 and 48. You know what I mean? Like whatever that's geographic. I'm not good at math,
Yeah,
but it's the
continents.
mix of those 2.
What light green doing?
So for some reason I can just go straight up way faster.
Yes,
than I can
because
go
it's
fly.
easy for you to push off. It's harder for you to push forward.
Oh, okay. I got
Up is easy.
I got you.
Forward's more
that makes,
difficult.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, that's why. Because climbing easy. Your gravity doesn't affect you as much, but forward is a different motion. It's like I don't know how to explain it, but
I understand.
it's much easier to go straight up. And
You're like that balloon I lost in as a kid. That
Right.
led me to a life of
48
crime.
is meters, right?
It's a tragic
Yes.
backstory. Turned you into a psycho killer.
yeah, I can, see, you're doing the math. I don't know the math.
So it would be about 26 inches on the diagonal.
On the diagonal, okay.
Inches?
Which is the
Which is
squares
2 yards per inch.
on the diagonal.
That'd be the hypotenuse. I mean,
Hypotenuse is always greater
yeah,
than the 2 sides.
it's 26, 24, 12.
Okay.
Well, 12. But he would, yeah, so
Well,
that would put him 48 up and 12 over.
Right.
12 squared is 144
14,
plus
14 or 24 meters over. and
48 squared
meters
Right,
is
because
a much
it's
larger number.
26 at the diagonals.
I suggest we ask instruction to assist us with this math.
over. Math's already done.
We got it. We're good.
All right.
It isn't really relevant because the diagonal distance is probably never going to matter. What
All
matters
right.
is your 48. You were 24
So the
years
carrier
old.
takes off as quickly as it lands. By the way, just it's gone. Let's
Does
see.
it go faster than Mach 1?
As
It's like, I could go faster than this.
You definitely
I
could
go faster
outrun
than
it.
this. I can go faster than this.
the carrier then sets down at an abandoned warehouse, kind of outside of town a little bit. And Doctor Destruction climbs out of the ship and he points to that abandoned warehouse. And he looks to all of you and he says, "I will have to thank you for your service tonight. You were better than I expected. I suggest you come up with a team name. You are now an Omega Cell, whether you want to be or not. I don't care. I'll be in touch."
Is this
Gets back on his
is there a secret headquarters?
He pointed at the.
What happened to all the other criminals that were on the?
They're still on the.
They're still on
Yeah.
the thing.
Yep.
Okay.
He seems to take them with him.
Did you hear that? We are now Omega.
So,
It's like a big thing and a little thing.
And our quest giver just left us all on our own. So I guess we just find something to do. I suggest that we find the nearest barracks or whatever of these Finns, or possibly their enslavers. I forget what they're named.
The
Visori, and obliterate them.
I suggest we find out what's inside the warehouse we've been directed to before we start obliterating.
Wait, he told us to go to the warehouse?
Well, he pointed at it.
It's our secret base. There's probably a tank or something.
Now, whether it's built up or we need to do some work on it, first thing we probably need to discover it.
Yes, but the
a lair.
Vasari, we definitely need to hunt them down and break each one of their bones so that we can figure out the pitch and sound that each bone breaking makes.
Do they have bones?
So that we can start creating percussion
The
like
Vasari don't have
instruments and form a band. And
You
then we
don't
will
hear no
you're kinda
very
dumb.
often, do you?
Now hold on a second.
The guy with the head injury.
I like you.
I'm heading inside.
I like the way you think. The first half, I'm on board with.
They don't have bones.
The band part, I think we're going to pass on.
The lack of bones would make
So
breaking them
instead,
difficult.
we are going to form some sort of super group. We're going to come up with a different name.
No, we're just going to make them suffer for a long time.
The first thing we need to do is give back the drone's ability to scream. Shimmer.
Back to invisibility and check out the inside. The
group name.
Talking.
The Motomen.
I am neither of those things and
No.
object to the name completely. Yes, that floats through the air. All of you.
I suggest Mong.
Humong. The Humongs.
Or humongous.
I suggest you name yourselves the Asherites.
Ass what?
It's like your degree.
Not asswipes. Asherites.
Swipes.
Although you act like one.
I have never wiped someone. Well, there was that one time I did it with a car.
But Moto people. Moto.
Asherites.
Your evil organization generator.
Here you go.
Evil what?
An evil organization name generator.
Yes.
fancynames.com.
Squad of hate. All right. Yeah, anyway.
I'm gonna. Wait. Did Mind Jack stay with Dr. Destruction?
He did.
He did. Okay.
So what do I find inside? Well, they're out there.
Inside is an abandoned warehouse. It appears as though it has probably recently been abandoned. There are signs of people probably having lived in here recently and having quickly scurried out. Most of the blood's gone, so somebody emptied it in a hurry.
I'm gonna fly up above the warehouse, see if there's anything on the roof of interest.
On the roof?
All right. Then I'm gonna go roughly to the center of the roof.
Okay.
And I'm gonna blast a hole in the center of the
You're gonna
roof.
open the big. Okay. You do that.
All right, and
Melt
then
a hole.
and then I float down and survey the interior.
Is there any kind of an interior structure or buildings? Or is
Yeah,
it
it's a warehouse. So
I'm
there's,
gonna fix
there's
the
like
roof.
there's a
Homelander.
Yeah, you know, he got it made a door. So there's a mezzanine in there. There's some
I attack it.
old rusted equipment. There's not a lot of infrastructure. Yeah, the mezzanine's probably where the offices used to be.
What kind of equipment is it?
It's just old rust like pallet jacks and stuff, and like nothing like technical.
It was not a lair before. It was actually a warehouse.
It was actually a warehouse.
So there's nothing useful.
Well,
And there were probably some people living here who were
after we
forcibly
fix
vacant.
the roof?
No,
we need to figure
that
out
we are super famous
sleeping
superheroes.
chambers.
So, what will happen in the next day, and this is what we're going to do for the rest of the night because we only have a little bit of time left, is Dr. Destruction is going to help you formulate a lair here. You do have to come up with a name. You have to have a name, so figure that out. But in the meantime, we will create a headquarters for you. That's what we're doing this evening. So, and then we'll get the big adventure next week. It'll be fun. So.
Sorry about the roof. I didn't realize it was later.
You only said it twice. I can see where the difficulty comes in.
I wasn't listening. I was thinking about my followers that would join me one day. And
The Furious Five.
Wait, there's not 5 of us. There's like 4.
I get it.
I thought he wasn't counting me because he can't see me.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I count as.
Another image of him. Now there's 5 of us. We'll be the Furious
These are all
Five.
so bad.
Or the Frightful Five.
4 men and a baby. 3 men and a baby.
So we'll go through what you want. I have a number of points. I need somebody to write down your lair information. Somebody will need to have this down. So who wants
I will
who wants to be the lair keeper?
I'll be the
The
later.
Lair.
As this will be information you'll need for next time.
Does it include the sunroof?
I'll fix that.
The future.
All right.
I like
so
pickles.
You will have
So we should have pickles.
you have
in.
30 points to spend because you're already spending 10 of it on the location. So.
Isn't that really cool character from Dragon Ball Z? His name Pickle.
I'm sure.
Let's see. We're good. That's fine. All right. So you have the following things to choose from. These are all different costs, and we'll talk about what they are. So you have a command center. Starter type command centers have. Sorry.
These are things we could choose to buy with.
Correct.
our
You can choose to buy them. Yeah.
30 points, you said?
You have 30 points to spend, right? So, what happens is. Is that how you spend the points there? No, that's condition. So yeah, you'll spend different points on different extras and stuff, but we'll get to all those. So command center, basically your basic one starts as a pin board, a map of the city, some chairs, whatever. State of the art one is going to be communication monitoring equipment, all the computers and stuff, right? So how that works is it's 1 point for a starter. It is 10 points for a state of the art, and you can go in between there. So you can spend 1, 3, 5, or 10 on your. So this is how that's going to work. So, but I'll go through all the things, and then you can tell me what you want, and then we'll talk about the quality. So there's a garage. That's if you intend to keep a vehicle, which you do have a vehicle.
Can I keep it on the roof?
Yes, but anybody could just take it.
I think we might want to consider secrecy given what we're going up against.
Each garage handles up to a size 8, so that would fit your.
We need a cover. So we should do like a children's daycare or something.
There is a generator. You
orphanage.
probably need a generator.
How much is the garage?
So garage is 2.
They wouldn't
2
suspect.
points per.
I have an idea for a cover. Old abandoned warehouse.
And right now, that would if
Yeah,
you decided to
how
garage, it
would
would
we-
only be
how
2
would we do
points.
that?
So that's big enough to hold the one vehicle, yeah.
I'll take care of that part with the good help of
generator?
Motoman. His
Generators are 1
creative
point per.
genius is all we will need.
Retirement home.
But because you want a larger headquarters, you would require
Nunnery.
This is the whole secrecy idea.
at least a 3-point generator.
Okay.
Does that go up if we pick like a really good command center?
Yes,
Yeah.
things will go up as you get more technology. You need more power. So yeah.
I know. We all
there's a
style
hanger.
our
I don't think
haircuts
you
different
necessarily
and
need a
wear
hanger. It's up to
glasses.
you
They
guys.
will never know who we are.
Hangers are 4 points per. They hold like fighter jets and stuff.
Oh yes, I want to pilot a fighter jet.
How about we get the fighter jet first,
Oh.
then we make the hangar?
I can go get one right now. I'll go. All right.
Kitchen and dining area. That's just a 1 per.
Eh,
Remember
I don't
kitchen.
need any of that.
So kitchen and dining area at a 1 is like your.
Ramen.
You got a microwave and a coffee maker.
Yeah, exactly. Microwave and a coffee maker. That's a great.
College dorm room.
It's college dorm room at one.
So in other words, you want a grilled cheese, you got to get
Prison
the iron
cell.
out.
Which we've all probably
So there's
got
a
used to at
library
some point.
/ computer lab, and that's a 1 per. Now, what that does for you, by the way, these I'm not even telling you guys what they do, so you don't even know whether you want them or not.
I know I want a kitchen and better than a 1 point.
So a command center, a command center is just a command center. It's your focal point. It lets you communicate to everybody, right? That's easy. A garage lets you get repair rolls equal to the headquarters facility modifier. So it gives you additions to repair rolls. So that's the bonus there.
I'm assuming we're going to need that for somebody's vehicle.
Right. Generators, again, just power your things. There's nothing there. Kitchen and dining. Yeah, just food. Library computer lab, that gets you a bonus to investigation rolls. Again, equal to your facility modifier.
I want a cybernetics lab.
So the facility modifier is the points we spent on it? Or?
Right, so your facility modifier is, correct, is the points you spend.
So
So
1 point gets you a +1 to all.
1 point means you are a plus, no, 1 point means you're a +0.
Okay.
Means you have it. 3 points
Half
mean
what
you're a
you spent.
+1.
So half what you spent round down.
Right.
So 1 point just says it exists.
Correct. 1 point means you have one. 3 points mean you have a
It's only
+1.
starting to help us.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there anything for working out?
There is, let's see, there's a training room, yes.
Ooh, yeah. We gotta get one of those.
What's that do?
definitely-
What is it? The
It's just a,
War
it's just a
room?
cool
Ranger room?
room.
We can become Super Saiyan in the training room.
I would definitely say a training room would be valuable because we could work on our teamwork.
At a cost of a +2, it's a gym. At a cost of a +4, it is a controlled chamber with death rays and robot minions.
+4 it is. Put that on the list.
Everybody's like,
Straight out of
hell
X-Men.
yes.
I'm gonna die in there.
We're putting a
right.
+4. Okay, one thing spent.
That's
There
30
is a
points. We
medical
don't need anything
center
else.
if you are so interested in that.
What is that?
Oh, that might be
Medical
actually
center.
useful.
I think
That's a
that would be-
+2 per
No.
That gives bonuses to.
healing rolls.
to
Or vigor rolls for natural healing.
Oh, Valerie, did she stay with us or did Doc keep her?
She,
I know we need to finish this, but that'll be important for my next.
yeah, she did stay with Dr. Destruction. But why don't you, while we're doing this, give me a common knowledge roll about that. So, but anyway, let's move on while you're doing that.
4.
Never mind. So, personal quarters, you don't know. Okay.
Got worse.
You threw a cookie at me!
It got worse. Did it get worse?
I mean, you can always critically fail.
Didn't critically fail. I just turned my 4 into a 2.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh well.
Throw more cookies.
Well, can you double Benny or?
So, you can double Benny. You can spend as many Bennies as you want. There you go. Somebody pass that down. I'm gonna cheat that one. So, personal quarters are +1 per 4. So you need probably 2 if you want to have 5.
Love my D6s.
3.
16.
Wait. Personnel quarters are what?
It's 1 per 4 heroes.
You only need 4. You only need. Yeah, because I don't sleep. I don't need to sleep.
But as you do,
So you're
need
saying
someone
you
to
don't
keep
need
your
personal
stuff.
No, I have some.
I could
place
use a
to
He'll
do
just
that.
live in like our lab or whatever.
He does, to be fair, have a lot of this stuff already on.
That, if he doesn't need anything, then I won't get it. I'm fine with that if you're okay with it.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I just need a place to plug in to charge.
The garage, in other words.
Or,
So there's
yeah,
a specialist library if you're interested
I'm
in
like
that.
a Tesla. I need a
Yeah,
place
like
to
for
plug in.
different.
That's for bonuses to knowledge skill rolls. And that is a plus, that's 2 per. There are secure cells if you want to be able to lock people up.
I don't think any of these guys will need locking up. I think we need to work on our teamwork, but I don't see that we'll need.
You know, sometimes I don't want to admit this, but you know, one time I killed this one person, and it kind of felt good, and so I kind of went on a murder spree. I'm just saying, it was. I think it was like a full moon event, except it was Tuesday.
Can full moons not happen on Tuesday?
Yeah.
So
That's not.
Well, it was daytime.
all right. So
I'm missing the relevance. I don't see the need for cells.
Nothing he's
yeah, I
said.
was gonna say if you guys want cells, let me know.
We're gonna kill everything. But we don't.
That
need
was my
cells.
thought.
Right. Well,
if
but
it's
if we
worth
find
taking out-
Valerie, we could put her in a cell.
That one's not on the list. Training room we talked about. Workshop.
Yes.
Yeah, like good guy.
Workshop is
cells.
2 per.
2 per what?
2 per level. So like at a 2 you just have a workshop. At a at 6 points you have a good workshop. It gives you a +1 to all your repair rolls.
So it works like the garage.
And
Is there
then-
anything higher than
Oh,
that?
there are, yeah. You could spend up to 10 points on it. 10 gets you a +4 to roll.
Yeah, let's spend a 10 on that.
Well, but the
We
thing
only have
is,
30. We'll have 30.
You don't
with the
have to-
garage,
I know.
I mean, the garage gives the same benefits as a workshop.
But the garage only gives you repair to vehicle.
Is there any way to assist in
Everything
bringing
else
any
will
of
do.
these point costs down lower?
I mean, him, but yeah.
That's his problem.
How does? Because theoretically we can upgrade later, right?
How do we get an Alfred?
I am
What?
Alfred.
In Alfred.
We just go out and force someone to serve us.
So,
Minion.
I don't see anything else but for like a servant. But there are extras you may want to consider. You can get the building camouflaged.
That sounds like something.
Defenses. We need some like automated
There are
We
defenses.
don't. We need to hide, not defenses.
We are the defense.
Exactly, and we're so badly outmatched. The defenses are pointless.
Right.
If
They
we
are-
get found, they
We're
bring an army and it stomps us flat.
You can get an escape pod put in.
How much
That
is
would
the
be better.
camouflage?
So camouflage are 2 per.
Okay, what's the escape pod?
The escape pod is 1 per, and that's 1 per escape pod. And the escape pods hold 1 person.
So the camouflage, like, could we make it just look more like an abandoned warehouse?
Yeah, that's the idea. You can camouflage it as a legit business or like a fishing or
So we
something.
want
You
the-
camouflage it where it
It
becomes
looks just blends in.
exactly.
It doesn't look like a headquarters.
Correct.
We want the actual abandoned warehouse to look more like an actual abandoned
To
warehouse.
continue to look like an abandoned warehouse, not like a bunch of
Despite the fact you
supervillains
have a
are
bunch
here.
of electricity into
Yeah,
it. And,
power running through lights are
Right,
on. People
right,
burn
right.
holes in the ceiling.
yeah.
All right.
Moto, or sorry, not Moto.
With,
Mong and Leadhead getting a wrestling match. I mean, those are things we want to camouflage.
We're,
When Mong goes
we're
through a
putting in a
wall.
mechanics thing, so we could disguise it as a chop shop for bicycles. and then
Secure
we
access.
could, as a side business, steal bicycles.
Okay, you realize we're not going to do anything you suggest.
Thinking we made he has his own headquarters for when he gets arrested, and the rest of us have a headquarters that actually works.
So we could not get a bicycle chop shop.
Secure access. That one is basically
Let's
allows,
put that in the parking lot.
allows only people with particular implants or chips or key cards or whatever.
I
to
think we
get
should only
into the
allow people
building.
with implants in.
I like the secure access.
Yep.
So secure access is 1 per, and the 1 per on that one is at 1 it just is regular secure access. For every level above that, it is a range of notification for you. So how far away you are, you can be notified. Because right now, if it's local, so for 1 point, it's just within the building. So you'd be notified if someone trying to
Basically,
get
it told someone trying to break in if you're there.
For 3 points, it is within like a mile of the facility. With what's the next level? For 5 points, it is within the city, and then 10 points is outside of the city.
Yeah, don't want to go that big, but
5.
maybe 5, maybe only 3, because we got a lot of things to spend points on.
You do.
We don't have a lot of things where it really matters if we lose this warehouse, though.
But that's why I don't want to go too hot on that. A little bit's nice, just
And
random kids from Wyoming.
so you need to fix up your lair tonight, and you need to come up with a team name tonight.
I still like Frightful 5 or Furious 5 or something, personally.
Like
Fast 5.
Fast 5.
Fast
No,
and
the
Furious
fast,
5.
fast and the I get
Fast, Furious, Furious,
I get to play the rock.
Furious. I can go fast. Fast
We
and
can
the
like
Furious
so if we could
5.
like do a 1 of something.
Wait.
Theoretically, we can earn more layer points at some point and like upgrade things.
Sure.
Right. Yeah.
We should determine an acronym that we want to have, and then decide what the letters mean.
Technically, the layer levels with you is how it works.
LM.
Papa Chow, we have like
What's your
all
name?
MM. We have like no vowels, so we can't.
What's your name?
So our names
Sun
would not
God
make a good
Sunny.
alphabet.
Okay, S.
Sunny.
So we've got LMMMS.
Worse than
Sol
Shield.
Invictus. No, but it doesn't have to be
It's like an
begin our
SI.
names. We just pick an acronym, like for instance, asswipe, and we decide what it stands for.
Who's it pointing at?
Society of Vengeance Seekers. Souls.
Sobs.
Why
know.
are we seeking
Don't do
I know,
vengeance?
it's funny.
Why aren't we?
Aren't we the People's Liberation Front?
Oh, God.
I don't care about liberating people. I care about vengeance.
This is
We
the
just be called
first thing you've said
vengeance.
all night that I agree with.
I'm glad we could come to an agreement.
You two are cute.
Thank you.
We could be the,
The
Avengers.
cutes.
Cute.
The
Cuties.
cuties. The cuties.
I am pretty cute.
The cuties.
I hate
No.
it so much.
Quality destructor.
Imagine how much fear we would strike in people's hearts with such a ridiculous name.
Oh, gladiators, they used to have names like Flowery Puff just to throw off their enemies. So if we called ourselves Flowery Puff,
We could
and
be
then
the
we storm,
gladiators.
they wouldn't even bother storming our place because they'd be like, what's the point?
The Fluffle Puffs.
I like the gladiators better.
Moto and his minions.
Nothing that has moto in it will be agreed upon.
I think we will need to
Can-
just agree we're not going to use any of our names because there's no way any of us are going to agree to go by anyone else's names.
Agreed.
So I think we need something that's not related to our names. Plus, again, I'm sorry, but secrecy to me is going to be our only way to stay alive. And the less obvious we are of who we are, the better.
The Fluffle Puffs it is.
No.
Right, Reddit
Strike
says,
force.
Reddit says, all right, let's hear it.
Crimson Union, the Dynasty,
I have red hair.
Devil's
You're the
Hand.
Sun.
the Pantheon.
You're in red.
These two
He's
both
always
make
covered
blood.
in blood.
Yeah.
I wear red, yeah.
You're red. There we go.
Crimson Union?
Crimson Union. Crimson Union.
Or Crimson anything, you know.
How about the Scarlet Letter?
Crimson Union it is. The Crimson Union it is.
Crimson Union.
The Blood Tide is another one. That's kind
Roll Tide!
Roll Tide.
Nice.
Blood Tide.
Crimson Union. I like it.
It's like the opposite of normal tide.
The Crimson
It makes
Union
your
Omega
clothes
Cell.
bloody.
Oh, you're smart.
And since I came up with the name, I'm the leader.
Nice.
Wait, what is our name?
Crimson Union.
I am a deity.
Yeah, but one no one likes.
You don't have to like me.
I am the road.
Bow, quiver, and feel your better.
Doctor Destruction Fan Club.
Omega Force. Just go with it.
That's funny.
I think the Crimson Union.
I mean, I bet there isn't even one. I could be the president.
The Omega Men.
No, Crimson Union.
Again,
Woman.
not.
The non-gendered
I can fix
Omegas.
that.
And neither are you.
Oh! We can
Identify as
He just
male.
ate a Benny.
You know, we could do the like androgynous thing.
We're
And
done,
then
right?
It wouldn't matter.
What would it be? Crimson, Omega people, Crimson people.
Yeah, it would be like D&I inclusive.
The only might be able to be Crimson Force, so not definitely not a union. There is no unity in us.
Crimson Circle,
Yeah.
Crimson, and it could be anything.
Well, we unite around bloodshed. We can agree upon that.
I'm happy to have you
So
guys.
long
shed
as I get
lots
it
of
all.
blood. Alright, Crimson Union. Let's just go with it. If we hate it later, we can always change it.
Cool.
So,
We only have to
All
live
right.
with it for a week, so.
Yeah.
so the training room
The
is what we know we
Sanguine
want.
Society.
We need a garage for your vehicle. That takes too long to say.
Yeah.
But I do kind of like it.
Those 3
Bow
mouthfuls.
before the Sanguine Society.
Yeah.
Crimson Union.
It's got alliteration.
All right. I'm
It's got
starting up
sanguine.
the Doctor
The SS.
Destruction fan club.
And, you know, we can always just put SS on it.
You find out there's 4 of them out there already.
Official.
So what are we gonna get for the lair?
And none of them are
I
official.
think the
I know,
better
but
training
mine will
room, I
say
just think
official.
sounds way
Yeah.
too cool to pass.
So we
on.
just
think
burning
so.
up 10 on the Superior Command Center,
What is the Superior
Yeah.
Command Center?
or the state of the art
Why
one.
do we need the command center? What?
You don't have to have a superior command center.
But what benefit does the command center get?
Command center is just literally a place where you can, like, see what's, like, you have a map of the city, and again, it's at 1, it's just a pin board and some chairs.
Okay.
That's all it is. So it's
At a
literally
10,
your,
you have
your,
the Batcave.
Yeah, exactly. 10, you have the Batcave. That's what it is.
I mean, I don't know
it's
why
a
they
matter
go
of
to-
like
There's
your
no actual
center.
functional difference though in the levels.
There's no for a command center. There's no functional difference. The reason you might spend that into a command center is because that's where everything happens. That's where you might position somebody there, and they could do everything from there with a 10.
Yeah.
That's the difference. So it's not a game
Oracle.
effect.
I'd be more
But-
inclined to go like 3 and get, you know.
With
somebody better
the
than
1,
four.
you have somebody there with a cell phone who can call you and be like, turn left on that street. Like, that's all. Because they look at the map. They don't. You know.
I would be more inclined maybe. I'm assuming a 3 is a step up.
A 3 is a step up, and a 3 means that you have like a computer there, and that you have a couple of
Especially
screens.
given Motoman's abilities, I think giving him a computer with it.
You have a computer and a couple of screens at a 3. That's what it means.
So
Yeah,
maybe
let's do 3.
let's try 3 there for the
Yeah.
command center.
So we're at 7 right now.
You know,
I
we
feel
need
like-
a garage.
And a coffee maker, probably.
Because somebody, you got a vehicle if you ever get it back, right?
Did we get the danger room?
You can
Yeah,
call your
yeah,
vehicle.
yeah.
By the way, you can call your vehicle from here. Your
we
vehicle
need-
does come here.
We need to
absolutely.
put a garage in here for the vehicle at a minimum of what, 1, 3, if-
2. 2, he said.
2 for a
Yeah.
garage.
Now, I feel like the library computer lab is probably irrelevant now that we have a command center.
Well, I think that the library
Lab
computer
actually
lab
gives us bonuses.
is what gives you bonuses to research.
The medical one was probably
We need
useful.
we need the generator.
Do we
Oh yeah, we need generators, but we should pick generators at the end because what
might
we
need
have
more, yeah.
determines
Okay.
the power we
Once
need.
we've kind of get the minimums we think we're going to need.
What about the medical center?
Yeah, I think we should do medical center for sure.
Two for medical center?
Yeah,
I don't know how healing works in
Let's
this
get
game.
minimums of all the buildings we need and then see how many points we have.
So how healing works in this game is you generally heal 1 wound per day. If you build a medical center, there are healing rolls. Does anybody have healing? I don't know if anybody even has healing.
Oh,
You might.
thought I
Yes.
did.
You might.
I
Yeah.
have a D4, but
I can get
I do.
healing.
Yeah.
Oh my
you do.
God.
I have a
So
4.
you can help heal people.
You have healing?
It gives you the facility modifier to any healing rolls that you have
question is with
or that you use.
Motoman able to
Or
build-
vigor rolls for natural healing. So if anybody's here and they can normally make a vigor roll to natural heal, it improves it gives their
You can build
modifier.
You know
a
what,
regeneration
I-
machine,
I
right?
took a correspondence
Huh?
course
Can't you
on
build a
anatomy
regeneration
so I
machine
can
and
pull
just
people
like
apart
we're
better.
healed?
Yeah, your healing is more about
Unhealing.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how regeneration
your
machines
healing is more
work,
about like
but
healing
is that
yourself
something
or
that
making
you
sure
can
you
do
know
to
how
other
to like
people, or is
pull
it
it out
only
of
you?
yourself or whatever.
I believe it's to other people.
It happens.
Never
What's that?
actually. The
healing
regeneration
power,
machine.
Is that something that he can? Because then there's no reason for a medical center if he can go whoop, you're better.
Yeah.
So regenerate.
What if he's the one that's hurt?
Well, he needs
But
to
then we
repair to
would
fix
be
himself.
yeah.
Because
Yeah, I don't
He
do
doesn't
conventional
have-
healing. I
That's why we
repair
have a garage and a
myself.
workshop.
Even if your brain gets stabbed.
Oh no, yeah, at level 1 regeneration just
No
lets
problem if he starts acting wonky.
lets you make a natural healing roll every day. Normally you need to be under medical care to make a healing roll, but you just can do it naturally.
So
it
no,
doesn't
we
even
still
get you-
need the medical
So
center.
it's still not. Yeah.
So get a
so-
minimum level medical center. And we need a workshop and the garage.
Yep.
So at a minimum, medical center doesn't give you any bonuses.
No, but it
Wait.
gives us something for you.
Did you say workshop?
I think we need a workshop too for Motoman.
Oh, okay.
And camouflage,
Camouflage.
and security.
Camouflage. Do we want like a specialist library to help build the research stuff at all, or the
Yeah,
training?
I think we should have a library.
So there's a library computer lab, and there's a specialist library. I feel like we should be able to research.
difference
get some
is-
information on stuff.
So a specialist library lets you use knowledge skills. So knowledge is a different, like knowledge engineering stuff like he has.
Do we
knowledge.
know what?
A library computer lab gets you to do investigation. So those are the two differences.
So-
you want to be investigating more, and you want to be doing knowledge checks. And knowledge checks are things like languages or things like computer specialists. Investigation is I want to look into an organization. I want to look into a
I think
person.
investigation seems more useful.
So
I think
Doctor
overall-
I say we do both.
Destruction
Helps that I have that
is
skill.
famous.
Yes.
What type of work is he famous for doing? Because that could potentially
Work.
give us a hint as to what we
He's
might
a
be
super
asked
villain.
to do. Well, I don't mean like a job, but like
But a
he's
super villain.
He's
probably-
famous for having done the things. What things
is,
has he
yes.
done?
So he's famous for being the foremost criminal. Like he's the most well-known supervillain right now. He also is known for his basically leading the effort. Although you all didn't know till today, but you did know he was leading the effort to take down the alien. You didn't realize he was doing it via these cells. Now you know that. But that's probably what he's known best for, is the fact that he spits in the face of the aliens. They still haven't captured him. So he's very, very strong and very opposing of them. So if you're trying to think along the lines of what might be happening, it seems like that's his goal right now.
What might he want us to do? Something that messes up
Right,
him.
because that could determine, what does our layer need
Yeah.
to be able to support us in.
Right.
If we're
I
not
would say
doing whatever the hell we
definitely
want to go
expect-
do.
Which
definitely
is
expect a lot of something involving the enemies that have taken over the
And
earth.
quite obviously, we're expendable in his opinion, so expect us to be in a lot of danger a lot.
Which is why we need a prison
What? How are we going to do with the prison?
All right. So
and guns. No, turrets. Yes, turrets.
Camouflage.
we're at 21, and I got us the base levels of most of the stuff, except for the things that we agreed upon we wanted to bump up a little bit. So we still have like 9 points we can spend to increase things.
We've got the camouflage in the security system.
Well, and we still need to buy
I didn't
generators.
add security.
Secure access?
Secure access.
Yeah.
Then we're at 22 points total.
And that's just the local secure access.
yeah. So we got keys
So that's
to the door.
right. That and it means that you have an alarm system that, again, that's local.
Yeah.
So that literally means that if you're sitting in there and somebody breaks in, you get an alarm system that goes off inside.
I feel like our ability to investigate and find information is going to
Gonna be
help
pretty
us
important.
to like decide where to go and what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's probably
I
going to
wouldn't
be
mind bumping that up a little.
And that's your
Yeah.
library computer lab.
library computer lab. So
So you
if we
have to go to 3 for the next level.
Oh, did we get living
Okay.
quarters?
Yeah, I have one living quarter.
I just want to
And
make sure I
it's
got
5
written
for
on
the
there.
level beyond that, so depending on how good you want it to be.
Well,
At 3 it's
the
a plus
3 is
1.
where we're gonna have to stop.
At 3 it's a plus 1, and at 5 it's a plus 2. So.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to stop there because
Okay.
now we're at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So is there any way to buy nicer living quarters?
We won't be able to afford that.
Absolutely there.
You can do bunk beds. You
You
have
could
so
bump
much more room
personal
for
quarters up.
activities.
Or 1 each.
We're at 23, but we still need to get generators.
So how much generator do we need for what we're currently bought?
So with what you're currently doing, you only need. You're still at 3 because you have not done a bunch.
That puts us at 26, so we still have 4 points.
You have not done enough for me to bump up your generators yet.
How about another level of camouflage?
Good.
That's 2.
That's 2.
2 per level
That
for
puts us at
camouflage.
28.
Crap, how am I gonna get home?
It gives us 2 more.
This is home.
How's he gonna
If
find
it's
it?
camouflage, you won't know where to go.
I'm gonna go off and get some pizza and
I'll direct.
Did you buy escape pods or you're not doing that? I'm just curious.
I have my own escape pod.
We have 2 more, and if we bump up the medical center
Yes.
by another 2,
But what benefit did that provide? I don't think we heard.
Heals better, more likely to heal if we get hurt.
yeah.
Right. It gives you, so if you bump it up another 2, you have it at the base right now, is that what you're
Yeah.
saying? So another 2 will give you a +1 on all healing rolls
Bump up
within
the
that medical
workshop.
center.
Yeah, we could bump up the workshop so that he could do useful crap for us.
Actually, would it make more sense to bump up the library?
We already did, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Is that max?
The library's at 3.
I think we want to keep it fairly spread out till we have some idea of what we use more, rather than putting too much.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's bump up the workshop one more then.
Workshop or what, or medical.
Is the
center
workshop
by
at base
2.
level right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think
Question is how, I mean, you it would help fix is the big thing, the workshop.
Well, anything that needed repaired, the workshop would
Right,
help.
most of us don't have anything that needs repair,
yeah.
except the ceiling,
We're all probably going to have to get healed at some point or another.
except for him. Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's why I'm more inclined to.
Stick it in the medical center.
All right.
Then.
So, all right, there we go.
Okay.
So I think we're at 3 points.
Because although she won't admit it, if something horrible happened to you, it wouldn't be all that bad since you seem intent on
That's your
killing
last.
us all.
Okay, good.
Not that.
Yep.
Mind Machete. I do find it interesting that my character is supposed to be one of the preeminent scientists in the city. He doesn't have any science skills, but I think that's pretty fun.
All right. We have our
I
layer.
forgot all my science stuff.
We have our name.
I mean, do top level scientists actually do science? No, they have underlings that do the science for them.
The top level scientists actually spend most of the time trying to get money.
Right.
I'm not,
Getting
there wasn't,
grants.
there
Grant
wasn't
funding,
the
yeah.
top level
Grant funding.
scientist. I
That's my
was
sister.
the most skilled
My sister's in California.
scientist.
She's a doctor of neurolinguistics. And yeah, she spends all of her time
Going for grant money.
going for grant money.
That's
Begging
the
the
game
government
I'm
to give you
in.
some money or somebody to give you some money.
Dude, I had somebody try to explain neurolinguistics to me one time, and my eyes just went
Oh, I know, it's
cross-eyed.
crazy.
It's just
She-
like,
yeah,
how,
My
oh.
sister, she's the smartest sort of guy. Like,
Are we talking like neural networks, or are we talking?
So we're
like
talking-
actual language learning.
yeah, we're talking about
community?
studying the brain. So she literally has programs where they will hook up the neurotransmitters to people and then show them pictures and get them to learn it differently. Okay, if you're learning Chinese or you're learning English or if you're learning, what does your brain do? Which parts react to different parts? Like when you're learning, if I give you this cookie, does it make you learn better? Do your synapses fire better? Like if I smack your hand, do your synapses fire better? Like what does better for your different?
Dude, I had to do that when I got my CPAP put in. They wired me up with all the different nodes all over, man. That was weird.
But yeah, that's what my sister does. It's just the different ways that people
learn.
learn language. What's good, what's bad, what does the brain receive better? Do different chemicals, different ages. They're always recruiting different people at different ages to see how they learn. Because they always say old people have a harder time learning, so they're like, well, is that true? If it's true, what reacts?
It's different.
If a 15-year-old's learning, what do they do? What does their brain do differently than an 85-year-old? It's crazy stuff.
Can I give you this?
So as we're wrapping up, guys, Joe, last game session, I wanted to apologize to you because I felt like I was doing more with Pathfinder crap and thinking more about that, and it was detracting from the game you were trying to run. So. Yeah, so I feel like I was being a little disrespectful and discourteous to the fact that you were trying to run a game and I was talking with everybody about Pathfinder.
So I get I get why you're saying that, but I was right there along with you. I'm thinking about the Pathfinder game too. So
I think we all are at this
What I'm
point.
hearing is that Luke owes you and by the rest of us an extra level or two. Or maybe a magic item if we're
You'll get your level, then I'll kill you, and we'll start at one.
We'll start at one
Yeah,
again.
excellent.
So for the one I do in
Yeah, no worries.
2 sessions or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
do you guys want to be able to use it as an opportunity to practice building a character? Or are you fine with pre-gens?
I'm personally fine with pre-gen.
Because there are a couple
characters.
little one-shot campaigns that are out there that come with very specific pre-gen characters for a reason.
Yeah.
And I will avoid those if you guys want the opportunity to make a character.
I think that, to me, this is my opinion, I'll let everybody else voice theirs, but to my opinion is, Pathfinder is not such a strange building that I couldn't build a character. I definitely could. I could build 15 characters out of it. So I don't need that character building experience personally. I'm great with building whatever character I want to build on my own for Pathfinder. So that's just where I stand. 'Cause I feel like these things-
So from my perspective, I still have my eyesight on the rogue, and the rogue has this quality in which he has to catch the enemies flat-footed, and then getting that flat-footed condition. From what I understand is he should be able to do it very often, but I don't know how to do that.
Planking. I don't know that's one.
And so that sounds more like a mechanics thing. though.
Yeah.
Right. So building a character, I have to make sure that I have the right skills so that I can do that, and so a practice character is good for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me personally, I was thinking the same thing. If I do a practice character for a one shot, that's a better opportunity for me to not screw it
to
up
improve
for
the next one.
for the actual one. Even though I'm not only gonna roll a character for the one shot. But
I don't have a preference. I don't care. I just
Yeah.
wanted, if no one cares at all, if anyone wants to make their own character, it just takes a few things off the table, which
Sounds
is
like
fine.
more people do, which
Yeah,
is, I
so-
don't mind
I
making my
feel
own,
like like a practice alchemist would.
Yeah, so I'll avoid the ones that come with very specific. You have to use this pre-gen. I will bring pre-gens anyway.
yeah, okay.
But it'll get you guys can also just build your own.
There's there is oh, you're using a pre-made little adventure, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I will probably do that.
Yeah.
We are goblins. Typically
Well,
that
they
way.
have a second edition version of We Are Goblins. Basically, it's a totally different adventure, but you're kobolds instead.
The problem is there, you're running right back into the pre-gens.
Right.
Yeah, well, and that's one of them that literally comes with here's 5 or 6 very
Yeah.
specific kobold characters because you have to be playing a kobold.
Oh yeah.
Come on, take my baby.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But
Start grabbing the characters.
Okay, so yeah, I'll just avoid like that one. I think that only lasts like an hour or two anyway, so it wouldn't be enough.
And did we say that we were going to allow the advanced player's guide or not?
Yes.
No, you are allowed
I think,
to use
yeah,
it.
ultimately,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
Luke
Okay.
decided.
I looked through it and I was like, yeah, this looks fine.
'Cause I did find, I have the PDF version of it. So.
This guy.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, and I will say that my game count is
So
not PDFs,
advanced
'cause
player's
they're not allowed
guide and
to basic book.
and the player's handbook.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I may wind up buying a paper copy because I'm not that.
So
fond
you
of PDFs.
you want to play a rogue, most likely.
Rogue.
Do we have any
investigator?
frontliners?
Swashbuckler.
for the.
No,
Yeah.
it's for the real one. I don't care about mine. Yeah, for the real one. What are you guys thinking for characters?
I'm doing a goblin alchemist.
I mean, either a bard or a wizard. Unless the party is desperate for like a frontliner, in which case I don't mind playing that. But the characters I've made up that I really want to play are either a bard or a wizard.
Question. There's a ancestor in here called Damn Fear, which has the reverse healing thing to make my gentleman rogue truly dastardly. I was thinking about doing that.
As far as I'm concerned, what I've heard about Pathfinder 2nd Edition is that it's crazy well balanced. So as long as it is in the player's handbook or the advanced player's guide or whatever, it's official content that's out there, I'm okay with you using it.
Right.
Just all the rules, I'm good with it. Because it sounds like Pathfinder 2 is pretty solid compared to like 5th edition D&D.
Yeah, I'm doing some kind of cleric.
So I would.
So I'll be half a frontline.
I
for
will
sure.
probably go.
I know originally we heard you at least were thinking frontliner. Is that still
Well-
up, or did you not want to do that because you just played Marathon?
Well, my last two characters have been frontliners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't really mind. I think Oracle is the most interesting class in Pathfinder in terms of its
I agree.
flavor.
That was almost where I went.
I mean, I can always go a frontliner.
I almost
Like,
went Oracle.
But I was thinking, my inclination when I was looking at melee was to go monk.
Yeah.
I'd be
But
curious
if I
to
am
see
the if I am the only real get in there and fight guy, I mean, because a rogue isn't really a frontliner.
Well, but
then I
that's-
would maybe do the champion or whatever the tank one is.
I'm gonna be half a frontliner for sure. I'm definitely gonna be the other frontliner because whatever kind of cleric I'm making, it's gonna be like they have the whatever cleric that I was looking at, the war priest, but the war priest is kind of garbage, so I don't know if I'm gonna do it or not. But
Yeah.
but I'm gonna do a fighting cleric. I just don't know how I'm building it. I don't know if I'm building a war priest or whatever, but I'm definitely building a fighting cleric. So it's gonna be like a frontliner
So
type cleric.
I had considered building a monk as part of my rogue consideration because it kind of works with the character style.
They both look really cool in Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Rogue
I'm
and
really
monk
curious to
both.
see how the monk runs in
Yeah.
Pathfinder.
So
I heard they run really, really well.
That's what I've heard. Monk is really strong.
Yeah, monks are like Pathfinder monks are like blow.
Because if I hadn't
Fifth
just
edition
played
monks out of
Varus,
the
I
water.
probably would be thinking monk. But I'm like, oh, I just played Varus. I don't want to
Yeah,
do
the monk gets expert in unarmored defense. It's the only character who gets expert in armor.
So I'll plan on being a frontliner. It might not be monk, but that's my leaning currently.
Yeah.
Because I think monk is a pretty decent tank even.
Did you step away from Bard?
Well, Bard is most likely. It's Bard or Wizard. I'm going back and forth.
Would you
on
say
Bard or
Dad
Wizard.
Bard?
Dad Bard.
Dead Bard.
If it's a Bard, it's Dad Bard.
So he's gonna have the ability to track bad units.
Oh, that's his Phantom Pain spell.
Yeah.
Sad jokes. Yes, my children got me a dad.
A book of
calendar.
dad-
Oh, it's,
oh.
it's my daily calendar, so I'm saving them for Phantom Pain. With a,
So-
with a lucky roll or unlucky
Do you have
roll.
anything like thought out, hashed out for your character yet?
I've already made it.
Okay.
I mean, I may change him, but I've
So
already
Luke, I'm
Retired
gonna probably
now,
just run because
used
they
to
do
be
the
bartender
Pathfinder
for years and
Society
years.
modules that
Kids
are
grew
designed
up.
to be like
I,
4 to 5
made
hour
the bar, and his
adventures.
wife said, "I'm tired of
Designing
hanging
you
around
up
doing
Like 4
nothing."
to 5 hour
So we
long
went out to
adventures.
Okay.
Goblin,
So basically
a female
one session.
goblin raised by a
So
dwarf.
I'll just do one, and then if you
It's
want
a,
me to do more, I can just
distiller.
we can use the same characters and just do a new module. Like
Okay.
they're pretty.
Her name is
Yeah,
Blue.
So I can stack
Blue
up kind of
Regard.
as many.
I would.
As,
I feel
I just
like.
realized that. That's funny.
I serve
Yeah,
make
for
it.
sure.
Yeah,
One.
I make it you
maybe
serve it because I'm an
a couple or something,
alchemist.
Because I feel like I almost want to use like your
stronger.
one shots
And
to
her
kind
name
of
is
like
Blue
break us into
Regard.
the
She's a blue
rules, so we start to
goblin.
feel comfortable with the rules and stuff.
Right.
So that when we start my campaign,
That's
it's a
the nice
little
thing
bit
about
smoother or something.
Right.
Pathfinder,
You know,
it's
but-
right in
yeah.
there.
Yeah, and I don't have. I
description
have the
of
core rule book,
goblins.
and
They can range
I'll
from
get
any
the advanced
color,
player's
from
guide. But I don't have like the
green
dungeon
to blue.
master's guide, so it'll be.
Well, the
Love
dungeon.
going
Well,
with
you know what? The
like a
interesting
nice
thing is
periwinkle
that
blue for her.
the dungeon mastery guide really just has kind of optional stuff in it for the dungeon master. All of the information for like
It's in the core.
balancing and stuff is in the core book.
Cool.
Yeah, so you don't. The only thing the game mastery guide really. Well, you're using a pre-built adventure, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm not worried about like designing encounters.
Yeah,
or
no,
any of that.
I don't. You won't need it then.
It'll be sort of a collaborative
just leave it
rules
here.
effort.
I'll
That's
stick
kind of
it.
what I'm saying. Right?
What I find funny, just speaking as the
You ate your cookies, Eve?
being played forever.
Oh, yeah.
is how much
Don't leave
Game
them here.
Master's Guide
Yeah.
to become
I
less
can't
and
eat
less
them.
important.
I'll take him to the children.
So, how much are you going to be, like, how detailed do you want our backgrounds to be, Luke?
I got one more?
I mean,
Or do I have two of them
make
already?
your backgrounds as detailed as you want.
Okay.
I guess one question I should go into now. Having
Joe, is this yours
that's
or was this?
Is-
Nope, that's mine.
Okay.
Are we playing
I brought three of them.
good characters? Are we playing neutral? Are we leaning evil? I mean,
I'm definitely not leaning evil. I'm not feeling
My
that.
So-
character is morally ambiguous.
My character is gonna be good.
Yeah, I'm not leaning evil at all, so I can.
I've
I
never seen
would,
you
I would
play a
generally be
good
good.
I was just thinking
was a
that
good
too.
character.
I feel like
Finley?
No, he
I
wasn't.
didn't know you played good characters.
My
He
character.
descended into evil because he was in a Ravenloft.
He came in
campaign.
evil.
No,
Blue-
he came in stupid.
Blue likes blowing stuff up, so.
I didn't know you liked playing good characters at all, Joe.
I mean,
Yeah.
your
Shocking.
patron, House
No.
Kundrak, is not so much interested in whether you do good or evil. They want you to get the job done.
Right.
Yeah,
So that's why my question. I mean, Dadbard is a good guy. He's not Varys, but he's,
Right.
you know.
According
No,
to your
I-
nature,
I-
you could
I don't
do
want to play the
some,
good guy
like,
again who's watching the rest of the party.
Right, watch
you
part
know.
of evil. But
Fairly
that was
evil
the
shit,
reason
you
that
kinda
happened
get
is
away with it.
because of
Well,
Curse.
I mean,
I
morally
would
ambiguous
had I
shit,
played
get away
the
with
character
it.
I played
mean,
in
House
not
Kundrak
Curse of Strahd, I would not
might
have
not hold it
done the
against
things
you.
I did.
Right,
Yeah.
but you're also
I
playing
specifically-
agents of theirs.
character.
So
Yeah.
if
just became
you do something
evil
horrible,
because
and
Chris
it gets your
Scott
group in
wasn't
trouble,
smart
House
enough to
Kundrak
navigate.
might just disavow knowledge.
No,
of
I
you,
specifically
right?
bent
See,
towards
I mean,
like
you
the
don't wanna
choice
just
of the
flaunt local
hags
laws because
because
that's
it was an
gonna
evil
come out
game.
bad for you.
So I wouldn't
Right.
House
normally do
Kundrak
that.
is
That's not
like,
normally
you know,
my
neutral
shtick.
as opposed to like your methods.
Same.
Okay.
I don't-
They just want
I
you to
don't-
get stuff done.
Okay.
You know, but
Lean
if you
evil
go
like
if you
hell.
go crazy and start just doing evil stuff, you might find yourself cut off
My
from your
sense of
patron.
humor.
And
does,
you
but
were,
my actual
and you
actions in
said
the game-
according to
Right.
the thing that we're in like the
Because
dwarven
literally Dadbard is going
like
to be in his mind at
strongholds
least.
Yep,
the dad of the
you'll
group.
start out in the Marar Holds.
He's the one who you
Okay.
know, wants to tuck
Yep.
you in at night
Wow.
and tell you a
I
story.
will let you
Marks.
tuck me in at night. In
Huh?
fact, if you
Everyone
don't, I'll be
Marks.
upset.
But he would
Well,
love to.
Come up with a
That's
system
the only
for that.
downside to Pathfinder
You
is, at least
could
I have seen
use
so far, there
Eberron
isn't the
Dragon
like,
Marks if you
Bard
want.
gives you benefit to
There aren't
resting.
really
Because that was going to be the best. Because
Pathfinder, though, is the
everyone's
thing.
gather around, we'll tell you a
So
story,
it's
so
probably-
you can sleep, play
it's
a little
probably
music,
cleaner
which
not
you'll
to
still
do it.
do, but it
we
won't
don't
give you
don't have a
benefits
rule
outside if
system
he does
for
it.
it.
That's
You
fine.
know. And honestly, I looked at the Eberron Dragon Marks in like the Eberron book, and they're not even really that good in my opinion.
They're more flavor, it always
Yeah.
felt like to me, than, isn't it cool this thing I can do?
Well, so I once built an elven shadow sorcerer who, if he got the mark, would have increased his spell power.
Yeah, I mean,
something fierce.
they do stuff, but
But other than that,
what is it, the Mark of Searching is the best one that I've seen.
yeah, I don't remember. I know I've read the marks, I don't
Mark
remember
of
the
finding.
details. I'd have
Yeah.
to look it back up
Yeah.
again.
We're probably gonna have to pass
But
on them
I
just
don't.
because the
Dad
mechanic.
Bard shouldn't have a mark.
okay.
I wish we had the bleaching because that was a fun part of his background, but I can live without it.
Like I feel like if we want to, if somebody really wants to do a Dragon Shard mark or something, I feel like probably what we could do is you could find an equivalent feat somewhere.
That's what you'd have to do.
You
look
know,
at the
and
feats.
you would take one of your existing feats and swap it out with a different feat, as long as you hit the prerequisite level, right? So if it's a level 1 feat, swap out level one feat, and then maybe your Dragon Mark grows in power with
That's
you,
your
so that if you
resources.
get access to a level 3 feat,
He was
you could
sounding
swap
up
out that 1 feat for your Dragon Mark shard to make it a
No, I
level
just- I
3
had
feat or
maps.
something. So if you could find some sort of
convenient.
equivalent mechanic that makes sense, we could do
I
a
like it.
swap. You know what I mean?
This thing's cool.
How
Yeah.
common are
I
spell
agree.
scrolls?
I like it too.
How common are
Yeah.
spell scrolls?
With the crafting rules, it should be pretty easy to do.
So
The question is because one of the rogue builds is, dives right into.
I don't know, honestly, I don't know how common they're going to be, because I still have to get into, like,
Okay.
I've read, like, a lot of these rules, but you don't understand them until you actually start using them, so I really don't know. I do
Pathfinder
know,
1 was like, most of your development as a character was through magic item. Like, it was crazy. And
That was-
5e stepped so far away from that.
Yeah, 3.5 and Pathfinder were very magic.
Yeah.
Every
Well,
single
they
person-
basically copied and pasted 3.5 into
Yeah.
Pathfinder First Edition.
But
Yeah.
at a certain level,
I
you
just
need
the whole
to
point is I don't know
have
how
basic
second
code.
edition compares. If,
It
like,
doesn't
how
feel that
relevant.
way to me. We'll see. But then, like I said, the crafting rules are fun, but a little crazy.
The way I the best grasp I have on it is Pathfinder. If you want like much more story-driven character, story-driven game, Pathfinder is what you and more gritty and a little bit more heavy on combat. Pathfinder is what you want.
I may try my Elven Wizard for the playtest though, just if I'm going to play Dadbar, which I think it sounds like you'd fit in.
What level are we gonna be at?
We'll stay low just because we're learning. Like, so it'll be 1 or 2 for the first one, and then if I do a second one shot, maybe we can do like a 3 or a 4 just to
Then I could switch to a tank. and try
kind
that
of see
too.
how things play out at slightly different levels. But we're not going to do like 15. Just
There's a
to-
lot of options for tanky characters. Like you could
Yeah.
even kind of like consider mine kind of.
I just want a straight fighter because I want to see how a straight fighter runs because
I-
they look fun.
I heard they're super powerful.
They
Yeah,
look
OP.
fun.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
But again,
Not
it'll
OP
be
like negative, like horribly crap, but like as in like they're one of the most powerful
character.
classes.
But
Oh, yeah,
it'll be
you're
different
getting,
with
like,
one shots too, where you're
2
not
feats
leveling
every
up
level.
stuff.
Yeah.
Almost.
You get like they're not like stupidly OP where they're like everybody hates them, but they're like
They're a potent
Pretty
character.
darn
That's what I
good,
felt
yeah.
like. So it'd be kind of fun to play one that would be very different from my other
Yeah.
character. Yeah,
what do you wanna do with Trash?
telekinetic fling is his main attack.
Trash is right around the corner.
He carries caltrips and
Just
throws
to the
them at
right.
people with telekinesis.
You know what? I was actually reading is when I create my bombs, I can give them to other people to use as long as you have the martial weapon skill.
I know. Don't bother.
I probably do.